military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate.
The president says this marks a big day for world peace, revealing the next steps for the region. Quote, the United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well.
Here to break down the latest peace proposal is Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Lawrence, good morning. It was truly the 11th hour, down to the wire, when President Trump announced this ceasefire agreement shortly after the Iranians put out a statement matching the president's and then proceeded to launch missiles and drones at Gulf countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in Tel Aviv after the ceasefire was announced.
So one of the funniest things about this instance was, of course, the fact that a lot of the pro-Israel spokespeople on the internet were instantly complaining and saying, what do you mean? This is supposed to be a dual ceasefire, which, for the record, a ceasefire means both parties agree to it regardless, right? Like a dual ceasefire is redundant. And yet they had to say it's a dual ceasefire because Israel usually never ceases to fire. So when they got a little taste of that medicine back, immediately they were complaining. There was obviously my favorite Israel propagandist, my favorite Hasbarist last night, who was saying, like, look what they're doing to us. You know, sirens over Tel Aviv again. He said, breaking, nonstop Iranian, Eyal Yacobi says, breaking, nonstop Iranian missiles raining down on Tel Aviv less than 2 hours into the ceasefire. Since the ceasefire began, Iran has attacked Israel, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Where is the outrage? I said, oh, you don't like it when one side doesn't cease its fire during a ceasefire. Interesting. Because in every single one of these circumstances, it's like you only get to violate these rules over and over again because you operate in this might makes right environment. And all of a sudden, if you have another adversary in the region that is mighty enough, when the shoe's on the other foot, you don't like it. Okay. I don't know what the reasoning for why the Iranian missile strikes were while the ceasefire was supposedly agreed upon. Having said that, Israel very clearly did not want this ceasefire to take place anyway. They were very frustrated. They were not cut in on this deal, as I talked to with Trita Parsi earlier, and they were losing their minds on the timeline. It turns out that they were not cut in on the fact that the ceasefire was even taking place at all. I assume that it's a byproduct of the Mosaic system that they have, which is decentralized. There's no central communications hub in the Iranian defenses, so these different hubs were still continuing to pummel because they didn't get the message that the ceasefire had been implemented. So Israel, on the other hand, this morning, started slamming Beirut and southern Lebanon, killing hundreds of people in what the Lebanese side said was the most intense bombing that they've withstood since the beginning of this last Operation Epic Fury.
What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead, those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place. Now, since the overnight hours, the fire has stopped toward Israel but has continued toward Gulf countries. The agreement in part appears to be holding, but we're looking now at the details of this deal. The Wall Street Journal reports on Iran's proposed plan that includes 10 separate points. Some of them include the U.S. guaranteeing a non-aggression pact with Iran, continuing Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance that Iran can enrich uranium for its nuclear program, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran, removal of secondary sanctions, an end of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, an end to the IAEA's resolutions on Iran's nuclear program, compensation payment for Iran and its war damage, withdrawal of U.S. forces from the region, and a ceasefire on all fronts. Those are a number of points that are not going to be reached, and the next 2 weeks are going to be critical as negotiators try to hammer this out. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted a statement on X overnight agreeing with the president about the ceasefire, saying Israel also supports the U.S. effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. We're also getting a look inside of Iran today, where pro-government demonstrators gathered and chanted in the streets of the Iranian capital here in Tehran. They chanted death to America, death to Israel. They were burning U.S. flags and chanting victory in the aftermath of this nearly 40-day war that erupted in the region with the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. So right now, the entire world looking at this 2 weeks to see if some of these details can be worked out for a ceasefire agreement, but it is a delicate moment.
And for the record, this could have been a total ceasefire hoax to forcibly lower the price of the oil barrel, which worked, for the record. It went from $114 approximately down to like 90. I don't know where it's at currently. But is that good enough for Donald Trump to advance and ensure that this ceasefire holds, which would require restraining Israel, as I've said, bringing Israel to heel? That is the primary focus of American foreign policy. It should have been the primary focus of American foreign policy since October 8th, 2023. And we've moved in the exact opposite direction. A lot of people at the State Department under Biden understood that this was a necessity, and some even quit their jobs publicly because Biden wouldn't do it. And now there are even people in the Trump administration that recognize that we have to restrain Israel. We have the power and capabilities of restraining Israel, but we're choosing not to. And any kind of leaning in the direction of Israel is going to have devastating consequences for the entire world, and we're seeing that unfold. We've been seeing that unfold for the past 39 days, and yet seemingly there's no restraint being demonstrated from, or no restraint being demanded even from the Trump side. That's where we're at. And considering the fact that it's clear that not only did America nor Israel actually achieve any of its strategic military objectives, and on top of that, created this global panic that obviously had some pressures on Donald Trump. It's clear that the reporting that stated that America was the one that was pushing for this ceasefire is most likely real, right? Some might say it's propaganda. Oh, you're just doing resistance propaganda. But it's obvious that there was one party that was no longer willing to engage in this war, and that was the United States of America. I truly do believe that Iran wanted to set up sufficient deterrence. And if America doesn't think that this sufficient military deterrence was established and thinks it can continue waging this war, upping the ante, targeting more civilian targets, more civilians in general, and trying to turn a country of 93 million people into Gaza in the sufficient time frame that is necessary, where they are not capable of destroying the global energy markets permanently, they're going to go back into it. They're going to go back into it. But there is the Financial Times reporting that I'm obviously leaning into that says U.S. directly pushed Pakistan to arrange a ceasefire deal while talking about escalation. So they were, on the timeline, they were posturing in this, barbaric manner. But behind closed doors, they absolutely were begging for a deal. They were begging to stop the bleeding, right? It makes sense. It makes sense when you think about the war objectives that were not accomplished at all. And not only that, but also Donald Trump personally admitted that initially that they thought that the Iranian demands were quite reasonable, that there was the workings of a negotiation. There's the workings of a actual negotiation there. And the Iranian demands, the 10-point demands that they've made, have not changed since day one. So what changed? Well, what changed is the calculation, right? This doesn't mean that Iran has unlimited striking capabilities, because I have seen a lot of people, some of the resistance Twitter that constantly talks about the IRGC or Hamas or any number of different resistance fronts as though they are pawns in this game that they're playing on the internet in a way that's not dissimilar to how like the pro Ukraine, pro NATO Twitter talks about Ukrainians and how they have to consistently wage war. Resistance Twitter was mad. They're like, what are you doing? You need to blow up Israel further. Like, this is so stupid. And it's like, Iran doesn't have unlimited munitions. And the Iranian government's primary focus is still to maintain sovereignty, right? And ensure that their people are not being slaughtered. So they understand their limitations as well, which is, I think, the reason why they were fine. They thought that maybe they had established sufficient military deterrence. They had done enough economic damage that America would actually finally come to the table and treat them as a serious partner. Iran doesn't have unlimited munitions, and Iran doesn't have unlimited appetite for death and destruction. You have to understand that. They are thinking about this very clearly. They've demonstrated sufficient restraint in the past, and now they've demonstrated sufficient military deterrence. But they obviously interpret the battle conditions in a way that's a lot in a way that's much more strategic than random Twitter users. Okay, I don't think their capacity plays part in the specific war at all. No, there's a limit. As long as the war wages on, there's also a lot of economic damage that they're taking. Okay, their facilities are being destroyed. Their railways are being bombed by Israel, which is what happened yesterday. They don't want their power plants to be bombed into oblivion. That is not just tremendous economic damage, but that will cause a lot of deaths. Okay, so from their perspective, they've been able to show the world that they have the capability to force America to concede. Whichever, from this point on, as long as America abides by these conditions, then they're good. Now they can rebuild, right? That was the goal. Their primary focus here is to ensure that there's sanctions relief and to ensure that America actually restrains Israel so they can have some regional stability. It's clear that is the goal. We'll see how much appetite America has for continued death and destruction. Unless they actually threaten to withdraw from the talks, it just sounds like impotent whining, which actually invites more violations, says Matthew Petty. And I think there's some truth to that, because it's very clear that Israel is not interested in abiding by these conditions. And given that Israel has always played the role of spoiler here, you have to make it very clear that if you're Iran, you have to make it very clear that, like, you have to restrain Israel. Galibaf released this statement on the violation of the 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal agreed framework before the start of the negotiations. The deep historical distrust we hold towards the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regrettably been replaced once again. As the President of the United States has clearly stated in his Truth, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate in the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of this proposal have been violated so far. Number 1, non-compliance with the first clause of the 10-point proposal regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon, a commitment that Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif also explicitly referred to and declared as an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions effective immediately. This includes anywhere and everywhere where there's an axis of resistance force, including Gaza as well. It's not just Lebanon, but there is, I think, a little bit of miscommunication that's taking place here on the American side. It might be strategic miscommunication, or it might be genuine miscommunication. Regardless, the entry of an intruding drone into Iranian airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar in the Fars province, in clear violation of the clause prohibiting further violation of Iranian airspace, and the denial of Iran's right to enrichment, which was included in the 6th clause of the framework. Now, the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before the negotiations began. In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire negotiations is unreasonable. If you understand that your enemy does not respond to anything but force, does not respond to anything but military deterrence, that's the only way that they engage in restraint. You have to go back to the You have to go back to what's been working for you. And like I've said, I think there are international partners here that have to play a much larger role in demanding that America restrain Israel, or maybe even demand Israel cease its attempts if they want the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened again. But considering how much Israel firsters have been frustrated when the ceasefire was even released, it doesn't seem to be the case that there's enough appetite internally in the American government to go back to implementing some sort of ceasefire here. I think it almost feels like a repeat of Russian failures and a repeat of even the Western agitation and the Western interest in continuing the maximalist demands being made on their side with the unjustifiable and illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. I don't know where we go, but what I can tell you is that the Strait of Hormuz is no longer open for business. I'm happy that the worst possible outcome has been avoided. Donald Trump engaging in the nuclear option, or the worst possible outcome of Donald Trump blowing up the energy grid in its entirety in Iran, has been avoided for the time being. So that's good, especially because that was the threat. But it's obvious that there are a lot of forces that are frustrated by this. Here is some of them. Eli Afriat says, the time has come. Instead of Israel and the U.S. eliminating the regime is bombing Israel. Dear Trump, what did you do all this for? E. Fatlow says, the ceasefire is disappointing. At the end of the day, the people of the West have prioritized their own needs over the liberation of the people of Iran. I don't have enough fingers to count the amount of people who have ranted at me about gas prices for the last few weeks. Kosher says, I don't know how to feel about this. Noah Magid says, this makes me sick. Dr. Eli David says, what? Trump just shared a Rakshi's post that he accepted the regime's 10-point proposal. As a reminder, here's the 10-point proposal. This, of course, will be seen as weakness by the entire Middle East, says Yoav Kaufman. A ceasefire is a very bad idea for the future, for the Iranian people, for Israel and the USA, and basically the whole civilization. Oriel, I don't like it at all. This is a weak move and a wrong move. Finish the job. Terminate the regime. Noah Magid, I don't talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Daniel Rubenstein, Iran has not conceded anything. Spring in Iran. I'm so angry, dejected, and heartbroken right now. Trump instantly went from hero to zero, says Oren Haas. Are you disappointed with the ceasefire? Asks Vivid Prowess, all the way from India. Noah Magid again. I'm disgusted. A fake ceasefire with terrorists while we're in shelters, missiles over our heads, while millions of innocent Iranians have lost hope. Yoav Kaufman, what good does a ceasefire do for anyone but Iran? Donald Trump, fine. Here's a ceasefire. Islamic Republic presses send on ballistic missiles to Israel. And it just goes on and on and on and on. And it's very obvious that the Israeli population was not very happy about this, or at least some of the mouthpieces, not very happy about the ceasefire. They wanted the death and destruction campaign to continue. They wanted to kill more Iranians. They wanted to destabilize Iran. They wanted to destroy Iran. And they don't care if the rest of the planet collapses into this massive energy crisis. Very selfish, unbelievably selfish. Why are we not telling Israel to suck it? We are the United States of America. We are the hegemonic superpower, at least for the time being. Why don't we act like it? All of this, of course, erodes the confidence that even some of Israel's most loyal supporters have from the American side of things. So, nevertheless, we continue. We continue the battle that's waging. Here's what J.D. Vance had to say.
First of all, I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. First of all,
this also makes it virtually impossible to deal with the United States of America or Israel. If you're a foreign adversary, if you're a nation in the periphery, how can you ever trust America to hold its word Like, it's crazy. This is a very different dynamic. We live in a different world now. 39 days ago, we existed in a totally different reality. We are no longer in that reality. And I don't think people in positions of power at the highest ranks in the American administration recognize that. Okay? I don't think they recognize that at all. Meanwhile, Shabazz Sharif openly stated ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. How many times will we have to keep quoting the direct words of Trump-Vance teams as mediator? It is insane the low regard these people hold us in. The United States literally texted Prime Minister Sharif what to say on Twitter, and it included Lebanon. Exactly. We know it. We know they copy-pasted it. It's ridiculous, right? It's totally ridiculous. It's sloppy misinformation that doesn't even work any longer. I think people have hardened their positions against Israel and against Israel's malignant influence on American foreign policy and sometimes even domestic policy, as a matter of fact. And there's no way to change that dynamic. But what also doesn't make sense is that America is still operating as though it has the capability of doing unlimited death and destruction. It has the capabilities of achieving its strategic military goals, and they're just simply not doing that. But they could, right? Like, you talk like this and you act as though there's miscommunication. You say it's propaganda only if you actually have the military might to back it up. And it's very clear, given that America was consistently demanding a ceasefire, that they also at a certain point recognize that they don't have that capacity any longer. So on the one hand, they're still behaving like they could bring Iran to heel, but also on the other hand, they don't have the force to show it. Or at least they don't have the appetite for further death and destruction, especially while Iran continues to close the Strait of Hormuz and dominate what takes place in the energy markets, or has a say in what takes place in the energy crisis that will unfold. It's clear, and Myrov is correct. Netanyahu will absolutely use Lebanon to torpedo this after defense officials made clear Hezbollah disarmament is not a realistic goal in this current operation. So we know the reason the press on it is for domestic politics, but it's not just domestic politics. I think this is like Netanyahu. Netanyahu is not just like responsive to like domestic pressures here. I think this is the overall goal is like they're pretty open about it. Like they think Iran is far weaker than it's ever been. The Iranian axis of resistance, the Iranian-backed axis of resistance have been diminished in its capacity to restrain Israel militarily. That is true, right? So they think this is the only time where they can ever do this. This is the last possible moment for them, especially because what they did in the process caused tremendous anger towards Israel, and they've lost their base of support in the Western populations. No one will ever see Israel the same ever again, and therefore it's going to be much more difficult for these countries to continue being reliable allies to Israel, both on the political front, where they can offer political cover in the United Nations, or even when it comes to offering military aid to Israel directly. So this is their last shot. That's the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu wants to sully this deal, because he wants to keep dominating Iran. And we've already known, because I read pieces of this New York Times article yesterday. We know that this was always like the Israeli goals that they suggested to Donald Trump in an effort to get him into pulling the trigger was a lie. It was built around complete lies. The idea that this would be just like Venezuela, demonstrable lie, right? The idea that they could foment enough instability internally to destabilize the regime if it didn't turn into like a Venezuela-style operation where they decapitate the existing leadership and the new leadership that comes in is much more pliant to American demands. Also a lie. The idea that they could successfully attrit Iranian strike capabilities against the Gulf and Israel, also a lie. That didn't happen. The idea that Iran wouldn't even strike the Gulf States was immediately disproven. Here we are
in the region and a lot of moving parts. Guys?
Hey, Trey, so you obviously were reporting there on strikes that were still coming into Israel. There are reports that strikes are still happening in the region. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this morning there were reports of explosions on 2 Iranian islands and at least 1 oil facility off the coast of Iran, an indication that the United States or Israel is still conducting airstrikes against the Iranian regime. But it also comes amid new incoming fire toward Gulf countries. Both Kuwait and the UAE have reported dozens of ceasefire violations. We're talking about drones and missiles being launched over the Persian Gulf toward these countries. And so it raises questions about if this ceasefire is actually in place, if this is an issue of getting the command down to some of these lower IRGC officials in the south of the country. But what we have seen in the aftermath of that announcement by President Trump is a variety of ceasefire violations by the Iranians that has included ballistic missile fire toward Israel and drone and cruise missile attacks toward Gulf countries.
So, Trey, speak to the enriched uranium. It still remains a key issue in all of this. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I've been talking with Israeli officials this morning, and they have been relatively quiet, simply responding, we need to get the job done. They raise a lot of questions about Iran's enriched uranium and questions about if this will be able to be addressed at the negotiating table. They pointed out that nothing has changed from the early days of Operation Epic Fury. And you remember U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff talking about how the Iranians first entered into negotiations before this war began, saying that they had enough highly enriched uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs. Israeli officials are asking, where is that enriched uranium? And if the United States believes that as a result of these 2 weeks, they'll be able to get a deal that addresses this nuclear threat. One official said, we don't want Iran to turn into North Korea. And there are serious questions that still remain about the ability to secure that highly enriched uranium, the main reason that this operation began.
Trey, there are 2 things in the 10-point proposal that are really the biggest red flags, according to all the articles I've read and according to us. Number 1 is the acceptance of the enrichment. They want to continue to enrich uranium. We can never allow them to do that. In fact, we want to go in and try to get that enriched uranium that is buried underground. So, but then I'm reading.
That question is how? Like, if we have the capability to do so, why haven't we done it? You know, everybody talks about what we should be doing, but at the end of the day, it literally turns into don't siege Leningrad, just take it. Okay. All the armchair generals on television just keep demanding that America do something that is clearly outside of their capabilities. Because if it was within their capabilities, they would do it. Like, do we feel like America has this power and they're just simply not doing it because they love Iran or something? Like they want Iran to have the enriched uranium? What a stupid demand this is. It's been 39 days. Obviously, if America could do it without putting boots on the ground and engaging in potentially a decades-long conflict with Iran that will be devastating for every party involved in it and all of the other forces in the region, that will only continue the pain that the global energy markets experience. In the absence of that, it's clearly not in the cards for Donald Trump and the American forces to go in and take out the enriched uranium. There's one way to do it, or there was rather one way to do it. It had happened in the past, and that was with the JCPOA. If you want to restrain Iran's nuclear grade enriched uranium capacity, if you want to restrain Iran's nuclear capacity, there was one way that we had successfully done that, right? It was with the JCPOA. Barack Obama did it. Donald Trump ripped it apart. It's clear that there's no other outcome here. And it shouldn't take tens of billions, almost $100 billion of loss and the loss of American troops from the American perspective, because they clearly don't care about the people that they're killing. But it shouldn't take all of that for America to finally come to that conclusion. And it seems to me like America is still not at that conclusion. even if behind closed doors, they're communicating as though they've reached that conclusion. Because that's the other element here. Behind closed doors, they're begging for a deal. America is, right? In public, they're saying, oh, Iran is begging us for a deal. It's over for Iran. We've destroyed them. Look at how mighty our military is. But the reality of the matter is, they understand that they don't have the capability to do this. They don't have the power to do this without engaging in a potential decades-long boots-on-the-ground invasion of a country that is much larger than any other country that we've invaded, that has 93 million people in it, many armed combatants that have a lot more experience in engaging in counterinsurgency and insurgent-style asymmetric warfare. And unlike Afghanistan or unlike Iraq, there's also clearly a strategic choke point that they are controlling. Elon Levy says if President Trump lets the Iranians charge a toll for ships in the Strait of Hormuz, then every time you fill up your car at the pump, you will put money straight in the pockets of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This will be a humiliating disaster for the United States. Mortaza says this is hilarious because Israel is currently inflicting a global economic crisis on the world by continuing the war and even overriding any attempt to ceasefire and generating extreme anger in the process by people far from the conflict whose material interests are being harmed. Now that there's an obvious split emerging between the United States and Israeli positions, foreign countries can safely engage in economic boycotts, derecognition of passports, and other measures targeting Israel until it ceases the war without having to confront Washington. That is what has to happen. There's also the other side of this, obviously, the Democrats and the prominent Democrats that are supposed to be the prominent Democrats that are supposed to be like celebrating the fact that Donald Trump is retreating from the absolute worst elements of his goals, absolute worst goals that he had of like death and destruction, full blown genocide campaign. Chris Murphy went on CNN and was like, "Oh, this ceasefire is unbelievable. I hope it's not real. I hope it's not real at all."
Stand out here. One, the safe passage that Trump is saying is going to be provided.
This is what he said last night, and then he continued to say even more unhinged things.
Weeks as part of this, kind of the central part of it, through Hormuz. They're saying is possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces, which obviously implies that Iran controls the strait. And then from the National Security Council, they say this confers upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing in terms of them regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do you hear in all this?
I mean, listen, who knows what's going on? Donald Trump lies every single day. Clearly, he's not telling the truth. But if you accept even part of the Iranian statement, Donald Trump has agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is extraordinary. If you go deeper into the statement from the Iranian National Security Council, they claim that Trump has also agreed to Iran's right to enrichment, to suspend all sanctions against Iran, and to allow Iran to keep their missile program, their drone program, and their nuclear program. Now, who knows if any of that is true, but if at the very least this agreement gives Iran the right to control the strait, that is cataclysmic for the world. And it is just stunning that that's...
Like, how can Democrats not understand that this is horrible messaging, right? Like, this literally proves what I've been saying all along, what we've been seeing all along, which is the idea that Democrats are not actually against destroying Iran, blowing up Iran, and waging war with Iran. They just get to sit there and act as though this wasn't in the cards for them. This wasn't their desire at all. This is no different than the same energy presented by Chuck Schumer in that famous Taco Trump. Trump always chickens out. If you're going to cut a side deal and negotiate with Iran without telling us, like, that's bullshit. You have to bomb them. It's the same shit. And this is the most transparent version of that sentiment, where instead of saying, look, we should have never gotten into this predicament to begin with, and although it's a worse position overall for Donald Trump, I'm glad that there's finally a pathway towards a ceasefire, long-lasting peace in the region. But instead of saying that, they're saying we could have done it better. We could have continued this war in a more effective manner. Or saying Donald Trump should continue this war in a more effective manner to absolutely destroy the Iranian nuclear capabilities. Like, there's no alternative here. They don't even present the alternative that Democrats famously advanced. use the JCPOA. Say this is a worse deal overall from an American perspective than even the JCPOA. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's clear that we have to negotiate with these people. It's clear that we have to engage with Iran in diplomacy rather than constantly warmongering. All of this is unnecessary. All of this was unnecessary. We learned a hard lesson. But as you know, as people with clear minds and good conscience, we should now turn around and say, all right, we're just gonna diplomatically engage with Iran. Commend Donald Trump even for following through on this, regardless of how tyrannical he is. But they're not doing that. What they're doing instead is agitating Trump. And what they don't realize is this makes them look consistent. This makes them look like cowards. It makes them look weak. Okay? To the average person, they might not care about what happens to the Iranian people, but they don't like that the war is continuing and their gas prices are going up. And the Democrats are supposed to be in opposition to that, right? At least they're trying to communicate their opposition to that. But when they come out when a ceasefire is imminent and they say, oh, well, this is a massive failure for Trump. What are you doing? You should, you didn't achieve any of the strategic goals, and don't actually provide any counter or don't actually commend even an attempt towards diplomacy, even if Donald Trump is inconsistent on that front and most likely will not pursue diplomacy and try to create a long-lasting ceasefire here, long-lasting stability in the region. You're basically saying to the average person that's watching, to your base, is that you would be more violent than Donald Trump. You would have done a much better job of bringing Iran to heel, utilizing the same resources that Donald Trump is utilizing right now. And that's bullshit. This is the major problem. Democrats are not in disagreement with killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Democrats are not in disagreement overall with engaging Iran militarily, right? They actually want it, and they like that Trump did it, and now they can act as though they were always in opposition to it. But even then, they don't present a strong enough opposition. They don't actually try to get people on the record with the War Powers Resolution when they should have. Right now, they're talking about it, but they should have done this months ago at this point, right? And they consistently say, oh, it's the process. It's the process that we disagree with. You didn't ask us for advice. You didn't ask us for confirmation. Process. You should be undermining the argument in its entirety. Why are we waging war with Iran to begin with? It's unbelievable. And while Americans, like I said, are maybe not as careful or considerate about the everyday existence of ordinary Iranians and what we're doing to them right now, they do see their tax dollars light on fire, and they do know what it looks like when they're paying, $20 extra at the pump. They see that. They see that as a negative impact. And they also tie this back directly to Israel. They know that we're waging this war because this is Israel's goals that we're accomplishing. Okay? So for liberals to try to frame this as like we would have actually accomplished Israel's war better than Trump, that's a idiotic argument to present. You look silly. You're not even utilizing the moment. You're not even taking advantage of the moment to set a clear distinction between yourself and the Trump administration. I can't believe it. They're proving exactly what I've been saying all along. What we've been saying all along. Democrats, having spent 5 weeks doing nothing but silently go along with Trump's barbaric war, are now complaining that he chickened out. They are going on cable news and lamenting the fact that Trump didn't commit a genocide tonight. Deeply, deeply unserious people. Scum, even. They're doing the same technique again. They're saying, diet fascism. We would have done restrained fascism, diet fascism. We would have done more organized fascism.
2-week ceasefire is insufficient. We need a permanent end to Donald Trump's reckless war of choice, which is why House Democrats have demanded that Speaker Mike Johnson immediately reconvene the House back into session so we can move a war powers resolution that will end this conflict permanently.
That seems unlikely to happen. What do you actually think is going to happen in this 2-week period? What do you need to, assuming that doesn't happen, what do you need to see happen or want to see happen in this 2-week period?
Assuming it doesn't happen this week, we'll go back into session next week and we will present a war powers resolution as soon as it becomes available to us to do so as a matter of privilege on the House floor. All we need are a handful of Republicans to join us. The American people strongly oppose this reckless war of choice and know that we should not be spending billions of dollars to drop bombs in Iran while Republicans and Donald Trump are unwilling to spend a dime to actually make life more affordable for the American people, including but not limited to by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's unbelievable in terms of the priorities, and yet we've seen this president's behavior unhinged, unpresidential, unconscionable, including the messages that he's communicated to the American people over the last few days.
Yes, Dana Fesh talked about me. I know. I'll cover that. I will get I will get into that in a little bit. Okay? Yeah. Calling for a war powers resolution after the ceasefire announcement is funny, but it will still backfire on Hakeem Jeffries, because the reason why he's calling for it after the ceasefire is because it's over, right? By his calculation, this is the least effective time to demand this. However, given the tendency of Israel to ruin ceasefires, even though he said this last night, that ceasefire is not happening any longer. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. So now he accidentally backed himself into a corner where he unironically has to do the right thing. Fantastic. So expect him to turn around and say, all right, maybe now is not the time for ceasefire later down the line, or hold off on, hold off on demanding a war powers resolution. From his perspective, now would have been the perfect time to make it seem like he's against Donald Trump's unnecessary wars of choice. Okay? So much for the wouldn't be just as bad shit from libs. I know. It's very, very frustrating that so many liberals are stuck on the optics of the situation and refuse to recognize that our electeds, our representatives, are not representing our interests. And that's precisely the reason why they're pushing. That's precisely the reason why they're pushing back on the war powers resolution. But Chris Murphy had a back and forth with Adam Johnson that I thought was really good and really illustrative of the problems that I see with the way liberals are communicating on this. Adam Johnson says liberal messaging that, 1, centers Israel's security, 2, paints Iran as strengthened, and this being inherently sinister, and 3, demagoguing about a nuclear program are reinforcing the logic of U.S. and Israel hostility. These aren't gotchas, they're racist, morally stunted frameworks. The U.S. bombed a school, killing 150 girls. It attacked with provocation. It destroyed hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure, killed 4,000 plus with no moral or legal justification. No morally sound person should care what was achieved. This isn't a game of risk, Adam Johnson says, and he's right. Okay, we have to oppose this war on the moral front, on moral grounds. And we can also oppose the war on legal grounds. We could oppose the war on the reality that it is also leading to economic disaster. Okay, there's a million avenues. But the one thing Democrats consistently keep doing when they talk about the process, and they did this with Venezuela as well, okay? When they did this with Venezuela as well, they said, oh, well, Maduro's a tyrant. He's awful. He's a monster. We're glad that he's getting deposed, but we just don't like the way that Donald Trump did it. It's like when you give him the justification, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Ro Khanna absolutely cooked on this as well. He went on MS Now and he said exactly those words. I'm glad that there's at least someone saying the quiet part out loud, or the part that Democrats are refusing to say. Here it is.
What do you say to people who say the 25th Amendment or impeachment, as we have seen twice before with this specific president, when it's controlled by Republicans, that's just not a realistic scenario?
I think you're using things too tactically. You've been so immune. How about moral principle? How about that when a president threatens to blow up other nations, that we have to see some response to saying that we have a higher moral dimension, that there's something called conviction in politics, that the lives of the Iranian people matter. that the lives of people in Gaza matter, that the lives of people in Cuba matter, that when Donald Trump is echoing Gallant and calling people animals who live in Iran, that we will be a Democratic Party who says that is morally wrong. And when we don't say that, and when we hide behind proceduralism, and when we hide behind tactics, and we hide behind the fact that we don't have votes, then what we say to most Americans is we're not willing to fight for our vision for America, for our moral vision. You know who is willing to fight for his vision of America? Donald Trump. And you know why the Democrats keep losing? Because we don't have conviction in our politics. We don't have inspiration and passion in our politics. We've got people there 50 years who read the same scripts, put out the same bland statements. Get out. Let a new generation lead. You've been ineffective. The base doesn't like you. The base wants fighters. The base wants people with moral vision. And the only people the base are more upset with than Donald Trump is the ineffective leadership of the Democratic Party to stand up when a president of the United States is threatening genocide.
That's it. This is wall-to-wall bars, 1 minute and 34 seconds of cooking, okay? That's the message. You should not shy away from saying exactly this, okay? This is one of the best messages I've seen from any elected, speaking clearly about the demands that voters are making of their elected representatives to demonstrate moral courage, to demonstrate a vision, charting a better pathway, a better future for the United States of America, especially with our foreign entanglements, especially with our dealings with Israel, and what we've done in Iran and many other places as well. The human element of this cannot be lost in the conversation. It's crazy to me, but it is objectively racist, right? It's objectively racist to just be like, well, yeah, we have a whole bunch of school children or whatever, but at the end of the day, you know, if we achieved our war goals, it would have been fine. Like, would it have been fine? Adam Johnson also talked about this with like Chris Murphy, because Chris Murphy says, Iran says the U.S. has agreed to their 10-point plan, which gives them control of the Strait, lets them keep their nuclear program and also their missiles, and drop sanctions against Iran. If this isn't true, and let's hope it's not, it's proof that there's indeed no deal. Adam Johnson said the thing about Chris Murphy is he has pathological triangulation brain. From immigration to war, he simply can't resist taking a decent lefty stance, then immediately attacking Republicans from the right and lamenting over the same confused process or competency criticism, right? It's so stupid. It doesn't make sense. You look inconsistent. You look like you are utterly devoid of any principles on this. And Chris Murphy actually replied to it, right? Murphy explicitly, this was what he said after. He said, Iran says the U.S. has agreed to their 10-point plan, which gives them control over the Strait, lets them keep their nuclear program and also their missiles, and drop sanctions against Iran. If this is true, let's hope it's not, right? I just read that. Murphy explicitly lobbies against the tentative ceasefire deal. Pray tell Chris what terms you think Iran will accept after the U.S. sneak attacked them, killed their leaders, did an Oklahoma City bombing on a girls' school, killed 4,000 more. Guys, I know Fox is doing a hit piece on me again. They haven't stopped doing it. Please shut up, okay? It doesn't matter. The hits are going to keep coming. We have to cover actual news, okay? I can't sit here and listen to racial animus directed against me and also candidates that I align with over and over again for hours every single day, okay? We have to be serious. Although they are unserious here, the Hassanabi broadcasts have to be serious. Someone has to actually cover the news, okay? Who cares what they say? Anyway, Adam Johnson says, did an OKC-style bombing on a girls' school and killed 4,000 more. Some versions of this is the only way it ends. To which Adam Johnson actually replied. He said, if you've paid any attention to what I've said for weeks, you know what I want this war to end immediately. So, of course, I'm glad if the ceasefire holds. That's not inconsistent with pointing out that we're worse off now than before the war started, and that it's bad if Iran controls the Strait. I've been 100% clear. There is no military means to reopen the Strait, and the only way forward is for Trump to stop the war. I think it's important to point out how ham-handed this entire endeavor has been, and how nobody should see Trump's actions as some expert maneuver in war-making and statecraft. To which he also had some pretty decent replies to. I don't know where the replies are, but he basically had a back and forth with Chris Murphy that ended up with that ended up with him saying, like, how do you think we address the genuine demands that Iran as a sovereign nation is making about the reparations that they are owed, right? Clearly, the toll process actually is the least, is the process in which they can demand these reparations with the least amount of friction, because this way America doesn't do direct payments, direct cash payments, and rather allows Iran to collect the toll and rebuild their country and rebuild the damage that we have dealt them, right? It makes total sense. It's not like Congress is going to pay for it. It's not like anyone else is going to pay for it. And they are owed reparations. It's understandable, right? To which he responded with, fine, but some people are going to think, oh, yeah, he said, how one views Trump's competency is irrelevant to the substance of the ceasefire terms. Clearly, he's an oaf, but acting as if it's some giveaway to Iran is doing the pro-war camp's work for them. What other mechanism than tolls could Iran possibly leverage to secure reparations? Chris Murphy says, fine, but some people are going to think the agreement is good and the war was worth it. Our goal should be to show that the war and the subsequent ceasefire, if it really exists, was way worse than the war having never happened. And this involves showing how the world after a ceasefire is worse than the world before the war started, which is why I point out it's bad that Iran now tolls the strait. If people think this agreement is a victory, then it will open lanes for future Trump illegal wars. Yeah, you know what this actually opens up a lane for? Trump to continue this illegal war, because he sees this kind of stuff and he goes, okay, everyone's cooking my ass. They're not letting me eat the damage on this ceasefire. They are obviously calling out. They're obviously agitating for more destruction. Maybe we do actually do boots on the ground military warfare. So, like, because Chris Murphy isn't wrong, right? This is correct from an American framework. If you are thinking America first, American empire first, yes, of course, America is in a worse position overall, but this requires, like, this situation requires people on the opposition party to position themselves actually in opposition with the overarching goals of the Trump administration. This is the problem. The problem is Democrats are not in opposition to the goals that Trump has demonstrated. They want those goals. They just never seemingly had, I guess, the courage or the mania to follow through on it. These aren't narrative abstractions, Adam Johnson responds with, and says, answer 2 questions. Do you think Iran has the right to missile defense? Do you think it's reasonable for Iran to expect war reparations for what you yourself concede is an illegal war? And if so, what mechanism should guarantee this? You very much appear to be opposing baseline Iran self-defense as such, and any type of recompense for Iran after the U.S. killed thousands, destroyed hundreds of billions of infrastructure in a war of aggression that we all agree was unjustified and illegitimate. Is that a fair summation? This is what we mean when we say these guys are two sides of the same coin with like some minor differences. But if you are justifying the underlying reasons as to why this, like, some kind of military action had to happen, right? It doesn't matter how belligerent Trump is, right? Then it's just a difference in tactics. What Democrats should be doing in this moment is to oppose the war in its entirety, not justify the goals that Trump has presented. You have to oppose the goals that Trump has presented. You have to ask a tough question and say, why are we doing this? We, on the one hand, claim it's an illegal war, it's unjustifiable, but on the other hand, we say, that it's good. It's technically something that needed to happen, right? We had the Ayatollah. We had to actually destroy Iran's munitions capabilities, right? It's ridiculous. It's a sovereign country. Of course, sovereign nations are going to have some kind of military deterrence to ensure that what's happening to Iran right now doesn't ever happen again. When you present an argument like this, you're basically saying, I agree with the goals, I just don't agree with the methods. And you don't even demonstrate what your methods would look like. And that reads as inconsistent to the average person. The average person is not putting a lot of thought into this situation. But they are aware enough to recognize that this is an inconsistent way to to talk about this issue. Okay. I mean, I think Adam Johnson's 2 questions were great, and the answers should be, yes, of course, Iran has a right to self-defense. Of course, every country has a right to defend itself. It's how you defend yourself that matters, right? There was actually a really good statement from PM Pedro Sanchez. I hate to get PSO'd here, but he said, the government of Spain will not applaud those who set the world on fire just because they show up with a bucket. And that was bars, okay? That was absolutely bars. Let's be real. He cooked on that one. He cooked on that one, okay? Switch the vid to live now, huh? Wait, what? So I showed you one good statement from Ro Khanna opposing the war on all fronts, including moral and legal, right? And I showed you one bad statement from Chris Murphy. Obviously, the Democrats are channeling exactly what Chris Murphy's been saying. In an effort to immediately oppose Donald Trump while still maintaining some kind of militant posture, they end up justifying why Donald Trump did this to begin with. Okay? Suleiman Masbadeh says, an Israeli source tells me about the ceasefire. We were surprised by Trump's decision. We received updates in the final moments when everything seemed finalized. We are committed to the ceasefire. He's a diplomatic correspondent. And Shael Ben Ephraim says, Israel was not updated until the ceasefire was on the verge of being signed. They were not part of the agreement process. It shows a serious and justified lack of trust that Israel would try to sabotage the talks. But they are. And they still are. They still obviously have the capacity to sabotage talks, because one element of the demands from the Iranian side, which make perfect sense, is to restrain Israel, is to ensure that Israel doesn't strike Lebanon any longer and immediately retreats from southern Lebanon, which it currently occupies. America has the capabilities of restraining Israel. It just chooses not to do so. Which, of course, gives Israel the opportunity to continue sullying these affairs.
The original 10-point proposal had the acceptance of enrichment in Farsi, in the Farsi version. But then, for some unknown reason, that phrase was missing in the English version that was shared by the Iranian diplomats to journalists. The second thing that is of concern, or biggest concern, is Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. They never had control of the strait. It's dangerous because they border the strait, but they didn't have control, and now they want it.
No, this is incorrect. They always had the capacity to control it. They just never applied it. Now they do apply that control, and therefore they de facto have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? If you operate on might is right, or might makes right politics, you can't turn around and cry foul when someone else is demonstrating that. John Favreau says, end U.S. aid to Israel. I told Kneecap that we're going to reschedule. So we're going to reschedule the talks with Kneecap. So the Delta CEO won't commit to lowering ticket prices if the jet fuel prices go down. When asked if his company would lower prices if fuel costs drop, he said instead that lower fuel costs would certainly help us boost our margins this year and certainly into next year as well. Great. So now you know that once a baseline price has been established, capital owners, especially due to market consolidation, and we saw this during COVID as well, in the aftermath of like the peak of COVID, they don't actually drop the prices again, right? And they have the capacity not to drop the prices because there's tremendous market consolidation, and therefore there's tremendous price leadership that takes place. And here we are. I mean, this is literally exactly what happened. This is what we talk about when we say greedflation. This is precisely what's going on. You know, there might be market forces that lead to inflation, but that inflation continues because once a new baseline price has been established, why would you ever go back? It doesn't matter because they don't matter, but it's wild to watch Democrats do the food here is terrible and the portions are so small routine with the ceasefire. Why even bother? Go back to tweeting about rogue streamers. Shouldn't we criticize Trump for losing the war? Yeah, sure. But can we maybe wait until the ink on the ceasefire is dry so that our demented president doesn't decide to scrap the whole thing? Can we hold off like one whole day before we start goading this psychopath is right? You have to think like, what if you're going to oppose Donald Trump, you have to oppose him adequately. You have to oppose the principles of the reasons as to why he had to go into this to this battle, wage this unjustifiable war. You can't, on the one hand, say, well, you know, we agree with the we agree with the goals that have been stated. We just don't agree with the methods. It's very stupid. And also, Democrats haven't been vocal at all up until this moment anyway. And it's ironic that the only reason why they could be vocal is because they thought, oh, ceasefire established. Now we can start shitting on Trump. Now we can actually hang this around his neck, even though this was something that we also wanted. We would never act on it, or maybe we would if we were goaded into it. Who knows? But now it's win-win. You accomplish Israel's goals that you were also invested in, and you get to hang it around Trump's neck because it's, very unpopular. However, because the ceasefire collapsed because of Israel's lack of interest in maintaining the ceasefire, now they're in this unique predicament. Where they oppose it at a time when opposing it means something again, right? They thought they were opposing the war when it's meaningless, when it's over. Turns out now they're opposing the war when it is meaningful. They trapped themselves in this situation, but, make no mistake. Democrats love retreating, and they will retreat on this as well, most likely. At least most of them will. Right? IRGC Major General Mohsen Rezai says Iran will stand with all of our might alongside Hezbollah, and that violations of the ceasefire will be met with punishments against Israel. An American military official already saying that the ceasefire has collapsed. Here we are.
They not only want control of the strait, they want to also be paid at least $2 million per vessel that passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and then split that money with the government of Oman. And Israeli officials say that money will be used to funnel back into the IRGC weapons program to try and rebuild many of the production lines that were destroyed by the United States and Israel throughout the course of this war. And so the bottom line here is that this isn't over. It is a 2-week ceasefire. And the question remains if the Iranians will be willing to make a good faith deal that addresses all of these issues. But when you look at that 10-point proposal by the Iranians, there are a variety of issues that simply aren't going to happen. Not only red lines for the United States, but for the entire world. There's no scenario in which the U.S. military is going to withdraw completely from the Middle East. There are a variety of bases where U.S. soldiers remain. And if that were to take place, it would give the Iranians the ability and flexibility to rebuild their military and nuclear programs and then pose a threat to U.S. forces if they ever return to the region and allies across the Middle East. And so there are a lot of very serious questions here. The positive in all of this is that there are no missiles soaring through the skies of Israel, at least at this moment. But there are serious questions about the future of this agreement and if the Iranians have changed their tune at the negotiations.
Not to put too fine a point on it, and at the risk of sounding anti-Semitic, gagged, it's becoming increasingly obvious that when push comes to shove and the choice is directly between American interests and the Israeli interests at odds with each other, a shit ton of sitting American politicians will choose the Israeli interests. Yeah, it is in some ways because Israeli interests are technically also aligned with like the military-industrial complex and numerous other capital forces as well. And that's why I said what matters in this circumstance most is pressure from capital owners against Donald Trump because there's too much market volatility, too much instability, and it gets to a point where they can't make money, right? But as long as the oil and gas industry is doing all right, especially now that they're like refining heavy Venezuelan crude, as long as the markets are not too on fire, as long as inflation doesn't completely get out of control, then there's a lot of opportunity to make money. There's a lot of opportunity to make money here, so they don't actually apply the pressure necessary to force Donald Trump to finally bring this to a close.
Negotiating table, and if this is going to actually hold.
All right, great reporting down there,
Yeah.
Trey.
Thanks, Trey.
Glad you don't have to wear a helmet today or worry about the missiles. Hopefully this will hold at least for 2 weeks. Thank you, Trey.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube?
Look at that.
Let's get now.
Trump speaks to Sky News hours before announcing the ceasefire. This is again from yesterday, from last night.
The thoughts and the words of our U.S. correspondent Mark Stone, who has spoken to President Donald J. Trump. Mark, great to have you with us. What did the president have to say?
Well, he's upbeat. I spoke to him between the two posts that you referenced there. The first post came about an hour and a half before his self-imposed deadline. That was 8 p.m., the deadline, Eastern time. Remember, that was a point at which 24 hours earlier, he had said if Iran didn't meet his demands, he would effectively, I'm paraphrasing, all hell would break loose in Iran. He'd bomb the power plants. He'd bomb the bridges. It was extraordinary language we heard from the president. But an hour and a half before that, as you have outlined, he decided that he would accept this 10-point plan and accept this 2-week delay. After that, we called him. I called him, and he picked up. He doesn't always, but he did this time. And it was only a short call. These calls are very often very short, about a minute and a half. He said, I haven't got long. Be quick, he said. And so I asked him, how he was feeling with this ceasefire in place. It's great, he said. It's very good. He then went on to say that he believes that we've done everything we wanted to do militarily. He described it to me as a complete victory, a victory in military terms, and then he said, actually, in every other sense as well, a complete victory. That is how he is framing this war, which has lasted for just over a month. Now, I put it to him, and I think this is really important. As you outlined there, what appears to have happened is the president has accepted an Iranian position, which is 10 points. They're outlined in this document here, the National Security Council.
Great reporting, sir. Thank you. That's really good seasoning on this. I like that everyone is just like trying to farm this as like direct access to Donald Trump, but no one actually has. In a minute and a half, you're not going to have any opportunity anyway. But like, there's no like new reporting taking place here, right? I guess the only funny thing that we could look at is the fact that he actually refused to take a phone call from JD Vance when he was on stage, in Hungary, and he's still picking up the phone when random British journalists are calling him from unknown numbers.
Supreme National Security Council statement that came out overnight via Iranian media. And in these 10 points, this is really important, there are maximalist Iranian demands, like all American troops out of the Middle East, not just those that have come for the war, but all of them. Like that Iran should control the Strait of Hormuz, something they didn't do before this war. Now they get to do that as part of this proposal, and also the removal of all sanctions. A few other things as well. These are absolute maximalist Iranian demands. They are something the Americans could never accept, and yet Donald Trump is saying that now they form the viable basis for a negotiation that he thinks could last just 2 weeks. So I put it to him, how is this? How are these proposals anything like anything workable that America could agree to? And he said to me, you don't know what the points are. You don't know what they are. I do know what they are. He then went on to say they're very good points, and that most of them, this is intriguing, most of them have been fully negotiated already. So he is disputing the Iranian position, suggesting that the negotiations are already well developed. Remember, we didn't even know they were directly negotiating. Now he's saying, claiming that they are well developed, and that they are not the maximalist demands that Iran is claiming in their side of the statement. So something doesn't quite add up here. He then said, if it isn't good, we'll go right back to it very easily. I assume by that he's meaning we'll go right back to the fighting. Then he said, I've got to go now, and he ended the call. So it wasn't fulsome, but it was certainly added a lot, I think, to what has been kind of a dizzying night.
Extraordinary that you got to speak to him on such an important night, Mark. Tell us a bit more about his mood. What did you make of his demeanour?
Well, as I say, he was upbeat. And you know what's very interesting? This is the first time we've had his number for a little while. A lot of journalists, I think this is kind of worth pointing out. because it's odd. It's unusual. There are not many world leaders who A, allow their phone number to be out and about, and B, will just pick up to people. But Trump's not any world leader. And his number over the course of a few months has circulated among journalists here in Washington, D.C. We've had it for a little while. We've tried to call a few times. He hasn't answered. And tonight,
Okay, I don't care about this. Jesus Christ. All
Chief
right.
Washington correspondent.
The 30-year-old Hormuzer hasn't talked to high command in weeks, fires one drone every 3 days, destroys the world economy. Greatest joy is smell of burning HFO. Charges toll, doesn't let you through. Doesn't even know who's running the country anymore, doesn't care. I'm gonna Hormuz. True. 30-year-old Hormuzer, IRGC Navy General, IRGC Navy Admiral going nutty mode, just constantly lobbing missiles and constantly lobbing drones. We are unironically at the mercy of a madman, a total psycho. It's unbelievable. Like how are we allowing this ticking time bomb to have the entire planet's future in his grip? I wonder if we're going to see Trump carry out his threats tonight. I know. Also, apparently, this is what was going on this morning at Fox News. As Donald Trump is currently 5 minutes away from nuclear holocaust, okay? This is what Fox News was covering this morning, So for all the liberals who've been crying about this manufactured outrage campaign for like the past 3 weeks, you should have focused your efforts just like I was on addressing what Donald Trump is doing, addressing what Israel is doing, and maybe building up a strong base of resistance against the imminent international rule-based order collapsing actions that our Adolf Hitlerian style president is committed to, seemingly. I do think that the more insane Trump gets, the less likely he is to follow through on that. But like I said, as I've been talking about since yesterday, hopefully it's a Taco Tuesday, okay? Best case scenario, it's Taco Tuesday. Worst case scenario is that the world changes in an irreparable manner tonight. And it's actually insane to me that we are at the mercy of this one singular madman. Luckily, Ro Khanna has been finally advocating for the 25th Amendment, trying to put an end to this somehow, But that's it. Everyone eat tacos today for luck. Yeah, Taco Tuesday, hopefully. Inshallah, it's Taco Tuesday. If you're wondering why Fox News has been doing wall-to-wall coverage on little old me, okay, is it because I present a significant threat to America? Of course not. I'll wear it as a badge of honor, of course, but the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to talk about the real issue here, which is that we are on day 38 of Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, and 60 to $100 billion of assets in the region, radar facilities, radar flights like the AWACS program that are, $500 million a pop have been destroyed. That's your healthcare lighting on fire. That's your potholes not getting fixed. That's your schools not getting the proper funding because we wanted to wage Israel's war against Iran, and we pushed them into a corner where they had to fight back. For 47 years, they hadn't done so, and now they're doing so. And the entire global markets are on fire. You're paying more in gas. You're paying more at the pump. And it's unbelievably cruel to the people of Iran, obviously, first and foremost. But it's indefensible even for from the most selfish perspective in the United States of America, for people who don't care about Iranians, that only care about, the inflation crisis that they are facing. This is only worsening said crisis. All of this, of course, is coming from the president that said he's the peace president. All of this is coming from the guy that said no new wars. All of this is coming from the guy who said he was an isolationist, that he was going to focus on America, making America great again. America is worse than ever before. Our force projection capabilities have diminished. We are no longer the mighty American empire that we presented ourselves as. Because someone out there was actually crazy enough to be able to fight back because we pushed them into a corner. And, this is the results. In the past week or so, Donald Trump has gotten increasingly more belligerent as he realizes that he is incapable of forcing Iran to concede on these ridiculous points that we brought to the table, that we tried to achieve diplomatically. Ironically enough, Iran was actually interested in negotiating with the United States of America, even after the 12-day war, where we engaged in perfidy, where we used the background of negotiations to allow Israel to do a first strike on Iran. And we did that again 38 days ago. And now, understandably, especially after we killed a bunch of little schoolgirls and we killed the people that were willing to compromise with America, the new leadership in charge is a little bit more resistant to dealing with the United States.
News coming into us from NBC. Actually, before that, let me just bring you.
Donald Trump's last belligerent message was Tuesday night, the 7th or 6th extension on blowing up the power plants and civilian infrastructure of Iran, was open the straight, and all glory to Allah. That's what he said on Easter. He was very disrespectful to the entire Muslim world, threatening war crimes over and over again. And you do that when you're in a position of weakness, right? You don't do that if you have the leverage, if you have the upper hand. You only do that when you're belligerent. So now he's actually upped the ante once again. This morning, I woke up to a Trump truth. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Literally says a whole civilization will die tonight and then ends it with God bless the great people of Iran. This is a contradiction baked into the message. Okay? It's unbelievable. He is threatening genocide. He's threatening war crimes. This is Hitlerian, right? It's no longer just Benjamin Netanyahu that was communicating in this Hitlerian manner. Donald Trump is doing it as well. I mean, he's done it before too. So, hopefully people understand exactly what's going on. Damn, Loomer tweeting about you again. Yes, the more Trump is in a state of panic, the more his defenders, the Israel firsters, especially like Laura Loomer, will up the ante and demand my denaturalization and deportation. It's irrelevant. It's a distraction from the main point of contention here. The main issue at hand is Donald Trump is up and in a spectacular manner. Donald Trump is everything up. And he's also threatening to do war crimes. The more Donald Trump is up, the more these guys will hyper-focus on people like myself.
A new post that we've had on Truth Social by Donald Trump. You can see there, he says the whole of civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, they're different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So that statement just released on Truth Social by Donald Trump in relation, of course, to that deadline that should expire at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, U.S., which is 1 a.m. British time, so our time, 1 a.m. Wednesday morning, where Donald Trump has said that if the Strait of Hormuz has not been reopened and there isn't a deal with the Iranians, then he would destroy countless Iranian infrastructure, including power plants, bridges, and desalination plants as well.
Now to breaking news on the war with Iran. There have been more strikes on Iran today, just hours before President Trump's deadline for...
Yeah, Donald Trump said that, and Donald Trump is threatening to blow up the power plants, okay, the civilian power plants. Two things. Number one, this is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Okay. Not that it matters. For America, it's a Geneva suggestion, right? It's not real. However, one of the most unbelievable lines of defense that I have seen thus far, one of the most Israeli lines of defense on the clear-cut terrorism that Donald Trump is advocating for here, has come from these, Israel firsters that don't want to address the true problem here and instead are talking about a whole bunch of nonsense. And here is one of them. Eric Doherty, another Trump regime booster, says, breaking, Iran is now forming human chains in front of a power plant in Khazarun in a bid to dissuade President Trump's strikes come 8 p.m. They even invited children to attend. This is evil and disgusting. Iran views their people as meat shields. They're literally saying this is a human shield. Someone even had the audacity to claim that that's the real violation of the Geneva Convention. Here is Javier Blas, energy and commodities columnist at Bloomberg. Iran is likely to deploy human shields to its bridges and power plants tonight. The use of civilians as human shields is banned under the Geneva Convention, Article 51. And it's unbelievable. It's Iranian civilians on their own volition, hoping, perhaps naively, that this will cause America to be restrained and not blow up their bridges that they use, not blow up their power plants that they need. The Army has contingencies, okay? When you blow up a power plant, you're not actually destroying a power plant for any sort of real military purpose. It's not dual use. It's bullshit, okay? To which I said, yeah, Iran would be violating the Geneva Convention here. Get a grip, man. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who have totally dropped all pretexts where they say, look, when Trump wants to blow up a power plant, there's no more Geneva Conventions. It's simply a Geneva suggestion, okay? Please do not give any credence to this totally insane retort from those who are actively demanding that we do terrorism, okay? These are people who defended Israel's conduct in Gaza, and they said the exact same shit. They were like, Hamas is actually setting up human shields. Hamas is setting up human shields. That's why we had to blow up the entirety of Gaza. It was bullshit then, and it's bullshit now, okay? There's no such thing. We are violating the Geneva Convention here, okay? We are violating it. That's what we are threatening to do. The threat alone is terrorism. The threat alone should be actionable, for the record, okay? The notion that these people are going against their will because the Iranian government is like forcing them to do this is also bullshit. Okay? There are dissidents. There are anti-IRGC prominent critics of the government, people who have literally been arrested in the past that are on their own volition going out and saying, we're going to sit outside of these power plants because hopefully America and Israel will be a little bit more restrained. I hope they're not wrong.
Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And there's a blunt new warning from the president this morning. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Nate, President Trump posted a truly apocalyptic message this morning designed apparently to force Iran to cut a deal. He said, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. He was asked multiple times yesterday whether bombing civilian infrastructure would be a war crime. He insisted the Iranian people want him to do it.
They want us to keep bombing.
As the clock ticks down to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump's threats are getting more specific.
Every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock. Every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again.
Trump was asked repeatedly Monday whether such attacks on civilian infrastructure would constitute a war crime. He insisted the Iranian people get it.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing.
The war was also on his mind at the annual White House Easter egg roll.
I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran.
Flanked by the Easter Bunny and the First Lady, Trump rejected a 45-day ceasefire proposed by other countries in the region.
The only one that's going to set a ceasefire is me. I haven't set any ceasefire.
Despite his tough talk, Trump said he believes the Iranians are negotiating in good faith, though he claimed the talks have been hampered by the destruction caused by U.S. missiles.
We're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication.
With gas prices surging and his poll numbers sagging, Trump acknowledged there is pressure on him to wrap up this war.
Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money.
Unfortunately. He said, unfortunately, although I have an unlimited appetite for death and destruction, unfortunately, the American people want this to come to a close. You know, I mean, he's under a lot of pressure. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'm telling you right now, the reason why he's behaving like a madman is because of the pressure that he's experiencing. Straight up. Okay. I've told you already, the real pressure points are capital. The real pressure points are Israel, and the real pressure points are all of these allies, right? All of the allies that America has that could potentially go back to America and say, dude, what the f- are you doing? You got to stop, right? He needs to get a Jamie Dimon boss call. He needs to get a boss call from all, like the coalition of the willing, and he hasn't gotten it yet, or he hasn't listened to it yet, and that is what the real forces of restraint look like here. It's unfortunately not the Democratic pressure, right?
President Trump claimed yesterday that he could take out the entire country in one night if he wanted to. The president of Iran posted on X overnight, quote, over 14 million proud Iranians have up to this moment declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives in defense of Iran.
Wow, Iranians not mincing any words either. Nancy, we thank you. CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett joins us now. Listen, Major, the president is talking tough. If anything, he's doubling down. How seriously do you think we should take this ultimatum?
Very. The president was talking himself into it in the briefing room yesterday when he said the Iranians, the civilians in Iran, not the leadership, the civilians in Iran, for whom this war is putatively fought on behalf of, want the United States and Israel to keep bombing them more. That's the president talking himself into this, also saying that they could withstand the hardship that would be inflicted by destruction of most of the infrastructure of that country supporting 90 million people. That is the president in full public view talking himself into this. And there's plenty of reporting here at CBS and among other news outlets that the Israelis and the United States are expanding the array of targets presented to.
Where are the Democrats? Is a question that a lot of people are asking. I myself have asked this question as well. Finally, it's getting to a point of no return here. So some of the Democrats have actually started saying, oh, Mr. President, stop. Now, of course, obviously, even as the minority party here, the Democrats had some power. They could at least threaten the rest of Congress to be on the record defending this unjustifiable war, defending the war crime presidency. Okay? And they chose not to do that because our leadership is absolutely on board with waging war with Iran. And it's even better that it's Trump doing it. They want it to happen. And it's even better that Trump's doing it because now they don't have to be weighed down. They don't have to be weighed down with the negative association of being responsible for this unpopular and unjustifiable war. I mean, this is basically what it is. Trump, I'm going to commit a genocide. Democrats, did you get congressional approval first? The Democrats have done less than I have. At least I've been talking about Donald Trump and constantly demanding Democrats to do something about it, invoke the 25th Amendment, invoke the War Powers Resolution. There are some Democrats who have actually tried to make this happen, but the National Party has been restrained. Okay, a competent counterbalance here, a competent opposition party here would push for the War Powers Resolution instantaneously. The moment that we started amassing troops in the region before the first strike took place, we should have been agitating, okay? The Democrats should have gotten together and created a plan of attack. They should have immediately demanded the War Powers Resolution, okay? Not just saying like, oh, inform the public why you're doing this, Mr. President, but actually demand congressional representatives and senators get on the record with their support for this war, okay? They should have done that instantaneously, and they should have kept pushing for it and agitating for it over and over again in every single mainstream outlet, okay? It's actually unbelievable. There were more prominent Democrats in this last 2-week buildup to Donald Trump threatening to do maximum terrorism on Iran, okay? There were more prominent Democrats talking about me than they were about Donald Trump on TV hits, giving interviews to Jewish Insider and whatnot. It was so crazy, right? And you have party writers who are running around. You have party writers, DNC-backed candidates, or DNC-backed influencers who have been chirping at me rather than hoping that their electeds that are supposed to listen to them do the right thing here, okay? Launch a legislative battle. That's a point of pressure. That's a necessary point of pressure that galvanizes the public into feeling like their voices are being heard. It's a spectacular failure, and it's basically everything that's wrong with the party right now. And that's precisely the reason why, while people are still out there doing protest votes, understandably, in special elections, the overall confidence that the Democrats themselves have in the party is horrible. The numbers are terrible. Akbar Shahid Ahmed also brings up a really devastating point here. White House denies it is considering using nuclear weapons in Iran. Okay? Trump aides have discussed this as a possible step in the military campaign, including Israel launching a nuclear strike. This is something that I brought up. To you guys from day one. I was like, there's always the nuclear escalation up the escalation ladder. It's the final solution, right? There's no guarantee that even if nukes are deployed, that Iran would stop, right? I've been fearful that Israel could potentially go nuclear if they felt too threatened, if their defenses had been diminished to such a spectacular degree. Instead of being restrained by the United States of America, they could go up the nuclear escalation ladder and change the world in an irreparable way. But if you are wondering why, there isn't enough motion, enough anger and resentment, sufficient defenses launched by congressional representatives on the Democratic Party side, it certainly is. It certainly is because, as Adam Johnson correctly points to, most of Congress and our media agrees with what Trump is doing, even if they quibble about style and process. The liberal establishment cannot run the regime change propaganda ball 90 yards, then credibly hand-wring about the play call to punch it in. It falls flat. This is something that I brought up in the buildup as well. I kept repeating over and over again. You can't say you disagree with the actions Trump is taking, but you agree with the principles as to why he's taking those actions. That's the whole point of Donald Trump. He's a madman willing to do things that Democrats won't. That's how he presents himself to his audience. That's how he presents himself to his base. His base likes that. So if you as a Democrat are not making a convincing case as to why these actions are wholly unjustifiable, unbelievably violent, unbelievably costly, totally illegal, and you turn around and you say, well, we hate the Ayatollah. It's good that he died. It's good that we're killing him. You can't turn around and just say, well, but the process has not been followed. Your criticism rings hollow, and that's not where the base is anyway. Okay? If Iran is indeed ontologically evil and mercilessly mowed down 40 billion protesters, then there isn't much substantive critique that can be made here. Schumer and Jeffries in particular have never veered away from process because on the merits, they agree with Trump. Exactly. They might not agree with the instability, at least on an aesthetic posture. That's the thing, right? On the aesthetics, they say that they're upset about the process. They say they're upset about the way it looks. And there's a reason for it, because it is an unpopular war. So Democrats will then cynically use this unpopular war that they were on board with, that they didn't launch a sufficient defense against in a moment where they should have, right? They will then turn around and blame Trump for following along with something that they also were on board with. It's a win-win for them because they're thinking about this totally in a sociopathic manner. Deeply reported story by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan about an extraordinary pitch presentation Netanyahu made to convince Trump to go to war with Iran. Another moment of vindication, by the way. In the Situation Room on February 11th, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Mr. Trump a brief video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, now a Washington-based dissident who had tried to position himself as a secular leader who could shepherd Iran towards a post-theocratic government. Ironically enough, in and around the 2000 era, in the war on terror era, Pahlavi had also presented himself as someone who was a devout Muslim, a nationalist, someone who would shy away from having open allegiances to the state of Israel. And now the situation has changed. The dynamic has changed. So he's openly a puppet of the state of Israel, not realizing that obviously actually deteriorates his base of support inside of Iran, because Israel and America are responsible for killing schoolgirls, blowing up medical facilities, blowing up hospitals, and now threatening to blow up civilian infrastructure. Now, you never will be a part of any sort of Iranian governance in the future. It's over. It's done. I mean, it was never going to happen anyway because he's an incompetent idiot, but it's absolutely over now, right? Who could have predicted that? The point is, if I, as a 34-year-old Twitch streamer, political commentator with no inside information, can foresee this stuff, and you can as well, where are the Americans, right? Where are the intelligence analysts? They were there too. Make no mistake. They were there. They were informing Donald Trump. Donald Trump chose not to listen to them because he was too busy listening to the PowerPoint presentations being presented to him by, Adolf Hitler's reincarnated corpse, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to a near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. Also wrong. The regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. Spectacularly wrong. And the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal, perhaps the most wrong. Notice how all of the things that Benjamin Netanyahu was telling Donald Trump was directly at odds with his own intelligence assessment from the American intelligence community. It was entirely wrong. And not only was it so wrong that his generals also warned him against doing such a thing, obviously they still pulled the trigger because they're loyal dogs to Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump is a servile dog to Israel, they end up becoming loyal, servile dogs to Israel themselves. But the reality of the matter is every single person knew exactly how devastating this would be, and yet they leaned into it. This is part of the reason why I kept repeating over and over again that we have to cut Israel out of the equation, okay? And that still is a demand that I am making. We have to cut Israel out of this process. We have to restrain them. We have to bring them to heel. They have to be reminded that they are not the dominant force here. We are. Okay, the United States of America holds the cards in that relationship. The United States of America and Israel don't hold the cards when it comes to the Iranian debacle that we have found ourselves in, right? Where we're so desperate that we're threatening war crimes over and over again, seemingly with the hopes that will cause the Iranian government to throw away their upper hand that they currently have in this war, as America and Israel have not achieved any of their military goals. None of their war goals have been achieved. That much is clear, right? Threatening war crimes while already doing war crimes in a war of aggression. Exactly. 8 p.m. after extended hour stock market. Yeah, but that's where we're at. Pretty shocking that people are leaking direct quotes to Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. The president then turned to General Kane. General, what do you think? General Kane replied, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." Mr. Trump quickly weighed the assessment. Regime change, he said, would be their problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people. But the bottom line was that his decision on whether to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether parts 3 or parts 4 of Mr. Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. We now know that none of them were achievable, and this assessment is correct. General Kane was right. And I said it at the time as well. General Kane was in those rooms. He recognized the lies Israel was pitching Donald Trump. He recognized that Donald Trump was not listening to him. So what did he do? And this is not a guy that I align with ideologically. I mean, this is a monster, right? But what did I say in the buildup, in the naval assets buildup that was taking place? What did I say? General Kane went to every single media outlet that would listen and leaked to them basically that this was going to be a war of choice that would devastate America's force projection capabilities and destroy America's munitions. He openly said this, right? He went to every outlet. Why did he do that? Why did such a high-ranking individual in America's, in the American military go to the media in the buildup, in the lead up to this 38-day quagmire that we're in, where Trump is now officially threatening the nuclear option in many respects, because he understood that the Israelis were lying, and he tried to pressure Trump by way of the media. Okay, and what did Trump do? He's like, "No, General Kane loves me." Nope. Yeah, it's not an ideological objection either, since he didn't do this with Venezuela. It's just calculation. Exactly. Of course, these guys are monsters. This is what I was trying to explain to people when there were State Department officials that were coming out early on when Biden was bear hugging Netanyahu and saying, go all the way, right? They were saying, I have plenty of objections, not because I care about the humanity of Palestinians necessarily, but I care about advancing the interests of empire. There were people in the CIA, people in the State Department that has spent years and years, gun running for these horrible criminal entities. And they were like, we can't continue this because Israel's going to do a genocide. We know that is going to happen. We have to put an end to it. And the American government at the time, under the leadership of Biden, was taking the wrong approach. This would greatly diminish America's force projection capabilities. This would turn Israel into a pariah state. We have to restrain Israel for the sake of Israel. And no one in a leadership role is actually looking at this with a sober approach. And that's where we're at. 77-year-old House Dem facing younger primary challenger seek to impeach Donald Trump. Larson charged Trump with murder, war crimes, and piracy over Venezuela military intervention and the naval blockade. Representative John Larson is mounting a long-shot bid to impeach President Donald Trump as he stares down a primary threat from younger challenges. I don't know how much teeth this kind of stuff has, but it's very funny that Fox News is presenting it as like a primary challenge that's lighting a fire under the ass of a Democrat, right? It doesn't even, at this point, it doesn't even matter if it's like, if that's the motivator or not, right? Let's hear from the Iranian side as well after we're done with this video.
To the president as options for this particular mission. So the markets are nervous. They are not trading aggressively down, but they are taking this threat seriously. That's not one or the only indicator, but it's one indicator of how the global economy is viewing all this, Gail. And if there is one restraining mechanism on all this, it's not the polling data in the United States. The president acknowledged that in Nancy's piece, sure. But the economic catastrophe globally that might come from a set of strikes like this is the one restraining mechanism on the president. That's the one thing that he has always been hesitant to play with, because he considers it actual economic fire for the globe and for the United States. So that is a backdrop here. But you've got to take the president's rhetoric and his intent rather seriously.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very unsettling and, to be honest, quite frightening. But this deadline has been delayed before. What happens if President Trump delays again? And do you think that's likely?
I don't know if it's likely or not, Gail, but again, you can look at the president's rhetoric and find ways in which he could do this. The president said regime change has already been accomplished and that these new leaders, we don't know who they are, he never says who they are more reasonable, smarter, and sharper, that he could create a deal. And if he creates a deal, even if it's just temporary, the world would relax. But until there's a full ceasefire and an end of all hostilities, no one will relax fully here in Washington or in any global capital.
All right, Major, thank you very much. To hear more of Major on all of this and all the big stories from Washington today, tune into The Takeout, airing weeknights at 5 o'clock on CBS News 24/7.
Smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat HaSharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. Explosions were heard in the...
Yeah, Israeli army has struck railways after threatening to strike railways. Once again, civilian infrastructure that they're claiming is dual use, another act of terrorism. AOC also had some words to say about Donald Trump. Donald Trump's threats to kill an entire civilization. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to say. This is a threat of genocide and merits removal from office. The president's mental faculties are collapsing and cannot be trusted. To every individual in the president's chain of command, you have a duty to refuse illegal orders. That includes carrying out this threat. Yeah. Pahlavi Reza also had some choice words. To the armed forces of Iran, you're the heirs of the legacy of the patriotic and honorable commanders of this land. How can you remain silent and inactive in the face of brazen presidents and boasts of foreign agents and criminals affiliated with the Islamic Republic in the streets of Iran? Buddy, where are you at? Buddy, you are the foreign agent, okay? You have behaved as the foreign agent. You have aligned with these malignant forces that are actively seeking out the destruction of this thousands of years old culture. They are destroying schools. They're destroying facilities that people use, colleges, universities, places where academic research is conducted. You're aligned with them. Get the fuck out of here. You're sending these messages from goddamn Langley talking about rise up in arms. Rise up in arms against who? Israel and America? Or rise up in arms against the government that is the only thing standing in the way of imminent death and destruction. The United States also bombed dozens of Iranian military targets on Karg Island overnight. So here's what I think is happening. Okay, are you ready for this? Here's what I think is happening. I'm gonna give you best case scenario and worst case scenario. Okay, best case scenario is it's Taco Trump. It's Taco Tuesday. Trump extends once again. It's yet another real moment where people understand that Trump doesn't have the leverage, and he's cognizant of that fact, right? Because Iran keeps saying, we're not going to negotiate on half measures here. You have to give us real assurances. Here are the demands that we're making, right? And they have the upper hand. If they didn't have the upper hand, Donald Trump wouldn't actually expand the targets directly to civilian infrastructure, power plants and whatnot, right? They wouldn't do that. If they were able to successfully deteriorate Iran's striking capabilities, Iran wouldn't be able to strike Israel. They would be able to deploy aircraft over the Iranian airspace and destroy these facilities with ease, right? None of that has happened. So that's part of the reason why he's threatening. So best case scenario is it's fucking Taco Tuesday, okay? Donald Trump doesn't engage in the nuclear strike, doesn't destroy the power plants, okay? And there's an extension, right? He just claims once again that these guys, Iran is conceding, right? Falsely claiming that Iran is conceding. And obviously, intelligent people recognize the dynamic here, hopefully, and they understand. That's what we're looking for. We're hoping, inshallah, for Taco Tuesday. Okay? The less worse, but still bad scenario is Trump tacos off of bombing the power plants and the bridges, but still is using that chaos and fear to actually try to launch a special operation on Karg Island or numerous other islands and try to take over the Iranian coastline in this, most likely very deadly military campaign that will unfold. Even if they take out the conventional forces on the ground, whether it be in Karg Island or in any number of different islands that they've entertained bombing, entertained invading, they will not be able to successfully hold these places, obviously. I've gone through the many different reasons as to why this would be most likely a failure. But that's like the second best worst case scenario, is that he doesn't bomb the power plants and these facilities, civilian infrastructure, and instead tries to do a military operation. It's still bad, right? But who knows? Worst case scenario is they use a nuclear first strike. That Israel or America, most likely Israel, deploys a nuclear weapon. There's no assurances that would actually lead to successful deterrence from Iran, but it will be a world-changing event, right? Because if America or Israel were to either blow up the power plants and blow up civilian infrastructure, or even deploy a nuke, that would be devastating. That would change the world, right? That would change the world completely. The deployment of nukes would change the calculation entirely for countries that have nukes. And there is no guarantee that would actually stop the Iranian retaliation anyway, considering the mosaic structure that they have. I mean, even if they don't nuke, I'm saying, like, even if they were to, the second worst case scenario beyond nukes would obviously be still blowing up the power plants and following through with these threats of doing terrorism. And in that situation, again, no guarantee that Iran stops its retaliation, and Iran would most likely retaliate in kind and completely eviscerate the Gulf. Iran would destroy the desalination plants in the Gulf. Iran would destroy as many Israeli targets that they possibly can as well. It would be a nightmare. It is a nightmare scenario if 20% of the entire world's oil and gas supply is destroyed overnight. There's obviously other options here as well, mining the strait, rendering all commercial traffic impossible. I don't know. I mean, it would be unbelievably violent. So those are the options. And I do think personally that Trump will taco here, hopefully, especially considering that, shut off the Bab el-Mandeb as well, with the Houthis. So shut off the entry point into the Red Sea, before I forget. That's another threat that Iran has also presented. Okay? March's pants, though? Yeah, he has great pants. So yeah, I mean, I'm fine with being late. You should communicate that to them. We can be a little bit later, because like coming there early is not. Yeah, I would be down to do that. Totally. Footage published by Iran's Fars news agency shows pro-government protesters forming what Fars describes as a human chain in front of the Khazarun combined cycle power plant in light of President Trump's deadline for a deal. I know. Well, we're going to be talking about that in a second. But what is Iran saying in all of this? What's the Iranian response so far? Well, because they have an upper hand in these conversations, because America has not actually achieved any of its military objectives and is now just like flinging around wildly like a madman, increasing the Hitlerian intensity of the commentary and the threats. A senior Iranian source tells Reuters, Iran will close Bab el-Mandeb if the situation escalates, utilizing the Ansar Allah movement and the Houthis. They've done so before. U.S. has not changed its tone. No negotiations with the Americans. Iran will strike power plants in response to energy attacks. Entire region plunged into darkness, including Saudi Arabia. Iran last night hit a Saudi refinery, a facility that is responsible for 7% of the Saudi oil supply. They hit an industrial facility last night, lighting it on fire. Saudi Arabia claimed that it was, some of the intercepted missiles that fell on top of the facility. It was bullshit or whatever, but obviously those were successive and successful strikes, right? And that was, I think, a threat for more to come. The Iranian goal there is very clear. They're trying to get the GCC to apply pressure to Donald Trump with the hopes that they don't have to escalate. Also, before cutting off direct diplomacy with the U.S., Iran told Pakistan that it believed it was winning and retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal. Now, of course, they're probably exaggerating the numbers, but it's clear that they still have a significant capabilities, right? Even before Iran cut off direct diplomacy with the U.S., it was sticking to a hardline position in the negotiations and showed no signs of backing down. Tehran told Pakistan, which is mediating the talks, that it believed it was winning and that it retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal, according to mediators and a person familiar with the matter. Mediators said the numbers were likely exaggerated, but reflected Iran's unflinching negotiating position. The U.S. and Israel are continuing to strike Iran with force as President Trump's ultimatum deadline nears. Iran has threatened to retaliate with large-scale strikes on Gulf countries and Israeli power and energy infrastructure, according to mediators on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And now we have B-52s taking off, departing the Royal Air Force Base in Fairford. Local videos show loaded B-52, 7-hour combat flight time. Iran puts them in striking range by 8 p.m. As far as Trump's inside, as far as, the people around Trump that are warning him against taking this kind of chaotic and violent action that will breed even more instability and destroy global energy markets, of course. It seems my hair is out of control. J.D. Vance is one of the only people inside of the room that's like demanding some restraint from Trump. It seems, hey, Hassan, I think you forgot that Trump won the FIFA Peace Prize. It's true, he did. It's true, he did do that. Obviously, he would never entertain disparaging the beautiful, wonderful, incredible FIFA Peace Prize. He would not tarnish the good reputation of the FIFA Peace Prize, right? He would never do that. That would be a horrible mistake. A distinguished award. Its legacy will reverberate. The Nobel Peace Prize, then the committee there feel horrible for failing to give Trump the Peace Prize that he deserved. Mr. Hegseth and Mr. Kane ran through the sequencing of the attacks, and Mr. Trump said he wanted to go around the table and hear everyone's views. Mr. Vance, whose disagreement with the whole premise was well established, addressed the president. I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I support you. Ms. Wiles, Susie Wiles, told Mr. Trump that if he felt the need to proceed for America's national security, then he should go ahead. All of them. Mr. Ratcliffe offered no opinion on whether to proceed, but he discussed the stunning new intelligence that the Iranian leadership was about to gather in the Ayatollah's compound in Tehran. The CIA director told the president that regime change was possible depending on how the term was defined. If we just mean killing the supreme leader, we can probably do that, he said. When called on, Mr. Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was a legally permissible option in terms of how the plan had been conceived by the U.S. officials and presented to the president. He did not offer a personal opinion, but when pressed by the president to provide one, he said that as a Marine veteran, he had known an American service member killed by Iran years earlier. This issue remained deeply personal. He told the president that if Israel intended to proceed regardless, the United States should do so as well. This is also important to understand. So there's like very little restraint coming from the inside. But there's also very little restraint. There's some restraint coming from the Democrats, some demands of restraint coming from the Democrats, which is good. It's a little too late, but it's good nonetheless. But also on top of that, there is virtually no response from the global leadership. Muted reaction from world leaders to the U.S. president threatening to obliterate Iran in one night. When Putin hinted at nukes, there was talk of sanctions, international isolation, even threats of World War III. We don't even get words of condemnation in response to this. It's unbelievable. The amount of cruelty that America can subject the rest of the world to is unbearable. I cannot believe it. Like, these guys have no interest in maintaining normalcy at all. They will cast everything aside when America wishes it. It's crazy. No one wants to talk to you guys? That's cope. That's cope. It's not that no one wants to talk to us. Okay? It's not that no one wants to talk to us. It's that we are not a restrainable force is the assessment. Like, our European allies are just, they've decided like there's nothing to do here. And there is something to do. Any kind of pressure works. Yeah, Fizz is right, by the way. Chad, if you already seen people claiming that Hassan always just says America equals bad, remember that he's the only one saying the truth. Exactly. It's shameful. What we're doing is shameful. I want America to be a force for good, not a force for evil. And unfortunately, as it stands currently, we are a force for evil around the planet. We are a malignant force. Anyway, when called on, Mr. Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was legally permissible. Mr. Chung laid out the likely public relations fallout. Mr. Trump had run for office opposed to further wars. People had not voted for conflict overseas. The plans ran contrary to everything the administration had said after the bombing campaign against Iran in June. How would they explain away 8 months of insisting that Iranian nuclear facilities have been totally obliterated? Mr. Trump gave neither a yes or no, but he said that whatever decision Mr. Trump made would be the right one. Ms. Leavitt told the president that this was his decision and that the press team would manage it as best as they could. Mr. Hegseth adopted a narrow position. They would have to take care of Iranians eventually, so they might as well do it now. I mean, you got a team of drunks and loyalists and cattle. Of course, they're not going to give you alternative options. Like, everyone's assessment in the room is that, yeah, this shit's probably going to suck. It's entirely antagonistic to everything that you won on. It's contradictory to everything that you claim to believe, but it doesn't matter. Oh my God. Politico also got another hit in. Adam Wren, new playbook. Abdul al-Sayed declines to part ways with Hassan the Hun's post that Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler ahead of his 2 rallies with the streamer today. I mean, when you're threatening genocide against the whole people, that speaks for itself, al-Sayed said. I mean, yeah, it's true. Mr. Hassan Dawn Piker, today's my birthday. For a birthday present, you should totally whip and nay-nay on stream right now. I don't want Politico to demand comments from Abdul al-Sayed for my unsuccessful attempts at whipping and nay-naying today. Okay, another snippet. Tucker Carlson, the commentator who had emerged as another prominent skeptic of the intervention on the right, had come to the Oval Office several times over the previous year to warn Mr. Trump that a war with Iran would destroy his presidency. A couple of weeks before the war began, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay, the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. Because it always is, Mr. Trump replied. Oh, my God. Happy birthday, chatter, by the way. Because it always is. It always is. Yeah. Tucker Carlson also had one of the best responses I've seen to Donald Trump. Like, I mean, it totally directly admonishing him. I tried to UMich to host Abdul, and they refused, calling you and him anti-Semitic, and they will not push those voices. What? University of Michigan? I'm a grad student at UMich Ford School of Public Policy, and I want to show you around the school and point out their Zionism. I try to get their Markhams to reach out, but they said they need to protect Jewish voices. This behavior needs to be called out. I'll give you a tour before you leave Ann Arbor. Yeah, that's not going to happen, big dog. Sorry. But also, I'm literally speaking at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, so, like, obviously, the school has a different approach to this. So can the EU and GC vassals stop this? Because what did we Asians do to deserve this energy crisis? I mean, nothing. You just are at the mercy of America's instability. And once again, remember, we here in the heart of empire, we here in the imperial core, legitimately suffer the least amount of consequences. There's still a little bit of friction, obviously, right? There will still be a little bit of friction because, you know, gas, the oil is a global commodity, which has inelastic demand. So they're going to need to get it, right? Countries that can't get it from the Strait of Hormuz are still going to have to get it somehow. And that is the reason why the price of a barrel goes up regardless. And you know, that is obviously consequential on inflation. But that's a marginal problem for everyday Americans in comparison to, like, the horrifying realities that we brought about to the rest of the world, right? In any case, General Kane was sober, laying out the risks and what the campaign would mean for munitions depletion. He offered no opinion. His position was that if Mr. Trump ordered the operation, the military would execute. Both of the president's top military leaders previewed how the campaign would unfold as the U.S. capacity to degrade Iran's military capabilities. When it was his turn to speak, Mr. Rubio offered moral clarity, telling the president, if our goal is regime change or an uprising, we shouldn't do it. But if the goal is to destroy Iran's missile program, that's a goal we can achieve. Again, wrong. It was a demonstrable failure. It's been a demonstrable failure. It has not worked at all. And if anything, that unironically shows that the initial goals that they set out, as I told you over and over again, the true goals that they had were accomplishing military objectives. Right? Anything new on potentially Trump backing out? I've seen some Axios reports, but it doesn't mean much. I still think that there is a taco moment here, hopefully. Maybe it's hopium, but here is part of the reason why. Trump signals extension possible on Iran strike deadline. President Trump told Fox News that the U.S. is prepared to strike Iran after his 8 p.m. deadline, but that could change if talks show something concrete. He did not set odds for a strike tonight.
I just got off the phone with the president, and he called, and I said, listen, if you were to put odds on it, what were the odds? that this is going to end up being a negotiated deal. He said he wasn't going to put odds on it, but he said 8 p.m. is happening. That's what he said. He said, it is, if we get to that point, there is going to be an attack like they have not seen. Now, he's sticking to that at this point. Now, he said if negotiations move forward today and there is something concrete, that could change. But at this hour, he didn't want to put odds on it, but he said it is moving forward with the plans that we have.
Again, we are unironically at the mercy of a madman. You know what, like, a lot of people would say about Hillary Clinton, like, oh, what if she has her period and then she has the nuclear launch codes? Like, what these guys would say about Hillary Clinton is totally a direct thing you can say about Donald Trump, who is demonstrating that he is inconsistent and a total psycho. Okay? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. President Trump told Fox News the U.S. is prepared to strike Iran. Like how are we allowing this ticking time bomb to have the entire planet's future in his grip? Anyway, there's also more on the Democratic response or lack thereof, obviously. Matt Iglesias, one problem for Democrats is that left-wing people pretend they aren't doing stuff when they are, in fact, doing in order to further fuel the flames of anti-establishment sentiment. Daniel Denver says, it's incredible how absent Democratic Party leadership is in the face of Trump blowing up the entire world. Hakeem Jeffries has tweeted twice. And that's what Matt Iglesias points to for one of the most popular, or not popular, one of the most powerful Democrats in the country. Okay, he's not very popular. He's popular in his district, but not very popular nationally for good reason. This is the reason why. It's incredible. Hakeem Jeffries is not a Twitch streamer, man. What are you talking about? I've tweeted more about Donald Trump than he has. What the hell does that do? Like, this is it? He did this? That's all it is? On February 18th, the New York Times broke the news Trump was sending a war armada to Iran. Jeffries did not issue a formal statement about Iran until February 26th, 8 days later, which was entirely process criticism, right? Then proceeded to schedule a war powers vote for the week after the bombing started. Jeffries has yet to make a moral case against the war, only offering limp, sleepy, and incoherent process objections. Jeffries tried to ignore it altogether until Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie forced him to respond. Hakeem Jeffries allowed another war powers vote to be delayed for a month for no discernible reason. Fox has a timer now too. Great, fantastic. At 8 p.m. tonight, in 8 hours and 30 minutes almost, approximately, we will know. We will know what the fate of the future holds. You know. So just remember, this isn't just simply like farming outrage against the Democrats. It's important for people to understand like what the Democratic Party could have done as far as like successful messaging strategies that they could have implemented ahead of time, and also what kind of legislative pressure they could apply in this circumstance so that when the moment comes, like right now, they would have a built-in defense mechanism. They would have a response. They could have paperwork that they could point to. They could have people on the record. Right? Or is it 8 p.m. EST? I thought they pushed it back to 8 p.m. EST. Oh, shit. It's not. Oh, you're right. That's not in 8 hours. That's Pacific time. On my laptop, I'm on Pacific time. Apologies. It's 8 p.m. EST, which is in, holy shit. That is actually, oh my God, dude. It's in 5.5 hours. What the hell? You know what? I just realized I've been dark woke. Low key, I've been dark woke. Because that's from 2019. Yeah, I hate Republicans, man. I think a lot of Democrats need to catch up to my
All right, y'all. I have to say, I am completely and utterly done with Hassan derangements.
My goat Kyle. He's back. Damn, this is doing well. 25K in like less than an hour. He's so angry.
Syndrome.
That's it. That's the go right there. The Dark Woke Commander. 23 minutes. Oh my Lord. 23 minutes of this. He's not even driving for this one. Okay. This is straight from inside of the studio. Okay.
Let me just say, as clear as I possibly can, if you are a political commentator and you have a take on Hassan Piker, do me a favor and just shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. This hopefully will be the last time I have to address this, but I am so sick. We're living in a world where Donald Trump is waging an illegal and offensive war against Iran. The outline of World War III is there for sure. Anybody with a functioning brain can see it. China, Russia, Iran versus us and Israel, with a hesitant Europe to take a side. Even the Gulf Arab states now are hesitant to sort of take a side. You see the outlines there. The Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Gas is absolutely skyrocketing. Our AI bubble is about to burst seemingly any minute. We have a looming global depression that's about to hit. We have war crime after war crime after war crime being committed on a daily basis. We have fears of a Moab or nukes about to be used in Iran. They're attacking hospitals. They're attacking schools. Israel is stealing South Lebanon right now as we speak. They displaced 1.1 million people. They're bulldozing their homes. They're seizing their land. All this shit is going on. And we're supposed to have a conversation about Hassan Piker. Did you guys see that in 2019, he said this thing, which was really politically incorrect and rude? I don't give a fuck if he was having sex with your grandma in 2019.
Oh, that's crazy. Had a random Instagram post pop up on my feed using an old clip of you talking about Dan and talk across an interview saying the horseshoe theory is correct. Sure.
Or 2012. I don't give a why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about him? And so we really had Hassan derangement syndrome hit a peak recently because on The Bulwark, the network The Bulwark, we had Tim Miller, who, to his credit, he came out and I think he had the proper take. He was basically saying, like, why are we talking about Hassan? There's an illegal war of aggression going on, and Donald Trump's a psychopath. He's demented. He's going to basically drag us all to hell. Like, he's destroyed the country completely. He's working on destroying the world. Let's grow up here and move on. Let's not talk about Hassan. So Tim Miller comes out and says that. Well, you have a right-wing Democrat, a diet MAGA Democrat, as I called him, Sarah Longwell. She was one of the founders of the Bulwark, I believe. And she was mad at Tim Miller, and she goes, well, we got to have this conversation on air because I don't.
No denial in the grandma sex, by the way? No. I can't deny something I've done. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've done that to basically the entirety of the right-wing forces in this country, seemingly, the way they're chirping. The way they're chirping about me, you might as well assume that because they're so goddamn angry.
Agree with you. What followed was just one of the most frustrating conversations I think I've ever seen. So let me show you a little snippet here. Here's what she said.
It's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hassan
They're making their life harder.
Hold on. People like Hassan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, you know, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And I'll tell you why Hassan is so dangerous is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an outgroup to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being.
He cooked it, by the way. That was like, this was a cookening from Tim Miller. He's been kind of carrying the Bulwark a little bit. She's making up a mythical Democrat now, not only a mythical moderate voter. I bet she couldn't name a single Democrat that wants to do that. I mean, it's her and like all of her friends, right? Like all the former, the lifelong Republicans that are no longer in MAGA anymore, like that hate MAGA. That's who she's talking about. And they are, unfortunately for her, not a real constituency. They're not a real constituency at all. As a matter of fact, if we were to lean into her worldview, if we were to identify her frustrations and try to solve them, which we did in 2024, and that's why Kamala Harris lost, right? We would lose again and again and again.
Passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment. They thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we always get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this. And now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo, whoever, to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened.
He's right that the same people who basically were like, oh, we messed up by not treating Joe Rogan like a special little baby bird and going on his show and explaining things to him like he's 3 years old. They're now in retrospect, they go, oh, we should have been open to the podcasters and the brosphere. Why wouldn't we be open to them? We're so dumb. That's how you gain the voters. You go where they are. He's got a lot of people listening to him. We should have went over there. Those same people are now shunning the left-wing Joe Rogan. They're going, oh, I'm going to cancel him. I don't like him. He needs to shut up and never say anything I don't like, ever. And let me quote the worst things he ever said, but out of context, and make him sound like an absolute maniac. Even though anybody who watches his show for one day or two can immediately tell you that the way they try to portray him is psychotically inaccurate, to the point where they're lying. They are lying the way that they portray this man. So Sean says, my main takeaway from this was the revelation that Sarah has a book coming out on how to defeat MAGA when Kamala lost following her exact game plan down to campaigning with Liz Cheney. Tim Miller is the only never-Trumper who has actually truly thought about what happened in 2024. That's incredible. So Sarah Longwell supported the idea of campaigning with Liz Cheney. Now she has the nerve to police the boundaries and the borders of the Democratic coalition. Yep. How about you go to shut the fuck upsville? How about that? How about you were dead wrong about everything? Kamala came out the gates hot as a mother when her and Tim Walz were doing the rallies, and Tim Walz was making jokes about J.D. Vance, having sex with couches, and they were talking about how we're going to ban price gouging for groceries, and they came out hot and aggressive, and they went left. And at that moment, polls came out that had her up 6 points on Donald Trump. Then as soon as the Biden people infiltrated and the never-Trumpers infiltrated, and what happened? Oh, they softened the rhetoric. She stopped talking about the banning of price gouging on groceries. She started talking about having the most lethal military in the world. She had on, she was out there with Liz Cheney all the time, which, by the way, netted
literally things that Sarah has celebrated, by the way. I need you to understand, that's what makes this so much worse. Sarah Longwell has, on the record, openly celebrated how much Kamala Harris was basically repeating her agenda, okay? And it's all on the record. She was on Bulwark being like, see, Kamala's doing our bidding. It's incredible. Like, we've basically infiltrated the party. Ha, ha, ha. Like, obviously that was a joke, but it's kind of not a joke, right?
Her 0 voters, probably lost more voters. Like, sake, hello, this is the Democratic Party. Most of us lived through the Bush years, and we saw the horrors, and we hated the neocon warmongers, and your brilliant idea was to bring a neocon warmonger and say, I'm with these people who you hate. And so the fact that she has the nerve to go out there and she's policing it, you got here yesterday. You got to the coalition yesterday. Are you kidding me? Okay. We also have this. It's Politics says, and people wonder why some never-Trump Republicans are not the best allies. Listen to Sarah Longwell. She came yesterday to the Democratic Party, and maybe she doesn't agree with the majority of positions of the base, like Medicare for all, taxing the rich, and decoupling from Israel, but she gets to pick and choose what people are in the tent. Get the out of here. So here's another clip that went viral. Here we go.
Should he be in the tent or out of the tent is a question of okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site? And I'll just give you a flavor of some of the things.
Here come the smears. Here come the out of context quotes. Let's get it.
Things that pop up from Hassan's critics that I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude.
It's the CIA concept of blowback is what he's talking about. No, he's not pro-Al-Qaeda, pro-Osama bin Laden, pro-terrorist attack against civilians in the United States. And the only reason why you're implying that's the case is because you're an Islamophobic hag. His name is Hassan, so you think you can get away with a quick one by pretending he's pro-terrorism. No, in fact, on his show, he talks out against terrorism daily. Okay, this is why he covers the genocide in Gaza, where they're murking civilians on a daily basis, because he's anti-terrorism. He doesn't want any harm to be done to any civilians. And the fact that you didn't realize he's referring to the CIA concept of blowback says everything about you, nothing about him. Jesus Christ.
On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they...
That's just literally factually correct. That's like not even arguable. That's not even debatable. They have all these beautiful high-speed trains where they built out all of the infrastructure since like 2008 until today. It's a modern marvel of engineering. It's phenomenal. That's the shit he's talking about. Hey, look at the high-speed trains. Look at the state-of-the-art airports. Look at how their mid-level cities now mog the out of our top-level cities. That's what he's talking about. You're trying to make some banal, factual observation like controversial and unacceptable. This is the sort of cancel culture that all you idiots said you would stop doing after the 2024 election, and yet here we are.
And he has a lot of very pro-China takes.
Oh, he's able to call a spade a spade? Don't you know we're supposed to shut our brains off and say and everything ever about China is evil and wrong and bad?
There's one that he says was a little
Oh my God.
bit taken out of context, but he says doesn't matter if the rape happened on October 7th.
When you admit before you do the smear that, well, this one's out of context. How did you let those words come out of your mouth? Oh, my days. How did you let that escape your mouth? Well, I know this one's like a smear and is totally out of context, but I'm going to try it anyway. Oh, my God. His point was that wouldn't justify a genocide, even if there were on October 7th. That doesn't then justify carpet bombing babies. That doesn't justify murdering untold numbers of civilians, shooting people who wave white flags, starving people to death, bombing World Central Kitchen workers and hospitals and schools, okay? That is the most banal observation I think I've ever heard. Like, who would say, oh, if a bad thing happens here, you're allowed to genocide them back? No, that's not a thing. That was his point. I don't know why, like, again, people, they clip chimp and clip farm and think like, oh, this is going to get him. It's not going to get him. And again, all you have to do, and I'm not even kidding about this, watch one day of Hassan's stream, 2 at most, and you'll walk away going, oh, they've been lying about literally everything about this man the entire time. Like, they're just lying. They're just lying. I know what he believes. I've seen enough of him talk. I don't need you to take these out of context clips and play the gotcha game, and you think that that's going to change my opinion on what I've seen with my own 2 eyes.
That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel.
Literally, he's talking about math. How many people died on October 7th? Like, what, 2,000? And what's the minimum number they talk about now on how many are dead in Gaza? 70,000, 80,000? In reality, I think it's like at least 200,000, by the way, for the record. That's what I think it is, at least 200,000. But let's go with the low number of like 70,000. It's a mathematical reality that 70,000 innocent people being murdered by the Israeli government is a much higher number than about 2,000 being killed by Hamas on October 7th. That's the point. Are you now going to proceed to argue against math? Is that what you're going to do? Please try. Let me see how that works out for you.
On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a hand holding it.
Tim Miller is laughing. Why? Because when you talk about something like this, it's literally just how a flag looks. That's a joke, okay? And that's why Tim Miller is laughing. Again, what? Like they're trying so hard and they're getting absolutely nothing. And by the way, don't take Hassan's word for it. There was an article that came out in the Telegraph, which they deleted, because it got a little too close to the truth. And in that article, they spoke to Christians in Lebanon who were like, oh yeah, we got no problem with Hezbollah. They protect us from the psychotic Israelis. They thought we're going to go talk to the Christians in Lebanon, and they're all going to say Hezbollah's evil and wrong, and they're bad, and they're terrorists, and they're rapists, and they're this, and they're that. And they were like, oh no, they actually protect us from the Israelis, and they do Christmas celebrations, and they put up a Christmas tree, and they're all very nice to us. Like, again, like I know that sort of the whole thing about being a right-winger is that you're an idiot and you're incredibly ignorant about the world. But this is really something. You think you're in the Democratic tent and this is how you talk? You think you're in the Democratic tent? Please.
On Dan Crenshaw losing an eye in Afghanistan. What the is wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their dick?
All right, y'all. New Kyle rule. You're allowed to say whatever the you want to say to joke about how evil Republican politicians are. There are literally no lines when joking about how evil Republican politics.
You know what? I just realized I've been dark woke. Low key, I've been dark woke. Because that's from 2019. You just realized, yeah, I hate Republicans, man. I think a lot of Democrats need to catch up to my shit. I didn't even realize. I always thought I wasn't dark woke.
Are. And if you have a problem with it, there's this little thing called free speech that I'm going to introduce you to. And by the way, as you're about to see here, Tim Miller is laughing at this one as well.
Because of some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their on Israel being full of inbreds.
This is supposed to make people not like him? This is supposed to make people not like him. Oh, my God. This next one, too. This is another sad attempt at a guy. You ready?
You are left with a country that is packed to the gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation...
Okay, so he's talking about the ultra-Orthodox, right? This is another Kyle rule. Sorry if this one offends people out there. You are allowed to joke around about how stupid and evil every single fundamentalist religious group is. No, you're not going to push us into the corner. You're not allowed to say that. I will say whatever the I want about fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Muslims and fundamentalist Jews. Fundamentalists are weird, dog. They're weird. They're strange. They dress funny. They smell. There's a whole lot of all the fundamentalists of all the different religions are creepy. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. I'm secular, bro. I'm secular. People can live however they want to live, but I'm allowed to have opinions about that. And I'm allowed to joke about that. And that's what Hassan was doing when he was calling them inbred. Okay? Like, again, I'm so sick of the fake outrage. I'm so sick of it. Where we have a demented president, likely has Alzheimer's, who's this close to nuking an entire country of 90 million people. And we're supposed to talk about Hassan Piker's jokes and be outraged? I can't, bro.
Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of...
Look, he's joking. Now, to be fair, he absolutely was incorrect with his prediction of what would happen. He thought that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine, which he was wrong, by the way. Pat myself on the back on that one. I kind of thought they were. I didn't understand why people were going out on a limb and saying, like, they're not going to invade. Well, then why are they doing the troop buildup on the border, right? So I think he was factually wrong about that. He would admit he was factually wrong about that. But this just sort of sounds like jokes. And I think at this point, Hassan, if you were to ask him, I think he would say, no, Ukraine has every right to defend themselves. And Ukraine, in this instance, are the victims. And
I mean, yeah, I have been saying that. I've been saying that since day one. Crimea is a Barack Obama era policy that's, again, very different than the annexation of eastern Ukraine. And that's precisely the reason why, regardless of the Donbass, regardless of the back and forth, regardless of the 14,000, it was still utterly unacceptable for Russia to invade Ukraine. I think a lot of people don't know. They think like the Crimea annexation happened in like 2022 or something. Like they don't realize that happened in like 2014. That's the problem. And for the record, yes, for the Ukrainians, obviously this was like an anger-inducing moment. But you know, clearly when Zelensky blew up the waterways that were like the waterways that were routing fresh water to Crimea that were built in the USSR. I didn't acknowledge it until 2022, bro. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Because like Kyle's mixing that up too. I've never argued, not even a little bit, that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine. It's one of the most like resilient, one of the most like annoying and persistent lies that people talk about. All of it is clips out of context. I have not only fundraised for Ukrainians, but I have very consistently talked about how I'm not a fan of Vladimir Putin, that I'm very critical, and also on top of that, not in favor of Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, its occupation of Ukraine. My initial assessment from the start was always around how insane of a move that would be.
Russia is the imperialist aggressor. I think he would admit this because it's true, right? It's true. In this scenario, like Russia is Israel.
Yeah, also, the Russian government called me gay. I even talked about how if a larger irredentist power invades a smaller country whose entire national project has revolved around not being invaded or not being dominated by Russia, that they're going to turn to the most right-wing reactionary forces, neo-Nazis in particular, as emancipatory forces. That was in reference to the Azov Brigade and the Banderites and the like, which is literally what happened, by the way. You were gay baiting Putin, bro. Also, an important factor I released mentioned in the agreement that NATO wouldn't expand. Putin warned multiple times that if Ukraine joined NATO, he would bring troops to the border and that he wouldn't accept it. Of course. Yeah, a lot of people also don't realize that like half of the Russian incursions, I mean, both in Georgia and also the same thing that happened in Ukraine. You could say Russia always had territorial ambitions, but the reality is what triggered it was George W. Bush. On his way out, George W. Bush decided, I didn't f the world hard enough. Let me throw another bomb in here. Let me float the idea of Ukraine and Georgia joining NATO. A lot of people don't know this. I understand why you go much harder against the Israel and the Israelis, but why do you not go as hard against Russia? Well, two reasons. Number one, obviously, is what Israel's doing is a genocide, and it's 80 years of apartheid. Ironically, initially supported by the USSR, by the way, but. The other reason is because Ukraine is backed by every single Western power. It's turned into a proxy war. One might even say it was always a proxy for Western interests in encroaching upon Russia's territorial sovereignty. And that was part of the reason. I don't think that was the full reason. I'm very much in favor of the notion that Vladimir Putin was like trying to build a legacy for himself and like rebuild the might of the Russian Empire. And I think that's a huge part of the reason why he engaged in this irredentist action, especially considering that if I knew that Ukraine was never going to be a part of NATO, then Vladimir Putin probably knew as well. I mean, you had European partners that would never allow that to happen. And it's so funny because like half of the shit that I said year after year has offered vindication, like talking about the off-ramps that Ukraine could have taken when it had significantly better leverage. I said, this is the maximum leverage Ukraine has. It should take this ceasefire proposal. Even if Russia's not interested. Didn't Russia genocide the Tatars? Sorry. The USSR Russified Crimea. They did population transfer on ethnic lines from Crimea. That was the USSR. Okay, what we're talking about is not like modern day, current, contemporary Crimea. It's very strange when people bring that up. It has nothing to do with the Russian Federation, just as it has nothing to do with Ukraine. In any case, like I said, I disagree with equating Russia and Israel. Israel's Ukraine, the Donbass is Palestine, Russia is Iran. Israel and Ukraine are Nazi states that love doing ethnic cleansing. Come on, man. Donbass and Palestine are victims without sovereignty. Russia and Iran are the regional powers that begrudgingly stepped away after years of being prodded. No, I don't think that's the case. I mean, that's crazy. To compare Russia and Iran in this way is so wild. And yeah, not just the USSR, goes back to Tsarist Russia. Wrong on this. Putin wants to rebuild the USSR. No, Putin doesn't. Putin's not even a communist. What are you talking about? No, he wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. Okay, the only thing people like Vladimir Putin care about with respect to the USSR is the power that the USSR had as a global superpower. That's it. Vladimir Putin is critical of Lenin, dude. What are you talking about? He's a nationalist. He's an anti-communist.
And Ukraine are the Palestinians. And so if you support fighting oppression, you would back the Ukrainians, right?
Black people care about the border. I don't give a what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about
this. Is like completely out of context. If my memory serves me right, he was going after black MAGA, being like, oh, I don't care what, because there's some black people who are hard right wingers. That's supposed to like stop me from opposing them like that. I don't care what these black people think of it. That's what that's what he meant. And again, she's trying to frame it like he's racist against all black people. It's just, this is so try hard.
That like shut. That's not how politics work. And then I don't know if this is I don't know how to, I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real doozy. Date is better if it happens to rich women. If you have millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective.
I like how Tim Miller's just taking this all in.
Of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay, so that's the guy. That's the guy. I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition.
You gave Kamala bad advice. You are the last person we should listen to.
That recommends cozying up to people like Hassan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hassan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition.
She's doing the takfir. You're not a real Democrat. When she came yesterday to this party.
Illiberal guy. He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things. And I think...
Yeah,
and
it's
I was
so
listening to you
toxic
last
to
night.
hate Israel. And I hate women. Jesus Christ. You worked your entire career in the most anti-women party. And then yesterday became a Democrat. And now you're over here being like, oh, Hassan Piker hates women. You worked in a party that played a formative role in at least the modern iteration of it, making abortion illegal in the country again. And you're over here talking to a guy who's spent his last 10 years advocating for bodily autonomy for women, highlighting the sexual violence and violence in the workplace that women experience, oftentimes by, conservative men. But it's not just conservative men, it's just men in general. But, like, it's so crazy that these people turn around and they're like, oh, you hate women. Shut up. What do you mean you hate women? You did this shit with Bernie too. It was so annoying. Bernie bros, misogynistic. Bernie's misogynistic.
And I was like, my biggest problem with it, because I agree with you in some places, my biggest problem is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is.
No, you're smearing him and you're lying about him. Now, finally, let's get to the heart of the matter here, the real truth of the situation. This is what Sarah Longwell really believes. Here we go.
But here's the thing about the cheering that I loved. Speaking of Stonewall, but also...
I should point out, this was just before the election, right before the election, okay?
So I think it's amazing when you get 75,000 presumably libs on the ellipse, and she's like, we're going to have the most lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah.
So she loves it when Kamala sounds more like a warmonger than Trump. That's what she's describing here. So presumably, it stands to logical deduction. She would hate it if Kamala was out there like, I'm anti-war. We're not going to go to war with Iran, right? We're not going to, keep arming and funding Israel as they do a genocide. I'm against war. She would not like that. She's not done, though.
That was one of the funniest things that people would say about, like, the Never Trump Republicans. People on the timeline were like, well, Never Trump Republicans never asked anything of Kamala Harris. They were just there in support of Kamala Harris. So what's the problem? And it's like, yeah, dumbass. They didn't have to ask anything of Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris was in line with them ideologically. That's the problem. She was actively pushing aside people to her left flank. She thought she could win without them.
Tell us more.
Most lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah. And she's like, and we're going to secure the border. And people are like, yeah.
So defeating MAGA by doing MAGA. Defeating MAGA by taking their policies and doing them, but like do them more liberally.
We are going to be leaders in the world, and we're not going to let these guys push us around. And I was like, man, the world's really changed.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party?
Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say it.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party? Ha 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 ha. Don't say that. You're putting a little too much truth out there about how we want the Democratic Party to be. How we want them to be. Diet MAGA. That's what this is. Diet MAGA. In the same way, it's diet neoconservatism from the George W. Bush era. Okay? So you want the Democrats to be more right-wing. That's what you want.
Look, man, she's leaning into, I'm going mainstream. And, whenever she does, there's a couple, price gouging or whatever. I'm like, boo. But like.
So one of the best parts of Kamala's campaign, when she was up 6 points and she was talking about how she's going to ban price gouging for groceries, she was booing that. Pro-war and pro-price gouging. And she's the one who's going to police the borders of the Democratic coalition. Have you no shame? So as Ryan Grimm points out, quote, whenever Kamala Harris does something like price gouging, I'm like, boo, but also whatever. Sarah Longwell, former Republican political operative, boasting that her faction has made Democrats more hawkish, and the cost of that is to once in a while have to hear something they don't like about corporate price gouging. It is one thing to be pro-price gouging because you are a corporate lobbyist. I understand that. But to try to pitch it as something that makes Democrats more electable is comical. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman is a idiot. You know what happens when Democratic politicians listen to Hassan Piker? Zoran Mamdani happens. That's why, Kyle, that's only in New York and that can't happen anywhere else. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. So Leah Greenberg, who is one of the co-founders of the organization behind the No Kings protest, she says, personally, I am team.
People keep bringing up that she worked for like the alcohol lobby, and as a part of her lobbying job, she literally actively petitioned against drunk driving laws. I don't understand. All right, let's continue.
Hashtag Big Tent. But if we're going to start kicking people out of the party on brand/moral grounds, I would like to nominate, number one, the foreign policy team behind the Gaza genocide, and number two, every Dem former elected/staffer who takes a cushy job with an overtly evil company. That includes Kalshi, that includes AI companies, that includes crypto companies, that includes Wall Street, that includes big oil. Okay? So here's what she's saying. Oh, are we really going to police these, the boundaries and the borders of the Democratic coalition? Well, let's start with the pro-genocide mother. Let's start with that, okay? And let's start with the corrupt sellouts who take big money from the Epstein class. And she's exactly right. That's who gets kicked out of the coalition. The people diet MAGA Democrats because they just genuinely agree with the right. I'm sorry, but if you're not on the left, you're not with us. We need to have some defining principles and defining policies on what it means to be in this coalition. And from my perspective, you need to be center-left, liberal, leftist, independent, or apolitical. Like, that's it. If you're right of center, sorry, not interested. And the fact of the matter is there are way more of us than there are of them. There are way more people who fit into the coalition I just described than fit into MAGA or any kind of right-wing coalition. And then finally, here's Ro Khanna, and he's asked about this, and I think he does a pretty good job sort of putting into perspective how stupid this entire conversation is. Here we go.
You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hassan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, no left-wing agitator.
I hate when they say left-leaning think tank about third way. I also do think that we have become joyless fucking scolds. Anytime I cover the news for endless hours every day, the community becomes so much more autistic. I don't know if it's like looking at OSINT stuff and looking at foreign policy that either like literally makes you more autistic or if it's self-selecting. But it's true. Doing politics 7 hours a day, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, unironically make the community into like the bro thought jokes would fly ass chat. They bring back 2016 idpol. Chill, I'm not autistic, I'm Dominican. The answer is gaming. It's so crazy to hear your name from all these guys we listen to every day. Does it feel unreal? No.
Is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said
this is so dishonest how they're framing it.
Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. Now, Hassan Piker,
again, mathematically speaking, yes, the death numbers, but okay, let's just smear him. Anyway, let's listen to his response.
says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hassan Piker was at the DNC in 2024 covering Vice President Harris. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got...
Bro, one of these days, you got to remember yesterday, this isn't going to be changing. It is just the way it is. Bro, one of these days, you got to remember yesterday. What does that mean? You can't teach giga autists not to be autistic? Yeah, that's true. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, I know I got shortcomings as an autist myself, okay? I got shortcomings on reading social cues. And I try to nail social interactions, and I fail to do so sometimes, but I still try my best. Some of you motherfuckers know you are the most autistic person. You try a joke around me, I'm gonna shove that back down your throat real quick. Like, I got the self-awareness. They ain't like this whenever you make shitty jokes. It's only the rare time you drop a good one. Neurodivergent people are responsible for their own feelings and lack of joke comprehension. We can be nice and give explanations, but fuck the hand-holding nonsense. Yeah, I think the soundboard helps with this. Honestly, I agree. Let's
to be
continue.
out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
I think he handled that well. I mean, look, if I was sitting in the chair, I would have taken head on a lot of the lies and smears that were directed at Hassan about how they're just flat out lying about this guy and his beliefs. But I understand that as a politician, he's in a slightly different situation. But I think he handled that well to say, it was 7 minutes ago that all you idiots were saying we're going to go on all the podcasts, we're going to talk to all the people, we're going to try to win over everybody. Now all of a sudden...
Bro, the craziest thing is NBC itself made a pro-Hassan, Joe Rogan of the left ass video, you know? Sorry.
You're shunning the left flank. So apparently the, outreach to expand the tent only cut to the right, which meant what? All you idiots are just trying to make the party more right-wing, which has been the problem all along. The further left you go, the more you'll win. And the more you'll actually stand for something from a moral perspective and an ethical perspective, right? The more you'll actually be good people. And by the way, the further left you go, the harder you oppose MAGA. So I'm tired of the diet MAGA bullshit. I'm tired of the Hassan derangement syndrome. And I need everybody to wake up and realize what's going on here.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
We won. Okay? Oh! They are militarily defeated. Every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and
we're the good
never
guys,
to be
by the
used
way.
again.
Just want to point that
complete
out.
demolition.
This is good guys.
12 o'clock, and it'll
Good
happen
guy
over
stuff.
a period of.
Also, Trump just said Iran could be taken out in one night. Might be Tuesday night. All right, let's just go right into it.
When you go.
All right, let's get to the questions. Let's see if they will do a suck job.
I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, if I ever do this again,
much lesser generals. We fired
that's
all of
going to
them.
be the head of my Joint
Some
Chiefs
of them
of
were
Staff.
black. Can you believe it? And women. They wanted women generals. We can't have women generals. Unbelievable.
In 4 weeks, I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, it's people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine. Sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain. Vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. He stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically, and it's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Oh, my God, bro.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President.
Bro, that's not a question.
What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
God damn, dude. What a...
Another question.
ridiculous
what would
situation
be
we find
your
ourselves
reaction
in. Like, that's crazy.
if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great.
President,
They were told
you are the greatest
if you
leader.
protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty.
See, that was a
They wanted
FOB
liberty,
moment, okay?
and
But
they
I don't
were
have the soundboard,
violently
so I can't
executed.
say it. They were hanged.
But the number
not
is
hung.
up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, you know, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't...
Famously, Trump doesn't mind being
so
insulted.
Bad for people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh, my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh, my God, who would do that?
Yeah, except, first of all of this commentary is day one commentary. You can't continue to do this kind of, we're trying to liberate the Iranian people, when you are also saying we're bombing Iran back to the Stone Age, man. What is this argument? Like, he's awfully descriptive about the gruesome ways in which the Iranian government is like assassinating their own citizens. Meanwhile, buddy, you're the one who's killed. You're the one who has not only killed thousands, but you're also threatening to kill tens of thousands more.
Between the eyes, from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where are they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out.
I think there's a new technique out here that we haven't really accounted for, which, as I've said over and over again, lying is OP, right? Lying is OP, please nerf. But I also think Donald Trump he just occupies space, right? He'll make both sides of the same argument. On the one hand, he's like, Iranians are barbaric monsters. We're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age. They're animals. We need to destroy their electricity. We need to destroy their energy grid. And then he'll turn around and be like, and the Iranian government, they're so violent. We're actually doing this to protect the Iranian people. And I think for his own audience, like, they don't really care. It's not, like, consistency is utterly irrelevant at this point. Where it's just more so that they get to hear their beautiful president talk, right? Their big, beautiful president talk, and they'll repeat the things that he's saying, and they also have no care or consideration for being consistent at all. It's not even about, like, making an argument. It's preaching to the converted. And because there's plenty of converted already, it just kind of doesn't matter at this point what he says. It doesn't matter that he's, like, incapable of presenting a coherent narrative here, right? It's so strange. I mean, given that foreign policy is perhaps the most removed from the pressures of the majority, democratic pressures entirely, as we've seen in the past 2.5 years with the genocide in Gaza and the demands to put an end to it, even during an election cycle. I kind of understand why Trump has this what are you going to do about it attitude. But it still is shocking how cult-like his audience is, how cult-like his fan base is at this point, that they don't even question the contradictions that Donald Trump represents in the exact same speech that he's delivering.
Into this journey, hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, well, this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody, we have goggles, I've tried them, they're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's
incredible.
Enhanced.
Thank you, sir.
So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night. Whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular.
He's what we
piece
call
of
in psychiatry, psychoanalysis, a mirror. He has an ability to say everything, and those listening will fight the dissonance and crazy making by pulling out what they need to hear to keep external/internal order. Vance is a kaleidoscope. It's interesting. I mean, that does make sense. Your explanation does make sense. Like, he's giving people enough. If you are, let's say, a Persian diaspora monarchist, for example. You hear him talk about the ruthlessness of the IRGC, and you hear that, and that's fine. That's enough for you. You don't care about the fact that he's also saying, let's bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. You just, like, choose to not hear that. And if you're the type of person who thinks, you know, Iranians are barbaric, then it's great. We should bomb them back to the Stone Age. For example, one of the funniest things that Republicans do, conservatives in general do this, they'll talk about the conservatism of enemy states, right? Conservatives here that are genuinely advancing the exact same social forces, the social pressures, the regressive social pressures will turn around and talk about how ridiculous it is that, look at the way that they're treating the gays in Iran. And it's like, well, brother, your Supreme Court just, struck down a gay conversion therapy ban in the state of Colorado. That's just torturing young gay teenagers. That's literally just now officially legalized torture. Like, it's not all that different, right? It's not all that different. It's just that the material realities are different in America as opposed to Iran. America's a much wealthier, much more prosperous country, obviously, and therefore, we don't have ISIS-style groups yet, as they did in Syria and Iraq. But I always explain to you, all these like Patriot Prayer rally goers and the Oath Keepers and whatnot would behave exactly the same way as ISIS would if the American economy resembled the Iraqi economy, for example. So that's the only reason why. Like, they have material comforts that allow them to go and do these like weekend journeys where they train and LARP, and then they go back to eating jalapeno poppers all the same. They go back to watching sports on the TV all the same. But if they didn't have those amenities, they didn't have those treats, and if the economy resembled a war economy, like a bombed out, hollowed out economy of like Iraq, they would be doing the same shit the gays was doing, right?
This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't
I'd be
terminate
lying to you,
Barack
though,
Hussein-
if I acted as though this is not something I'm jealous of. Yeah, that's Trump's incredible power as a politician. People who like him just pick and choose what they believe from what he says. If it's something they don't like, they just can say he doesn't mean that, or he's just talking. It never breaks through. Every Trump supporter thinks Trump thinks exactly like them. There's almost an evangelical style personal relationship with God, but with Trump. Exactly. And Trump is a manifestation of God. He is like a prophet. He is treated like a prophet. But yeah, that's precisely what it is. Oh, wait, what is he talking about?
Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, this isn't, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon. Had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances.
A nuclear weapon at a high level, not at a low level nuclear weapon.
I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday. Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible. The Iran nuclear deal was a...
Another contradiction from the Republican perspective that I always find very strange is the fact that Republicans are supposed to demonstrate like the maximum manifestation of American exceptionalism, American individualism, and selfishness, right? And they've shown that when it comes to Ukraine, right? Cast aside your own personal opinion on like why Russia invaded Ukraine or whatever the right? And remember that Republicans, under the directive of Donald Trump, very quickly launched an argument that we shouldn't defend Ukraine at all, right? And we shouldn't be spending money on Ukraine at all. And that although they are engaging in a defensive war, trying to purge a Russian invasion from their national boundaries, that was totally and wholly unjustifiable, our support, right? And what's really interesting is that they don't have that same ambition for Israel. You could absolutely make this argument on moral grounds to not to discontinue our endless and unlimited support to Israel. We've given a tremendous amount more support to Israel. And now, in the process of waging Israel's war on Iran, we've actually lost a shit ton more of our assets and even put our soldiers, active duty soldiers, in the line of fire. Some of them have died, hundreds of casualties. The Iranian resistance has delivered hundreds of casualties. We don't even know the full numbers. And it's really strange that Republicans don't turn around and have a similar isolationist attitude towards Israel.
Mr. President, thank you so much. You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Mr. President. Who are you with? Who are you with?
My name is Dia Kurd. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
failing?
Are you
concerned? Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No, not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, you know, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
America and Israel objectively are more malign forces around the globe, and yet both of these countries have nuclear arms. Okay? I'm very sincerely saying this, and I don't think there's any dispute. If you are remotely critical about if you have the capabilities of analysis here, you look at the belligerent ways in which Israel and America have conducted themselves, and you look at the ways, oftentimes the restrained ways in which, I meant malignant. Did I say maligned? I'm sorry. But you look at the ways in which Israel and America have conducted themselves. The reality is clear. Iran is a much more restrained. Iran is a much more restrained actor here. They are much more stable. Okay, America and Israel, on the other hand, are insane. Both of these countries also have their own version of like weird theological justifications for their unlimited violence. Israel obviously has the Greater Israel Project, and America has white evangelical Christianity, white evangelical Zionism as well. Both are very violent projects, and they're violent domestically with domestic repression, Israel's occupation of Palestinians, America's occupation of the undocumented migrants and black and brown people in general, and then also a shit ton of ultra violence when it comes to their foreign policy as well.
So a lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants.
Like even this statement alone.
Stone Ages, yeah.
Iran has not said such a thing. Iran has not said such a thing about America nor Israel, really. Like, and they have every right to do so. They were attacked first.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks.
What?
A water mine. Drop them in the water.
A truck?
And now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion.
Does he think the Strait of
don't
Hormuz
worry
is
about
on
the
land?
mine.
What?
You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents.
Does he think like trucks load up water mines and then they just like roll it off of a hill?
You live in that country. They're living in hell.
Like he thinks the IRGC is like rolling off mines off of a hill into the water.
They're
from
at
the back of a
weakest
truck
point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO.
So if they're
I think that NATO,
incapable of communication,
I think it's
how are they tweeting and doing media hits over and over again?
To see me on Wednesday, they're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And
also,
I say,
yes,
I'd
of
love
course
to have
he's
a little
admitting that
help.
there's no negotiations.
Said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World War. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those
okay, he's not wrong about this. He's not wrong about this.
The police got together. They all got together.
He is right about this. He's saying, like, the reason why we are operating with the same system, but with, like, significantly larger levers of coercion, is because in the absence of that, the instability born out of, like, a bombing campaign and permanent military occupation and just, like, destroying regular civil society, ironically enough, what he's trying to do in Iran, would be devastating for Venezuela, and we wouldn't be able to extract that sweet oil from the ground.
They were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically, when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble.
To be fair to Trump, or what he's saying here, he's trying to make it seem like he has a totally new attitude, a totally new version of neocon war hawkery. And in some ways it is true, right? Except I guess it's not always the same. Like in Iran, as long as there is like some resistance on the ground, it's very clear that he will go back to business as usual, aerial bombing campaigns, and maybe even boots on the ground military warfare.
To people, they pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about two people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he
Bro,
released,
you are the very bad man.
Aside from the drugs, which he was terrible.
Like, this is another part of the puzzle, which is like, who gives a about what any other country's president does? As an American, you can have that attitude, and that's fine, right? I mean, it's just a lie that we tell ourselves that we care about liberating these people anyway. But also, our president is a far, far worse actor than any other president in any other country. Okay, just on foreign policy alone. Look at what we're doing currently to the rest of the planet. Look at what we're doing currently to the rest of the planet. And he's like openly saying, like, they're animals. We're going to bomb them into oblivion. We're going to kill all of them. Literal convicted doing to the rest of the planet.
So maybe one or two more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to...
He's right. The world respects America now, and we'll think twice before messing with it. Yeah, no, definitely.
For passage through the strait.
He's answering questions for 2 hours,
What about
standing
us
at
judging?
80 years old. Dude, oh my God, Trump glazers are so funny. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta listen
We're
to
the
this.
winner. We won. Okay? Oh! They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right?
That's not what they've done. They're
have a
collecting
concept where we'll
tolls.
charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God is
taken
good.
action?
Because God is good, and God wants to see
Dog,
people
dog.
taken care of. God doesn't
Iranians
like
are the
what's
crazy.
happening. I don't like
Iranians
what's
are the
happening.
crazy
Everyone
religious
says they
zealots,
enjoy-
by the
I
way.
don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it.
How is it any
people say,
different?
"Oh,
They
boy,
say the same
they're
shit.
so
We
tough."
literally
They
are
don't want-
doing
they don't
the
like-
same.
I don't like seeing people killed.
We're
I've
LARPing.
ended
We're
8
LARPing like
wars.
we are
Nobody's
the
ever done it.
Ayatollah.
The person who
We're
won the
LARPing
Nobel
like we got
Prize came to me and said, "You
council of
deserve the
clerks that
Nobel
elected
Prize."
this.
When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
President,
He's like,
you
come
called
on,
the-
I ended 8
yesterday
fake
in your
wars.
Truth Social,
Let me
you
get a
called
new
the
one.
Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and
We're the good
never
guys,
to be
by the
used
way. Just
again.
want to
I
point
mean,
that out.
complete demolition.
This is good guy shit.
By 12 o'clock. And it'll
Good
happen
guy
over
stuff.
a period of 4
This
hours.
is how you
if
speak
we
when you
wanted
want to liberate a
We
people.
don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO, I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, 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 we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO.
NATO
Putin's afraid
is
of us, very afraid of us.
Strategic
and he's
alliance.
explained it to me a lot of times.
Calling NATO a paper tiger is calling America a paper tiger, which is, technically not true. I mean, it's technically true. So
when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way.
We are NATO. NATO is nothing without us.
Obviously,
what are we talking
they haven't
about?
helped at all. Just the opposite.
He's
They've
so
actually gone out of
stupid.
their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us?
Okay, this does
South
actually
Korea.
confirm my theory, though. It is J.D. Pondon. It is J.D. Pondon. He is a Maoist third worldist. He just keeps saying America, and America's extension, NATO, is a paper tiger. It's very clearly third worldist speak. My president is doing permanent first world genocide. Let's be
To protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but
he calls me daddy.
And it all began with.
That's why he likes him. Because Mark Rutte calls
Greenland.
Trump daddy.
They don't want to give it to us. And
daddy,
I said,
yeah.
Bye-bye.
Mr. NATO.
Okay, thank you very
I love
much,
you, Mr.
everybody.
President. You are daddy.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned? General,
that was something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to explain what we just watched. I mean, that was definitely somewhat more productive, I guess, than the address that he had to the nation. But overall, most of the questions in that room were literally like, Mr. President, you're the GOAT. Mr. President, you are the greatest. You are the legend. I love you. Mr. President, can you f my wife? What do you think about, giving nuclear weapons, more nukes to Israel? Like, Mr. President, everyone is saying you have the fattest. What do you have to say about that? Stuff like that. Very cool things. Very productive session overall, and convinced more than ever that the 25th Amendment is fictional scripture. Yes. I mean, all rules are worth nothing if you don't actually utilize them when it's necessary, right? So none of these regulations matter. None of these rules matter if we're not willing to use them for their design purpose, right? And that's basically what it is. Rules don't really exist as it stands currently because the Trump administration does not care. Trump was even more insane, apparently, earlier in the morning before he did the White House press conference when he was getting out of his plane. Let's take a look at what some of his choice quotes from then.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who you with? Who you with?
He always asks who are you with. Like, he used to do that exclusively for like CNN and New York Times and whatnot back in the day. Now he just like, anytime someone asks a contentious question, he's like, who are you with? 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 Who are you with?
Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you, very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict. That's in writing.
Yeah, he's liberating them from their mortal coil. Classic American response, classic American take. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. He's just, I mean, they're gonna try and turn Iran into Gaza, clearly, and then claim that this is like liberating the Iranians from the IRGC, just like Israel liberated the Palestinians from Hamas. Some logic there. They love hearing the bombing is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievably stupid, and yet it works. I mean, everything works. When you think about it, he can say whatever he wants, really, because it's not like there's two problems here, okay? Number one, even if the overwhelming majority of Americans are like, why are we doing this? We should stop this right now, which is the case. That is what's going on currently. That is what the overwhelming majority of Americans are saying. It doesn't really matter because we are less responsive than ever before to democratic pressures, right? Like, unlike ever before. I mean, one could make the argument that we were never really responsive when it comes to foreign policy. Foreign policy is bipartisan. It's uniparty. It doesn't really matter. And it's done at the behest of capital owners, sure. But like, this level of unpopularity is not even shaking the administration's confidence. Okay? That's number one. Number two, he maintains his base. He maintains his base of support no matter what he says. No one is holding him to account. Oh God, classic both sides. So gross. It's gross. It's gross to ugh. We'll watch the Meat Canyon video later. If you want me to watch it. We'll watch it later if I have some time. But it is pretty funny. Like, it shows where the mentality of people are, because like most of the people that are coming in here today are going to be like, hey, you were mentioned and smeared on Meet the Press by someone who has ambitions of potentially running for president, like was defending you on Meet the Press and was asked about coming on your stream. It's not even drama, by the way. The chatters are trying to manufacture their own. He just made a dog shock joke. Oh, that's it. Yeah. But it's like really funny that like even a subtle mention from Meat Canyon will alert some of these guys. Like, if you want, there's a lot more quote unquote drama taking place currently in the adult universe that I occupy for the most part. So no, it was not subtle amount. I don't really, I like I said, it's not bad. People are just being weird. I haven't seen it. I don't necessarily care all that much. I like Meat Canyon. I know he's homies with my good friend, Noel Miller. He's got really decent politics for the most part. So I don't really care if he's like cracking a couple jokes. Dude, everyone has done it on the internet at this point. What are you gonna mad on my behalf? Don't be silly. Meet the press, more like press the meat. Yeah, they're on my meat. Let's watch the Meat Canyon video before I end it. How long is the Meat Canyon video? At least show me the parts that I'm in the Meat Canyon video and I can react to it and get angry. What is it? Meat Canyon. Let's see. What is the whole controversy? It says Discord mods are the worst. I assume this is the video.
Oi, love. Let's get in the back of the jam jar for a bit.
Discord mods are the worst. He talks mad shit about it. Is that what it is? 20 minutes in, about to get both sides. I don't even think Meat Canyon is like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think he's like that at all. Like I say, he's homies with Noel Miller. So,
God, I've been lying to you because I like this girl in your Sleep Token Discord server. So, dude, just please stop. Stop trying to kiss me.
he's pals with haters of yours. I mean, yeah, but he's also pals with lovers of mine too. And also, you guys need to be way chiller about the shit.
Don't kick me.
Yeah, he's not a bad person. He's a nice person in general. He has a pretty solid politics.
I thought you were gonna treat me like a Chinese finger trap.
Konnichiwa.
Bro, he's not chill. Lamau, I don't care what you think. Watch all of it. It's epic. I can't watch all of it because I'm about to end it.
Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh. Don't hurt me. Look, man, the one time I leave my room without my whistle. Go on.
I don't have time for this.
Who's there?
Terrence.
What are you doing in my womb, Huddle?
Terrence, shh. You gotta be quiet, okay? Just gotta be quiet.
Huddle, I'm sleepy. Huddle, get out of here!
Okay.
I want to sleep. I want to sleep.
Okay. Just please. Be quiet. What do you want? What can I do? Just gotta be quiet, please.
Fine. You can stay if you read me a bedtime story.
Which one?
That one right there.
This one?
Oh.
All right, fine, but we have to use our inside voice, okay? Okay.
Infinite
jest. Terrence, what the f*** are you reading?
Job is activate smell-o-vision.
It's coming. It's coming.
I found you. What?
I was gonna go botch you up in his stream again today. Dude is super annoying. Yeah, I know he is annoying because the whole thing is that he uses my name to clout chase and just clip farm. It's bogus, man. Seriously.
Hassan's talking about you on a stream again? He's such a parasite, guy. Seriously.
Yo, chat, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Can you guys excuse me for 1 second?
The clip farming's going great. We're gonna make so much money together.
Oh God, classic both sides. I mean, it's
yes,
funny.
my love, you're doing great.
Will you please kiss me to hold me over until stream is done?
Only if you kiss me.
Oh God, it's so politically it's cringe, but it's funny. It's
That's
whatever.
super hard.
Oh, centrist Andy over here.
Wait, who's this guy?
Yeah, who's he?
兄弟了，放我走，他们非要我看。
Saying.
Kaya, please!
I'm gonna talk about that later.
Oh, yeah, you gonna talk about it? You wanna hit it again?
Let me do one. Let me zap her.
哎呀，别惦记那只 Popper。等一下，我在讲中文啊。
Can we DoorDash something from Panda Express?
Oh, that sounds really good, baby. Kaya, what do you want from Panda Express?
John PG.
I can't hold it in any longer. You need to make love to me right now.
Oh, so gross. It's gross. It's gross to put the. This is what people were freaking out about. Yeah, the whole. Oh, Hassan and Asmongold have a symbiotic relationship where they both benefit. Like, yeah, no, I'm definitely good on that.
Oh yeah.
Tap her again.
哎呀，我受够了这狗。
Wait, what are you doing now? The end. Jesus Christ, I'd kill myself too if I wrote that book. Are you sleeping? Or?
Is that it? At least you make Kaya speak Mandarin. That's it? Finish it? Meat Canyon lovers with Wendigoon, who's kind of like Southern coded Hassan that likes guns. You're in it again at the end, where it's a dog adventure reference. I demand compensation for this torture. Please pay my college debt. I mean, it's fine. Who gives a shit? It's like a hacky bit. Yes,
oh, God, glad to be out.
How did we get outside?
Who wants Panda Express? Oh yeah!
That's it. Yeah. Hassan and Asman are the same sides of the Griff spectrum slop. That's it. And Kaya is a Chinese asset. I mean, at least he made you Jack. Yeah. He got the nail biting though. That's true. He did. Did you do the voice? No, I did not. Designer brand on the t-shirt. Yeah, his art style is great. He's he is a very talented guy. And like I said, he's homies with Noel Miller. I'm sure his politics are not as like dog the way he presents it here, and is not like, oh, these guys are both the same. It's just mostly, I suspect it's mostly just hacky, you know? He is talented, but this was atrocious. You guys need to be less serious about this stuff. The creator is Meat Canyon, and the video is Discord mods are the worst. Noel Miller's do, yeah. Is peanut, yeah, is burnt peanut humor a little bit. You had a video shitting on ICE. Chad is just being defensive of you. Yeah, no, it's the classic, it's the classic, like, look, any content creator on the internet, okay? Any content creator on the internet has to literally lean into the apolitical audience. And the best possible way to do the apolitical audience, the best possible way to farm an apolitical audience is by being like, I call balls and strikes. And obviously, you know, someone like Hassan is pretty much the same as someone like Asmongold, right? Like I'm above it all. Like that's the mentality that people present. But that's it. You know, it is what it is. He's a very talented guy, and I don't think his politics are anywhere near as like centrist as he presents it in that bit. He's not wrong about Chowder's annoyingly doing that. He's talking about you again all the time on both streams. Yeah. I made a whole video about XQC. You need to relax. Are we comparing my contributions to the American political sphere the same as like XQC's contributions to the gambling debt? Don't lean into that. Yeah, I'm not even annoyed by the Kaya thing. I'm annoyed by the Asmongold and Hassan are two sides of the same coin shit more than anything else. That's literally, that's the most annoying part about it. Anyway. I'm sorry. No matter which way you cut it, you will never convince me that the mother president saying just open the straits is coming from a place of strength. In the history of mankind, no leader has ever behaved that way when they're, you know, arguing or bargaining from a position of leverage. Trump obviously had a psychopathic tweet, more psychopathic than his usual tweets. Trump threatens terror on Eastern Sunday. Insane. CSAR extracts pilot. Trump didn't tweet that. Little Miller did. I mean, I don't know who did it, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. Did you see this? Zohran Mamdani praising Jesus. Donald Trump praising Allah. Easter 2026. Happy Easter, New York. Today, millions of New Yorkers celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the victory of hope over despair and faith over fear. Now, as a Muslim, for those of you who don't know, Muslims also recognize Jesus Christ. But the only difference is they don't recognize the resurrection. So Zoran is recognizing the resurrection of Jesus Christ here, which is he's a heretic. Okay, he's a heretic. However, Donald Trump, on the other hand, is saying praise be to Allah while simultaneously saying that he's going to do terrorism on Iran. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that. It turns out Zoran wasn't doing taqiyya for the 12 imams. He's not a Shia 12er any longer. He's actually doing taqiyya for Christianity. It turns out it was actually a Uno reversal. Many of you didn't realize. Trump's not holding back his words. He's straight unraveling because he doesn't control the situation. Yeah, I think it's more the latter rather than the former. So Donald Trump came out and said something totally insane. I guess it's somewhat expected, but this shows that he's definitely not in control over the situation. Okay, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. That is unbelievable, dude. I don't even know what to say about this. Like, down to the praise be to Allah side of things. It's just the nuttiest possible situation. He's threatening to do maximum terrorism to the state of Iran and destroy its capabilities of, destroy the lives of 93 million people. Okay, that's what terrorism is. Like, he's saying we are going to do war crimes. We're going to destroy the energy grid. We're going to destroy the bridges. We are going to disrupt the lives and livelihoods of 93 million people. Okay? These are all human beings. That's what he's saying on Easter, while also simultaneously saying praise be to Allah. Okay? Here's Manu Raju of CNN talking about Trump on Wednesday about the Strait of Hormuz, and then Trump today on the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take a look.
Was really in the U.S. interest, opening that back up, and whether that was a chief demand of his.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't. The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves.
I mean, so what is it, Zolan? I mean, is that the objective now? Because he's been saying we don't need. He just says he said.
What is this video, bro? Yeah. Now he's like, open it now. I just spoke briefing with President Trump on the phone, says Julia Manchester, White House correspondent for The Hill. He said he is not ruling out sending ground troops into Iran if they do not make a deal. He also said no infrastructure targets are off the table for the U.S. strikes if no deal is reached. He is trying to do, he's trying to utilize war crimes, okay, and making Iran unlivable for 93 million people as a bargaining chip, okay? He's basically saying we will turn Iran into Gaza. The Dahiyya doctrine that we saw in both Lebanon and Gaza, Donald Trump is saying he will do to Iran. So far, Iran has retaliated in kind. Trump has also extended the deadline for Iran by an additional 24 hours. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote, Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This doesn't spell a lot of confidence. Donald Trump has extended his deadline approximately 10 times at this point. The Macias says this is his fifth extension of the deadline. That's probably the real number. I'm exaggerating. Which once again shows that perhaps he is not as confident in his ability to get a deal. Okay? It's once again an unstoppable force against an immovable object. Okay? Donald Trump keeps saying, oh, we're just going to keep blowing up, and in the process, we're going to make life uninhabitable in Iran. So you better recognize, you better learn your lesson. A timeline of power plant day deadlines. March 22nd, Trump issues a 48-hour deadline. March 23rd, deadline is extended to March 27th. March 26th, deadline is extended to April 6th. April 5th, deadline is extended to April 7th. This is, I guess, the fifth time. Yeah, he added an additional extension. Or the sixth extension, sorry. Breaking for the sixth time, sorry. For the sixth time since March 22nd, the U.S. President Trump extends his deadline to obliterate Iran's power plants unless the Strait of Hormuz is fully reopened. The deadline has now been delayed by 34 hours and goes from Monday 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Tuesday. Okay, things are going well. Now, obviously, the reason why he's doing it is because he thinks he can threaten Iran. But for Iran, their response is always the same. If you blow up our shit, we will blow up the entire world's. You blow up our power plants, we will blow up Israeli power plants, we will blow up the Gulf power plants. We will destroy the refineries, right? So they have still a ways to go on the escalation ladder in retaliation to the American and Israeli escalations. That's where we're at.
And again, as all of this is taking place, now that we zoom out 3 months later, the president is offering the Iranians a diplomatic solution to end this conflict. The same offer that he gave the Iranians before Operation Epic Fury began. Exactly. And remember, we know that at the negotiating table before this operation began, the opening position of the Iranian regime is that we have 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, enough to make 11 nuclear bombs. And the president, understanding the country's ballistic missile program and their nuclear aspirations, ultimately ordered this operation. Well, more than 35...
Yeah, this stuff is propaganda, 100%. Iran said that they would concede on the nuclear enrichment. Iran said that they would concede on everything, according to the Omani negotiators and other mediators that were in the room when these conversations were taking place. Iran has already conceded on this stuff before to Barack Obama. All this, it shows exactly what the Trump administration's goals were here, right? They wanted to engage in perfidy, just as they did in the 12-Day War. They wanted to utilize the negotiations process to do a first strike, while the Iranians were unaware that America would or Israel would strike them at all.
Days later, the president once again is offering the Iranians a diplomatic solution. And again, he tells Fox News in a phone call earlier today, he thinks he'll be able to get a deal with Iran by tomorrow. He says he thinks there's a good chance tomorrow. They are negotiating now. But again, the president goes on to tell me you're going to see bridges and power plants dropping all over their country if they're unwilling to make a deal.
So incredible reporting, Trey. But it's interesting because he told you, President Trump told you that he was thinking optimistic, it sounds like, that there could be a deal tomorrow. But did you also sense a frustration in his talking about the negotiations? Because Iran has never changed their tune. They so far have yet to show any inkling of good faith negotiating, but maybe something has changed in the last 24 hours?
The short answer is no, it doesn't.
I'm going to be honest. Trump is consistently the least reliable orator, okay? If Iran and Iranian officials, not about like the IRGC statements about the operation that took place recently, but like in general about the negotiations, if Iranian officials are the most reliable, Trump is literally the least reliable. Okay, there are like I would trust Steve Witkoff, even though I don't trust him at all, but I would still trust Steve Witkoff a lot more than I would trust Trump, and only because he just doesn't know what's going on, and he just consistently says contradictory sometimes in the same sentence. Okay,
regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred. But we also won regime change. We have a regime change like nobody thought was possible.
Sometimes he's saying things specifically to manipulate the market and have some of his immediate family members make a lot of money. And in other instances, he's just deranged and saying totally inconsistent shit with regular frequency. In one moment saying negotiations are going great, and in the next moment saying, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz now, I'm going to blow up your power plants. Okay? He is like the worst guy to listen to get a decent understanding of what's going on, genuinely. And it sucks because he is the one guy that millions of Americans listen to and take his word as though it's the gospel.
Changed as it relates to the way that the Iranians are negotiating. What's changed is the increase in pressure that continues. President Trump ordered, remember, a strike against the B1 bridge, a new bridge in Iran that the Iranians, according to intelligence officials here, were going to use to transport military equipment. And he told me on the phone that as he was trying to get a deal, the Iranians were trying to push off the negotiating timeline, saying next Tuesday we'll meet, for example. And the president said, no, next hour, because this is a president who wanted to get a deal. He wants to get the job finished. And ultimately, the Iranians were trying to stretch out that negotiating timeline, and the president ordered the strike against this critical infrastructure in Iran, again, to send a message that the United States is not playing games on the battlefield or at the negotiating table. And so the sense that I got from President Trump is that he is very serious as it relates to these threats against the Iranian regime when it comes to their unwillingness to make a good faith agreement, despite the fact that the president has given them multiple off-ramps. And again, he tells me that he ideally will take Iranian oil if they are unwilling to make an agreement. And so that is a major development in this conflict. And the president making very clear in his post on Truth Social that Iranian power and energy infrastructure will be targeted in the days ahead if Iran doesn't make a deal tomorrow.
Based on your conversation then, Trey, especially when you consider there has been no evidence whatsoever that the regime is trustworthy. They make deals all the time. They say things all the time, and they never, ever, ever follow through. Was that your sense in listening to the president? And if that's so, it seems to me like 24 hours from now, we're going to hear a lot more about bombing.
Yes, the president understands the deal very well, based on what I gathered from the conversation. And he said primarily we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
Talk we cut out the middle of negotiations to bomb Iran. What are you talking about? I mean, what do you think? I mean, they're doing regime propaganda for a guy who is unimaginably, unbelievably inconsistent. It's not a very easy thing to sane wash. Okay, sane washing terrorism is a brilliant tactical move. Yeah. Israel's systematic bombing of Iran's key industrial infrastructure, steelworks, petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, is designed to destroy Iran's economy, prevent post-war reconstruction, setting the country on the path to become a failed state. That's all this is. That's precisely what they're doing. They can't win. They can't win like their stated military objectives. They can't win on that. So they're just trying to do maximum damage to the Iranian population. This is exactly how Israel operated in Gaza. Okay? Exactly how Israel operated in Gaza. It's exactly how Israel operated in Lebanon. When they can't achieve their stated military objectives, just as many people as possible. Do maximum damage to the civilian infrastructure, do maximum damage to the civilians. It's an insanely cruel way to operate. And unfortunately, there is very little pushback from even America and Americans towards this kind of endeavor. It's cruel. It's dumb. It doesn't even deteriorate their striking capabilities, ironically enough. All you do is just destroy the lives and livelihoods of 93 million people. It's completely psychotic. Israeli veteran war correspondent argues that Israel's likely and most decisive plan now in Iran is to enact the Dahiyya Doctrine, exactly, in areas where regime supporters and their families live, ordering them to evacuate and blowing up those neighborhoods. Israel and America only does this when they're losing, for the record, okay? And they can't do regime change. They can't actually balkanize the country. They can't actually deteriorate Iranian strike capabilities. So all they're doing is them. Okay? It's insane. And no one ever turns around and says, hey, can you stop doing this? The only reason why people are at least a little bit more critical this time around is because Iran is a sovereign state and not like a paramilitary force comprised entirely of occupied peoples, right? Or a paramilitary force that's like the only standing conventional forces that can try to push back against Israeli incursions, like in Lebanon with Hezbollah. So they're just doing maximum terrorism without even sending troops. At this point, we're basically doing Hiroshima and Nagasaki for the sake of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. No threat of like actual ground movement, ground mobilization at all. We're just doing it for fun. Felix described Israel's military strategy in Gaza as the equivalent of throwing a tantrum with nuclear armed states military. It's the same with America and Iran now. Yeah. And for that reason, it's more so a game of attrition. It's like, will Israeli defenses diminish to such a significant level that Iran is more successful at striking both military targets and strategic targets inside of Israel before Israel decides to apply the Dahiyya Doctrine on Iran? And at what point? I mean, I worry that Israel will escalate up the nuclear ladder if they're, openly threatening to do the Dahiyya Doctrine in Iran anyway. And this has been the calculation from the start.
Hormuz being opened.
That's
and
right.
Again, the Iranians have these small vessels where they use mine laying vessels, for example, to try and disrupt billions of dollars worth of oil trade through the strait. And it's something that they can continue to do, and it's very inexpensive for Iran, but can be very expensive for the international energy markets. And the president understands this. And so the primary thing that he talked about was the Strait of Hormuz. He also said there are 15 other points, but he does believe that he'll be able to get an agreement with the Iranian regime. I think the important part here, too, is the negotiating team that the president has. We're talking about U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. If you think back to last year, the entire region didn't think a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas was possible. And ultimately, the president was able to send his special envoy to the region, send Jared Kushner to the region, and go to Egypt and get a deal that everyone said wasn't possible. And I think that that is the sentiment now. Ultimately, there will be some sort of negotiated settlement. The president's really just giving the Iranians a chance right now in order to stop things right here, because the United States has more U.S. forces in the region. The president's been very clear he's willing to move more forces to the Middle East if needed, but there are already tens of thousands of U.S. forces currently in the Middle East. And as we saw last night, U.S. Special Forces have the ability, hundreds of them, to go into Iranian territory to conduct operations and successfully leave the country without anyone being killed or very serious injuries happening to those forces. And again, this is also a message of deterrence, I am told. I spoke with a senior U.S. official earlier today who said only the United States of America has the capability to do what is being done right now in Iran. And the president has a variety of options on the table to choose from as it relates to how this conflict is going to move forward. And as we talked about earlier, it appears the president is giving the Iranians until tomorrow to make a good faith agreement, or there will be a price to pay, according to the president, and that will be Iran's power grid and bridges. And he even described it to me as power plant day and bridge day, because he said this will be a concerted effort to strike at the heart of the regime and their infrastructure if they're unwilling to come to the table and make a good faith deal.
Well, Trey, your report gives me a lot of hope. I mean, we've all been praying for peace and hopefully a negotiation, a way out of this. Did the president give you any indication as to who is leading these negotiations? My understanding is that last week the Iranians said, we want to deal with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was beginning negotiations with somebody on the Iranian side, and then that person we killed, and I think, or injured, and then some of his family was killed, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. So who is leading the negotiations, and who are they negotiating with? Because part of the problem is if you kill so many of the leaders, you're not left with a lot of people to negotiate.
Yeah, I want to be careful with my reporting here, but I can tell you I spoke with President Trump both on and off the record. We talked for about 15 minutes.
I understand.
And he told me that the current negotiators from the Iranian side have been granted limited amnesty right now. They're not going to kill them as these negotiations continue. And that's something that the Iranians requested, and the president was willing to grant, given the fact that he is controlling the scope of these negotiations right now. But I think the president also talked about how the Iranians are negotiating. And this was the thing that I drew from the conversation, is that the Iranians like to drag their feet in these negotiations. And the president basically, through that strike on a key bridge in Iran last week, was trying to send a message to them that they're either going to make a deal or they're going to face consequences for not making a deal.
Dude, sandwashing Trump in this regard is so dumb too, because it's like, yeah, you're talking about negotiating with a guy who has a gun to the head of your family and has like killed a bunch of your family members already, while simultaneously saying, come on, let's have a good faith negotiation. Come on, let's have a good faith negotiation. It's like talking to a psychopath. This is not a negotiation. This is a president threatening to consistently do war crimes in the process of doing war crimes. And they're doing this because they can't. Like, they're doing this because, again, they cannot actually achieve any of their military objectives.
And so, again, the president told me that the Iranians were trying to push off the negotiations an additional week and a number of days ahead. And the president said, no, next hour you're going to negotiate. Because, again, this is a president who is directly involved and speaking on a daily basis with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, with his son-in-law Jared Kushner, because they understand the framework of this deal. They also understand how the Iranians negotiate. And they're not negotiating in good faith, despite the fact that the United States is giving them this off-ramp.
Right.
We have seen this in the past. We saw this during previous administrations. And the difference with this administration is that the president is not willing to let them drag it out. He's saying, if you're going to make...
Joe Kent, predictably, we're seeing the Iran war cheerleaders, most avoided the global war on terror, aggressively push Bush-era war propaganda because they know there's no legitimate justification for this war. Patriotism is doing what's best for our nation, keeping our troops out of foolish wars. Yeah.
A deal, you need to make it, as he told me, tomorrow, not next week.
So the clock is ticking. Trey Yingst, great reporting.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Trey.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah, the mini dog is out. I know. We're going to watch it later. There's an exclusive interview with Iran's Baghai, who warns of swift retaliation against the U.S. after Trump threats.
Iran's reaction would be one of reciprocating any such attack. Our armed forces have made it clear that in case Iran's infrastructure is attacked, we would react in kind. Our armed forces would target any similar infrastructure that is owned or in any way or manner related to the United States or contributes to their
Share it with your loved ones, by the way. Go like the documentary on YouTube. Share it with your loved ones. Watch it over and over again. Boost that shit, okay? Boost that.
It's not something that we will do it voluntarily or by willful decision.
Here it is.
This is something that is as part of our defense measures against their
watch it all the way
act.
through. Watch it all the way through, by the way.
our armed forces would target any similar infrastructure that is owned or in any way or manner related to the United States or contributes to their
Share it with your loved ones, by the way. Go like the documentary on YouTube. Share it with your loved ones. Watch it.
It's not something that we will do it voluntarily or by willful decision.
Here it is.
This is something that is as part of our defense measures against their
watch it all the way
act.
through. Watch it all the way through, by the way. Watch it all the way through.
Yes, the American people have come to understand that this is not their war. This is a war of choice by the United States administrations, perhaps on behalf of a genocidal regime in our region. The fact that they poured into the streets of different states and cities of the United States indicate the fact that they're not supporting this war of aggression by their administration against Iran. Everyone, not only in our region, but also globally, including in the United States, recognize that this war is illegal. This is a war imposed on a civilizational state for no reason. This is a war based on a lie that Iran is pursuing nuclear weapon, something that has never existed, a lie that there was an imminent threat on the part of Iran against the American people. That's simply untrue. They know that there was no such threat from Iran to the United States. The lie that they simply wanted to help the Iranian nation. Yes, they are helping Iranians with death and destruction. They killed in one single incident, as they call it. It was not an incident, it was a deliberate attack on elementary school in the city of Minat. The same day that they also targeted a sport hall in La Merde, Fars, killing 21 persons. So in a matter of less than 1 hour, they slaughtered more than 200 innocent girls and boys. So these are the conduct of American administration. And I think these war crimes are recorded in the name of the United States people. I think the United States people do not favor, do not approve of these atrocities. They are against these atrocities. The American administrations have been threatening Iran for the past 48 years. Iranians have shown maximum steadfastness and determination to continue their rightful path, which is safeguarding their right to self-determination, safeguarding their sovereignty, as well as their dignity. These threats are simply an indication of a criminal mindset. This is an express public incitement for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And I would say for genocide, because threatening to attack a country's critical infrastructure, energy sector, it would mean that you want to put at risk the whole population. And this is nothing less than war crimes and crimes against humanity. But apart from that, because it seems that this administration doesn't care about law or logic or basic tenets of morality. As far as Iranians are concerned, we are determined to defend our national security and sovereignty with all might. We have shown, not only during the past 37 days, but also throughout this whole almost 5 decades that Iranians are very patriotic and are prepared to fight back their enemies. Everyone got their lesson from this brave act of defense against the aggressors. For 35, 36 days, they propagated the idea that Iranians' defense capability has been neutralized. After 35, 36 days, our armed forces showed that our enemies are facing another miscalculation.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror. This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Classic dead guy, dude.
As a nation that repeatedly carried out daring rescue operations, and as someone who was wounded in such a mission and lost a brother in the Entebbe rescue,
oh my
Israelis
God.
and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
Through Washington, D.C., Donald Trump took a Sunday morning drive after the mission the night before. Iranian capture of a U.S. airman would have been for him a political crisis. His own reportage of the rescue read as relief. "We got him," he posted on Truth Social in the middle of the night. And he spoke of an operation without U.S. casualties involving dozens of aircraft. He didn't mention this. These are pictures from Iranian state media, filmed south of Isfahan. U.S. officials said they'd left behind and destroyed 2 aircraft following a technical malfunction. Tehran's version was that 8 shot down 2 American C-130 planes and 2 helicopters involved in the rescue.
Following prior information, further investigations by experts present at the scene determined that 2 C-130 military transport aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters of the US Army were destroyed, with the fulfillment of the divine promise, the help of Almighty God, and the sacred fire of the anger of the soldiers of Islam within the powerful armed forces. This action increased the level of repeated failures of the US Army.
As the US raced the Iranians to find the missing airman, details have emerged of his ordeal. US media are reporting that after he ejected, he hiked up a 7,000-foot mountain edge and hid in a crevice. He used a piece of technology unique to the CIA to tell the agency where he was. Reports then say that US military began dropping bombs in the area to keep away Iranian forces, though they didn't have to engage directly. After his F-15 was shot down, the CIA had used a deception technique, spreading word that the airman had been rescued, when in fact the hunt was still on. American officials believe that lured away some of the Iranian forces. The UK knows the experience of aircrew used as propaganda. It happened to the RAF's John Peters and John Nichol during the first Gulf War in Iraq. Such a repeat for Donald Trump could have cemented a public mood against the Iran conflict. Politically, the president has dodged a bullet. As the White House woke up on Easter Sunday, Trump was back on Truth Social, threatening like we've not heard a US president threaten before. He appeared to shock.
Yeah, the thing is, there is already a public mood that's against it, right? The war is already super unpopular. Trump is already super unpopular. And it's only going to get worse as the energy crisis worsens. Some commodities traders are saying in the next 8 days, Europe is going to start feeling the impact of energy shortages, and then America will follow shortly thereafter. There's obviously countries in the Asian markets that have already experienced a tremendous amount of setbacks. They're rationing. They are demanding to the public. Travel less, right? Places like the Philippines, Thailand. Thailand actually restarted their coal-powered reactors, their coal-powered power plants. There's long lines of gas rationing taking place already. So I believe a couple days ago was the last day that the UK received jet fuel. So you will see less air travel, less deliveries, more expensive deliveries. There are a lot of hardships that are coming. And obviously, because our world view is limited by just the Western world, specifically Europe and the United States of America, we haven't felt the full brunt of it yet. But we will. UK to receive last tanker of jet fuel from Middle East this week. The last known shipment of jet fuel to the UK from the Middle East is expected to arrive this week, pointing to the fast approaching impact of the Iran war on airlines and travelers. The shipment on the Libyan-flagged Maytiga vessel is due to arrive in the UK around Thursday from Saudi Arabia, data providers Kepler and Vortexa said. Would you happen to know what China is telling its citizens? China, in the interim, is best positioned to not only withstand the energy crisis because they have contingencies, but also develop a significant point of leverage as far as soft power initiatives, as far as influence over its own backyard. So not only do they have tremendous control over their productive forces, obviously, but they also have they've already made tremendous gains in electrifying their energy grid. Okay, like down to the massive trucks, for example. This is a huge problem because like trucks need diesel, right? A lot of commerce, a lot of the logistics require diesel. In terms of transport, they have a lot of electric vehicles, right? So for them, they are unimaginably well positioned, especially because they have massive stockpiles and they can now trade these massive stockpiles in exchange for favors. What is this? Is this good from the markets? Futures markets open up for the week and show the markets are unpersuaded by Trump's latest claims of potential deals. Each time the deadline moves and each claim he makes of a deal, the pop has been less. This is the first time it's declined on a day where he made such a claim. Well, he also is literally saying he's gonna blow up Iran on Tuesday. So it's kind of hard to hear what he has to say about how a deal is imminent. Can you help me understand why U.S. gas prices are so high if we don't get most of our oil from the Strait? Because gas prices are determined globally because it is a resource that every country needs unconditionally. So it's a collective pooled resource, and therefore scarcity anywhere around the world. Oil is a global commodity, so scarcity anywhere around the world impacts the supply and demand regardless. All right, where was I? All right, let's continue.
Up in his warning of attacks on Iranian infrastructure when he posted, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing Strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, he wrote. Trump followed that up with Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It is the foul-mouthed rant filled with foreboding. And for a US president who's failed to control this conflict as he would like, it asks questions, not least when control stops, what chaos ensues.
Here's my take. Well into the second month of the US-Israeli war, it is worth taking stock of where things stand. Here's what things look like in Iran and its neighborhood before the war.
Jay Mershon, stop spamming the Cory Booker clip. We already watched it on the stream. You weren't here. All right, let's see perhaps one of the worst takes of all time. I don't know what Fareed Zakaria said, but I know what he has said in the past. And oftentimes he has this tendency to find the absolute worst possible position on any issue especially issues that pertain to foreign policy, especially issues that pertain to Israel. So I suspect this will still be bad, but who knows?
Began in late February. In June 2025, Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities had been, in President Trump's words, completely and totally obliterated by a 12-day bombing campaign by U.S. and Israeli forces using American stealth bombers and 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs. The head of Israel's defense forces agreed with Trump, saying, "We have set Iran's nuclear project back by years, and the same goes for its missile program." That conclusion was reiterated by Israel's Atomic Energy Commission, which added that the achievement can continue indefinitely as long as Iran did not get access to nuclear materials, and that access was actively being denied. Iran's military capabilities had been substantially weakened by separate Israeli air campaigns in 2024, which killed key Revolutionary Guard leaders, destroyed air defenses, and struck ballistic missile facilities. Israel also heavily bombed Iran's most deadly militia ally, Hezbollah, killing several layers of its top leadership and, by many analyses, crippling the military strength of the organization. It had already taken apart Hamas in Gaza. Finally, Israel's campaign against the Iran-backed militias that supported the Syrian government played a part in the collapse of that regime.
One thing that I always notice with commentary like this is that it's virtually identical. The analysis is damn near identical to what you heard from Trey Yingst over at Fox News. Now, is that because this is truthful analysis, or is that because this is pure pro-Israel and pro-American government propaganda? I think it's because it's propaganda. Obviously, if what they're saying was correct, they wouldn't be successfully closing the Strait of Hormuz and also continuously bombing Israel with greater efficiency. Okay, fine, I'm clicking on it. Yes, please click on it.
In December 2024. In other words, Iran was in very bad shape militarily. In addition, its economy was a mess, destroyed by the tightening of sanctions and its own corrupt regime. Hardly anyone could argue that Iran posed a threat to its neighbors, let alone to the United States, which sits roughly 6,000 miles away. Donald Trump effectively admitted this on Wednesday.
We don't have to be there, but we're there to help our allies.
It's worth noting that none of America's European or Asian allies were consulted, and many have spoken out against the war. In fact, reports suggest that Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu sold Trump on this war not because Iran was an imminent threat, but because its unprecedented weakness provided an opportunity to strike hard to effect regime change. Why else would Trump have closed his brief announcement at the start of the war by urging the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the regime, a call echoed by Netanyahu in his own message? So far, aside from devastating Iran and crippling its already weak military, which was predictable in such a one-sided contest, few of the desired results have been achieved. The regime has not fallen. Key leaders have changed for the worse. The 86-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei, who famously banned the development of nuclear weapons, was killed and replaced by his son, who is said to be more hardline than his father. In general, the Revolutionary Guards, who have always been more militant, seem to be ascendant, which makes sense in times of war. The Strait of Hormuz, which was free and open despite many threats through 47 years of U.S.-Iran tensions, is now blocked by the new leadership, whom Trump terms much more reasonable. President Trump says that after a few more bombing runs, the strait will open naturally because Iran will want to export its own oil. This misreads the situation. The strait is not closed. It is open to Iranian oil, which is flowing freely, especially to China. The net result of the war is that Iran now makes about twice as much on its daily oil sales compared to before the conflict. In addition, if it continues to charge a reported $2 million per passing ship, Tehran will make hundreds of millions of dollars in additional revenue every month, enough to rebuild its military and more. America's Gulf allies now face a far more unstable and tense environment than they did before the war. Their business models require peace, stability, and economic integration. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had mended ties with Iran in 2023 because he wanted to calm geopolitical waters to pursue his ambitious program of modernization. Today, all that progress is in jeopardy as oil exports are crippled and the region has gone from having a path to be an oasis of stability rather than a cauldron of conflict. The obvious winner is Russia, which will make billions of extra dollars every month as the price of oil rises and America waives sanctions against it. Ukraine loses as weapons it needs are diverted to the Middle East. Europe loses as it faces crushing energy costs, and Trump demands that NATO fight his war and threatens to pull out of the organization if it doesn't. It's worth noting that NATO is a defensive alliance and did not fight in the wars in Korea, Vietnam, or Iraq. China gains as America gets mired in another Middle Eastern conflict and loses its focus on Asia. Meanwhile, Beijing's massive investments in green technology shield it from many of the costs of this war, and it appears to the world as a more responsible, less disruptive superpower. Of course, things could change.
I mean, it doesn't appear that it is that.
Wars are unpredictable, but so far, has any American military action ever racked up so many costs for so few gains? I'm joined by Richard Haas, the President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, and Zanny Minton-Beddoes, the Editor-in-Chief of The Economist. Richard, the American forces were able to do something extraordinary, really quite spectacular. But what the president is now asking them to do next appears to be to bomb the basic energy infrastructure, power plants that provide civilians with energy. That is traditionally been considered a war crime, and it certainly on plain reading is a violation of the Geneva Convention. What do you think of this idea, and is it possible U.S. military personnel who are told not to follow illegal orders might have some qualms about actually executing an order like this?
Well, several things there, Fareed. First of all, you're right.
He got me in the first half. I'm gonna be honest. At first, I thought he was gonna be a kid about it, but it seems that America's failures are America's failures are so flagrant, so apparent that it's like, you know, Fareed is actually cooking. At least he cooked Trump. Even though, if you noticed, he still soft pedals this where he's like, well, it kind of seems like it might be a Geneva Convention violation to hit the civilian energy facilities, to which I suspect this on the left, potentially, maybe I'm wrong, or one of the panelists is going to say they're dual use. They're going to lie, and they're going to say it's technically dual use. It's obviously not the case. That's bullshit. That's complete and utter nonsense. And they are just doing terrorism. They're just doing terrorism for no reason other than the fact that they can't achieve, as Fareed Zakaria also correctly pointed to, any of their serious military goals. And this has turned out to be devastating.
The rescue mission was operationally extraordinary, and it's consistent with this war, where the operational capabilities of the U.S. military have been phenomenal. But all that said, it doesn't necessarily mean the United States is winning the war strategically. There's a strong argument we are not. What you raise is the idea of going after infrastructure. I think it does raise fundamental legal questions, also raises real policy questions, because what Iran has shown is its willingness and ability to respond in kind against the water plants, the energy infrastructure of all of its neighbors. Whether individual soldiers would balk, I think that's unlikely, simply because there are those making the argument that because energy, for example, somehow contributes to military activities or leadership activities, my guess is it's in something of a gray area. But this is the responsibility of the commander-in-chief.
I told you, see?
And the kind of post that the president put out on Truth Social, which really raises fundamental questions.
President says, bomb them back to the Stone Age, okay? And then openly says they're going to target civilian energy infrastructure. And you still got a guy who's like, well, you know, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a war crime. Maybe it's not. You know, what if some of these power plants are powering the weapons? It's not a gray area at all. How is it a gray area? It's a direct violation of the Geneva Convention. That's all it is collective punishment, which is something we've done to the Iranian people in perpetuity anyway. So I guess it's a little bit more of the same, right? Collective punishment is a war crime unless it's economic warfare by way of sanctions, which then is a gray area, right? According to these guys. And now we're just directly bombing their energy grid.
Questions about his judgment and then urging these kinds of attacks. Again, I would think this does the opposite of reassuring our partners and allies, and I don't think it intimidates Iran.
Let me just read for those who have missed it. This is a Trump tweet that Richard is referencing.
It's a gray area because you can make an argument? No, it's not, dude. What are you talking about? Is it a gray area when Russia makes that argument? Or do you only understand certain things as black and white when it's your foreign adversaries conducting direct crimes against humanity and war crimes? It's the same principle behind talking about Israel's hospital strikes. It's Israel's hospital strikes. Oh, well, maybe these are dual-use hospitals. No, they're not. It's ridiculous. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. There's no international law anyway. We've obviously dropped that completely.
And it says, and I'm now quoting, and there is explicit language, but I am quoting the President of the United States. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. Zanny, when you listen to this, the question I have in a way is the problem Trump seems to have found himself in is anything he does to punish Iran is almost certainly going to raise the price of oil, because Iran will respond to energy infrastructure in the Gulf, because they will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, that is close to non-Iranian oil. So it feels as though Trump has sort of backed himself into a corner, assuming the Iranians will absorb pain, which they seem willing to do.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing to say is I was as shocked hearing you read that post as I was reading it myself. And it is, I mean, and I use this word advisedly, it sounds unhinged. That is the President of the United States is just profoundly shocking. And I think we've all become somewhat inured to statements by the President of the United States, but even by his standards, that was very shocking. And I wasn't surprised when I looked on my phone just a few minutes ago to find several people asking whether this was actually real. So I think, you know, let's just take a breath about the kind of language being used by the president. But yes, you're absolutely right. I think this is a mark of his frustration, and his frustration with a situation where Iran clearly has the upper hand in strategic terms, because he has no good options, President Trump. If he tries to escalate, it is likely that Iran, which has already shown that it will escalate itself, will damage more oil installations. The price of oil will go higher. If he somehow declares victory and moves away, then the straits are likely to stay closed. And so right now, this is a very, very difficult situation, and one where I think the President of the United States is showing us just how frustrated he is. But if those threats were to be carried out, I don't for a second think that it would do anything other than...
I'm sorry. No matter which way you cut it, you will never convince me that the mother president saying, just open the straits or else I'm going to do... is coming from a place of strength, right? Like, that's never in the history of mankind. No one has ever, no leader has ever behaved that way when they're, you know, arguing or bargaining from a position of leverage.
Increase Iran's resolve to maintain the straits being closed.
You aren't on this list? It seems weird. I am. I'm just tiny. Wait, maybe I'm not. I thought I was here. Oh my God. She's like, this is crazy. What the hell? Why is she so mad? What the hell have I done to her? We appeared on a panel one time and she has never let that go, huh? Goddamn. As you guys know, for the last 2 weeks at this point, a lot of the right-wing forces and pro-Israel forces have been running around and smearing me, disparaging me, attacking me endlessly, relentlessly, calling me an anti-Semite and numerous other things. And it's because it's had very limited success. As a matter of fact, it hasn't had any success at all. All it has done is made people on that side of the equation more insane and more hysterical, while also simultaneously, I think it's boosted my profile a lot. It's also helped some of the campaigns that I'm associated with get more media coverage in general, something that they wanted to get. Tim Miller had long analysis on this, right? But these 5 minutes and 40 seconds are pretty good.
Other members ostensibly of the anti-Trump coalition have tried to turn him into a litmus test and say that people can't be seen with him. Candidates can't be seen with him. And like, I find that to be insane for a number of reasons. Number one, I think the timing on that is awful. Okay. All of our energy right now, if you're for liberal democracy, if you're against Trump, if you think what's going on in this country is bad right now, all of our energy should be laser focused on undermining this regime and bringing in more people who are potentially opponents of the regime and adding them to our numbers, right? There is strength in numbers, whether that be at the No Kings protests, whether that be at the midterms this coming year, whether that be in 2028. Like, we need as many people as possible to brush back this threat that I believe seriously is an existential threat to the country. That's me, okay? And so right now in this moment, when Donald Trump
I do agree on that, by the way. I definitely... the
entire world headlong into an energy crisis where he's like engaging in a lawless war that he gave a nonsense speech about last night, that it was basically incomprehensible. We don't even know what the objective is. Like, when they're killing people in the streets of Minneapolis, like, this is not the moment to fucking nitpick some streamer who also opposes this. It's just not. All right. And on top of that, it's particularly not the moment to nitpick a streamer that reaches an audience of people that the Democrats are struggling with, and that right now is a particularly ripe moment to add them. People that are opposed to this war, people that are upset about Israel's prosecution of the war in Gaza, people that are upset about Israel's influence on our involvement in this war in Iran, people that are upset at the mostly Republican, let's be honest, but somewhat bipartisan, like, military industrial complex that has gotten us into war after war. Like, there are a lot of people out there that are against that. I'm about to play you some videos of some of them who were for Trump, who are, and some of those are right-wing people, but some of those are far left people who got hoodwinked. We can be honest. They got hoodwinked by Jill Stein and by a bunch of far left streamers and a bunch of people that convinced them that Kamala was going to get us into a war when really Trump was. We all saw that clearly. We can pat ourselves on the back. But right now...
I also said that, for the record. Like, there was no point where I ever leaned into Trump is going to be the peace candidate, for the record. Just, he doesn't know that probably. There are a lot of people who will be like, oh, Hassan is like a big Jill Stein advocate in general. I mean, I am not as aggressive in opposing third party unconditionally. I'm not one of those guys at all. I'm a firm and committed believer that you have to earn people's votes, right? Those votes are not a given. The Democrats need to earn those votes. Jill Stein is a separate story. I mean, I have actually... obviously criticized Jill Stein quite a bit, but regardless, that's not even like that's not even my calculation at all. I'm not like anti third party in general. Having said that, I did openly explain to people and did tell the Democrats who would listen that they have to not present themselves as pro-war.
In this moment, when we're in this war, when people are feeling economic pain, this needs to be the moment to say, come on in to everybody, particularly people that are ranging from skeptical to hostile of this war and of actions in the Middle East. This needs a moment for that. And Hassan talks to some of those people. So to pick this moment, a month into the war.
I mean, this is basically an admission not of defeat necessarily, but an admission of like how much the discourse has changed. Tim Miller, for all of our disagreements, understands that the overwhelming majority of the American population is anti-Israel. Okay? He understands that there is no way to win those people back with a pro-Israel message. Okay? And he recognizes that I'm being used as like a beacon to tell everybody 2024 style that this kind of rhetoric is unacceptable. Okay. Matt Iglesias has also recognized this reality as well. Plenty of liberals who don't want Trump or a Trump style candidate to win again have recognized that reality, and they're not behaving in this hysterical manner. However, there are a lot of people, I wouldn't say they're sizable. This is not a sizable force at all, but there's a lot of them on Twitter, and a lot of them with at least like some kind of influence within the ranks of the Democratic Party in the consultant side, in the lobbying arm, that think that as long as they yell a lot, they yell at candidates, they can try to get candidates, they can scare candidates into disassociating with someone like myself, and also the base of support that I represent. It's not intelligent for two reasons. Number one, I'm not singularly responsible for the attitude shift on Israel, right? It's very flattering that they think I have this capability. I'm just one person. So even if you were to successfully decouple Democrats by force through bullying from associating with me, that resentment is still going to exist in the base, right? And secondly, they don't understand how much more popular anti-Israel sentiment is than the pro-Israel sentiment that they're demonstrating. They don't recognize it. And they, I think, legitimately believe that all this anti-Israel sentiment is coming from a place of anti-Semitism. It's totally hysterical. For the longest time, I used to assume that it came from this cynicism, right? That a lot of these people say stuff like that. A lot of these people say, oh, you're being anti-Semitic because you're questioning Israel or criticizing Israel because they know that they can't really argue on the basis of what Israel's doing and Israel's conduct. However, I do legitimately believe that there are some people who are just, they're hysterical Democrats.
To pick this fight. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And if you are a centrist, and I have some sympathies to that, obviously, if you're a moderate and you want to pick a fight with the left wing of the Democratic Party, let me tell you, there's a lot of potential options there. I mean, John, Lovett and I were talking about this week about the mismanagement of California. They're trying to build a monorail there. They're not even breaking ground till 2041. We could go down the list. There are a bunch of things where the American people don't like the Democrats right now. And if you want to fight with the left of the party from the center, again, I wouldn't think would be the moment to do that. But if you wanted to try to, move the party.
Yeah, he's literally saying like, dude, if you're going to shit on the left, like there's better things to do it over. This is not one of those things.
Center on something, on an issue, there are a bunch of them out there that the public would be on your side of. To pick Israel and Hassan Piker right now as the issue to fight about, to advance the interests of the center of the party, all you're doing is undermining the credibility of the center of the party, right? All you're doing, like 90% of the Democrat voters are against this war. And the popularity of this war and of Israel and of Middle Eastern conflicts is going down by the minute within the Democratic coalition. And so for you to be like, now we as the centrist establishment serious types want to exile a far leftist from here because he has some impure thoughts about Israel. It's like, all you're doing is making it more powerful. All you're doing is making people think you're a bigger idiot. To pick right now to have this fight. And it is truly, it's like madness. Like the entire country is moving the other direction. We can just be honest. It's moving Hassan's direction on the question of Israel. And you're like, we're going to pick a fight with him on that? Right now? When Bibi and Trump are careening the world economy, they got us in this war they don't know how to get out of? They're doing war crimes, bombing schools, girls' schools. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. We did this already 5 years ago where a bunch of liberals were like, you can't go on Joe Rogan. He had some bad opinions. It's just like, we can't do this shit again. Okay? You can't do this shit again. This is stupid. If you personally don't like Hassan Piker, that's fine. Me and Hassan disagree on a bunch of stuff. We're going to argue about a bunch of stuff.
A bunch of Sex Pastini fans are on I'd watch after this video, I suspect. You know, pour one out for the Sex Pastini community and its orbiters that Tim Miller of the Bulwark is now also an op for them, because these guys have they place the highest priority on undermining whatever the I'm doing, weirdly enough. Like, they have no real politics at all. Politics is just like a secondary patina that they slap on, a coat of paint that they slap on to their true resentment, right? It's very interesting to watch them operate. But anyway, even though Tim Miller made this like very intelligent argument, the founder of Bulwark was still very upset.
Gail's going to be jealous. Sarah, it's the whole thing, my whole long sermon. And so I just want to set this out. I just going to want to break it down. There are a bunch of sub-elements to this, right? Like, which is, do I agree with Hassan Piker's politics? Like, I do not. And I went through some of those disagreements. Should people go on Hassan Piker's show? I think, yes, we can talk about that. Should Democrats campaign with him? Like, there are differing views on that. Should there be a litmus test somewhere in the party? Like, where should the Democrats draw the line in their big tent? Like, should the tent encompass the entire country? Or, you know, should there be polls that if people fall outside those, they shouldn't fit inside the tent? So, like, those are kind of, you know, I think sometimes the conversation, like, all that stuff gets jumbled up into one thing. And, you know, my views are different on different sort of sub-bullets. So I just kind of wanted to start there. You watched my whole thing. On which one of those elements do you feel like your disagreement is with me?
So I think I want to start with kind of Hassan Piker, the guy, the stuff he says, and like, who is he? Because to evaluate him is then to evaluate the rest of your questions, right?
Okay,
should he be?
Is this the lady that I did a panel with at the Getty Museum that I had to tune into from my desktop? And I was like towering over her behind them on the projector, where I brought up the fact that her outlet is run by neocon war criminals, albeit those who have had a change of heart. I'm just trying to establish, like, if this is a person who knows me and has carried resentment for that reason, or if it's just like a random person that out of nowhere joined in on the fray.
In the tent or out of the tent is a question of like, okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site? And I'll just give you a flavor of some of the things that pop up from Hassan's critics that I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude. On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they get results. And he has a lot of very pro-China.
I love when they just like want to disparage my point of view, and they end up unironically presenting my highlight reel. You know, like the China commentary is like a perfect depiction of you're preaching to the converted. Okay, like that's another situation where the environment is radically shifting towards my position, and it's not even like a super positive perspective on China either. It's one that actually acknowledges China's shortcomings and simply says there's a lot we can learn from every country, including China. Like, this argument would have made a lot more sense in like 2012, right?
Takes there's one that he says was a little bit taken out of context, but he says doesn't matter if the rape happened on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good.
Why can you never admit when you're wrong? It's up to you to tell me what's wrong about the statement. The only thing you can do is just like demand that I apologize without even telling me what's wrong about the statement. Like, what's wrong about what I said about China? I'm acknowledging its shortcomings in terms of governance, domestic repression. Well, and then simultaneously saying, like, we can learn a lot about we can learn about decent governance from China, responsive governance from China. What's wrong about that? Are you saying that it's impossible? We should not actually learn anything from our largest market competitor. There's just nothing to learn there at all. There's no lessons to learn from China that is currently destroying us in terms of manufacturing output. It's destroyed every other country with its record-breaking extreme poverty alleviation. 800 million people. As far as this quote, she readily admits it is taken out of context and still continues to use it. It's very stupid.
They have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a hand holding it up. On Dan Crenshaw losing an eye in Afghanistan. What's wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their... On Israel being full of inbreds, you are left with a country that is packed to the gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation of Crimea. Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. On black people care about the border. I don't give a what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the. That's not how politics work. And then I don't know if this is I don't know how to. I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real. It's literally someone from a right-wing perspective claiming black people are actually anti-immigration, and me turning around and saying, this is like ridiculous. You know, standpoint epistemology for like right-wing sentiment is totally ridiculous. And it's also untrue. It's so funny that like every single thing that she's brought up is like, I mean, I have a library of clippers that have clipped shit out of context for decades. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Doozy, date is better if it happens to rich women. If you have these millionaire, billionaire wasp fails. That's not true. She's lying. But again, no, I didn't even say that. When did you say that? Never. There's a university, when reacting to a university that was celebrating removing Title IX restrictions, I said, listen, if they want to cordon themselves off from the rest of normal society and celebrate the fact that there is no, they're basically cordoning themselves off from the rest of normal society by actively choosing to go to a school that celebrates the fact that they will not actually prosecute date. Better that they're there than anybody else, anywhere else. Does that sound like me saying date better if it happens to rich women or white women or whatever he said? It's totally made up. Sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire, failed daughters is in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay, so that's the guy. That's the guy. I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition. There's not a single paragraph that recommends cozying up to people like Hassan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about a pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hassan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition. He's an illiberal guy. He's a China-Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things. And I think, and I was listening to you last night, and I was like, my biggest problem with it, because I agree with you in some places, my biggest problem with it is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is. Like, at one point, I think you called it like impure thoughts or something.
Well, this is one of my defenses of Piker, which is also a defense of myself, is that if you're streaming 8 hours a day, like, I feel like the critics that sometimes like look at an 8-word snippet of something somebody says, I'm like, you talk for 8 hours a day. I just talked for 1 hour a day last night, and I rewatched that video and saw impure thoughts. And that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say that, you just talk for a long time, and
yeah, but
and
you don't you don't accidentally say America deserves 9/11.
No. He had some very bad takes in there too. He had he has some really bad ones for sure.
Can I push back on this idea though? They're not takes. like, this guy has a worldview that I think is anathema to liberal democracy. It's not that we just disagree with his politics.
I think it's really funny that a person who only, like, as of what, 4 or 5 years ago decided to vote for Democrats, and even then it's like conditional, is now offering unsolicited advice to the Democratic Party about who to lean into that represents large chunks of their base by basically rehashing the Washington Free Beacon's article, which is weird, from Chuck Ross, just a beautiful compilation of taking everything out of context. And if you can understand this for Israel, as many people have the capacity to understand, if you're anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, they'll say you're anti-Semitic. They'll find something to make that argument stick. The same goes for all of the other perspectives that they're mentioning, even down to, and I'm glad I explained the lie that she told about me being like in support of, as long as it's like for rich women or some shit. Ridiculous. Or even saying I'm anti-black. The Washington Free Beacon and Fox News hosts running around being like he's anti-black, and then having that be channeled by a random lady who spent most of her life being a registered Republican is pretty funny. These are the opposite viewpoints that I represent. Say I'm anti-black because you clip me as I'm responding to a total lie that black people are very conservative and very racist towards immigrants, and trying to apply standpoint epistemology to that perspective to like to create this false narrative is not anti-blackness at all. If you can understand how these guys operate in the exact same way for Israel, you can apply it to everything else, because they are doing it for everything else. What matters most is your capacity to engage critically with what I'm saying. Listen to my words. I'm live and endlessly accessible for 8 hours a day minimum. You can make up your own mind. You're an adult. Like, between her and I, who do you think actually is more likely to be anti-racist, anti-white supremacy? Because when she was working with Republicans, I was advocating for Black Lives Matter. I was advocating for criminal justice reform. I was converting white supremacists away from having anti-black thoughts quite successfully, as a matter of fact. Same with misogyny, same with everything else that they brought up. Totally ridiculous.
I think his worldview is gross, and the way he talks about people is disgusting. And so, like, I think he is all of the things that I think you were being too hard on sort of the third way types who are condemning him, because he is.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel. They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from, and they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to. They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party, and what they fail to comprehend is I want Republicans to lose, okay? So my advice to Democrats is not coming from a sinister place where I'm like, yeah, if I give advice to Democrats, then they'll end up losing to the Republicans. My advice to the Democrats is channeled through a shit ton of the base. The only thing that is correct about this assessment is that I am vulgar. Okay, I'm a vulgar person, but that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think that's still infinitely better than being a civil war criminal, right? Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth. For many Democrats, they can't get over that hurdle. They fall prey. They fall victim to civility arguments all the time. I don't think you're supposed to be civil, especially with racists. You're not supposed to be civil with fascists. Who gives a and they're not civil either.
Condemnable. And I think it is important. You and I spent a long time when I was on your podcast trying to take our longtime reflexive pro-Israel stances and kind of wrestle with that now in this new world. And I'm up for wrestling with that. And I do. One of the things that is scary about wrestling with that is that there's a bunch of people on the I'm against this war. I'm against Israel's involvement in this war who do it for anti-Semitic reasons. And I think disaggregating from those people as you criticize this war is absolutely essential from a moral standpoint.
This is, I think, this I think is the crux of the deal, because as I said last night, I argued with Hassan about China on and off stage. Like I argued with Hassan about his focus on Israel on stage. And I think that he is a liberal, and I think that if Hassan was running for Congress or president,
you think he is illiberal?
Illiberal, I do, and I think that if he was running for one of those things, I would oppose him. And I think that probably, I think it's very unlikely that me and Hassan will have the same preferred candidates in the Democratic 2028 campaign. If we do, that candidate will end up being very adept at navigating our very fractures. So who the hell knows what the future holds? But like, I don't like it. I don't like his worldview, and I think that it is worth objecting to. And I think it's worth people like us objecting to and hashing it out and fighting with him about it and arguing about a lot of the things that he thinks that are bad. I also just think that, two things. One, people that consume him hear that list and are like, that doesn't mesh with the guy I know, right? And I think that if you came up with my 10 worst takes, they would not sound as bad as his list or anywhere near as bad, I don't think. But especially if you go back to 2004, I have some pretty bad takes going all the way back, okay? So I just mean, if you put my list together, I think a lot of Bulwark people would be like, guy, like, you're being unfair, right? And because I think that there are a lot of areas where he is genuine, that he cares about stuff, human rights. And again, I don't watch this on day to day, but I hearing this from other people, I think they would say, wait a minute, you're trying to turn him into like Tucker or somebody whose whole show is about anti-Semitism right now. But like he talks a lot about making sure people can get a living wage and human rights around the world and how we should care about rights for people.
So does Tucker.
Okay, fine. So anyway, I'm just telling you what people would say about him. I think that I do think that it is a category difference. A lot of people who are criticizing me about the stream last night were trying to lump it in with like, I thought you left Trump. And I was like, no, Trump had a lot of noxious views, and then he ran for president, tripling down on them and being like, hey, here are all my worst views. And like, I think that we should institute them as policy. Some of the things you laid out, I think Hassan would agree with. Some of those things, if you read the profiles of him, he's backed off on, particularly.
He says he does not apologize for any of them. He was just taken out of context. He's like, I don't take any of them back. I don't walk any of them back, but maybe they were taken out of context.
Okay, well, maybe I'd have to listen to that. I guess I just would say that holistically, it is a category difference for me that Trump, from what you hear from MAGA. All of that aside, though, because we can take the measure of the man, and you can decide that he's a wholly unacceptable man, and I can say that he's a man that has some bad views. And we can hash that out. The strategic question, the analytical question, right?
Yep.
Is how Democrats should handle somebody like that. Yep. And like, this is where I'm the harshest on the view that he should be kicked out. And I'm particularly harsh, and I said this last night, and this relates to your point about Israel, about like picking this fight with him right now, like at this moment today, April 3rd of 2026. Because right now we are embroiled in a catastrophic war that the Secretary of State said we did because Israel got us into it. So like, you can call that a conspiracy theory or whatever, but like, the Secretary of State said it, and the president has basically said it, though he does word salad a bunch of times. And I just think that any fair analyst could look at it and say, well, obviously, like, this war is more in Israel's acute interest than ours. Like, it's just a statement of fact, right? So like, we're in this war with our partner Israel right now on the heels of their behavior in Gaza, however you want to describe that, whether it's genocide or ethnic cleansing or war crimes or just more killing than was necessary, like, anywhere on that continuum. Like, this comes after that. Now we've partnered with them for a war in Iran that is going to create massive damage globally to people's lives. Like, people are going to be materially harmed by this war. They already are. And there are a lot of people out there in this country right now who are really mad about that, and they're about to get really madder in the coming months. And I think a lot of them look at they blame Trump, but they also look at the Democratic Party and be like, you guys have been on this too. Joe Biden was in there when Israel was doing the Gaza thing. The Democrats have been, part of this bipartisan establishment that got us into these stupid wars forever. And they look around for people, and who do they see out there saying, no, we should not do these wars. They're stupid. They're wrong. They see people like Hassan. And so in this moment where people are very bad, a lot of voters that when you say how to eat an elephant one at a time, a lot of voters Democrats are going to need, who, whether they be young voters or men who don't want to go to war or people whose costs are going to go up. Like right now, at this moment, a lot of them are assessing the landscape, and they're saying like, Trump betrayed me. Like I thought I was on board with the no wars candidate. Okay. And they're gettable right now. I get as ripe as they have ever been to be gotten by the Democratic Party. And in this moment, the Democratic Party and their leaders should be focused, in my view, on being as clear and loud and passionate as possible. No stupid wars. I will not get you involved in this. This is a mistake. To the extent that Israel is involved, the fact that our relationship is closely tied to them is a mistake. And if we ever get back in power, we will not betray you. We hear you. We see this. And instead, you hear a lot of Democratic leaders being like, well, we should kick this guy out. That's what he's known for. Like if he's known for anything, it's being anti this stuff. And it's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hassan.
They're making their life harder.
Hold on. People like Hassan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And
First of all, I think I'm the only person at my size that actually does do that, which is, provide a safe space for Jews and actively push back against anti-Semitism. Lady, you got to go outside, okay? Most people do not give a okay? I'll be very honest. Most people think, holy shit, what Israel has done is unconscionable. And if you're lucky, they don't have that enmity transferred to Jews in general. But given the fact that for, the past 75 years and certainly accelerated in the last 3 years, every single defender of Israel has actively defended it as the Jewish state. There are a lot of people who learned the exact opposite attitude that you are demonstrating. And this even includes Democrats too. Okay? Perhaps the dumbest argument here is the idea that there are a lot of like anti-Zionist or anti-genocide voices out there, and they just can't subscribe to being anti-genocide because there's people like me. That's like saying I can't be anti-Zionist or anti-genocide because Nick Fuentes exists. I don't give a Nick Fuentes exists. I've been an anti-Zionist before he knew what Israel was. Who gives a shit? It's doubly ridiculous that these guys unironically do this thing to someone like myself where they try to, instead of going after people who are just like avowed anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers and whatnot, they go after the one guy at this level, at this size, that does spend a decent amount of time actively combating against anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist. That's what's so unbelievable about it. It blows my mind.
Tell you why Hassan is so dangerous is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an out group to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the war and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we all get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this. And now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo, whoever, to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened. Like, it's happened. And so if they did that, and then in 5 months, they're like, you know what? Okay, look at this though. Like, you guys, we cannot, be shoulder to shoulder with somebody as this viewer or that viewer. We have to then you have the credibility.
Why is there a 5-month gap? Why can't it be in the same breath?
Because no one believes that you're anti-Israel. Everyone knows that you're not. Because on the basis of like what your gripe is, while you're simultaneously coming after perhaps one of the highest profile anti-Zionists in American media, of course, people are not going to trust you on being the gatekeeper of how to criticize Israel. They're going to trust me. You have no credibility. I've been doing this for 12 years. While you were working with neocons, I was yelling about neocons, and you still don't have that credibility because I don't even know what her full perspective is, right? I don't know what her full perspective on Israel is. But if you're going to claim that Israel is like the Jewish state, if you're going to keep saying that, if you're going to tie Judaism to Israel, then you obviously are unaware of how unimaginably unpopular Israel is, for good reasons, for the record. That's number one. And number two, you are completely oblivious to what that conflation does, what that conflation teaches people. Okay, that conflation teaches people the trope of dual loyalty. Okay, it teaches people that all Jews give a shit about is Israel and defending Israel. That's all they care about, which is not even the truth. And it becomes increasingly harder for someone like myself to make that argument. But I don't think she understands.
I think it should, because here's the point. I do agree with you that nature abhors a vacuum, right? Like, part of what is happening is that there is a desperate anger over this war from a lot of people that feel betrayed by Donald Trump, that don't want any more foreign wars in the Middle East. And it's not about Israel. Like, for some,
that's not even true. I'm sorry. Republicans are entirely on board. Like, what are we talking about? If your goal is to still create this false notion that there's never Trump Republicans out there, you're so lost, right? At a certain point, you have to realize the lane that you occupy is not a real vehicle for change. Okay, there is no never Trump Republican. Like, it doesn't, as it stands, it doesn't exist. MAGA is Republicanism. Donald Trump is the Republican Party, and the base loves it. And the base doesn't just love it. The base is actually a cult at this point. Like, they don't even like Trump because of what he does. They like Trump because Trump's doing it, and they love Trump. You understand?
For some people, it is about Israel. For some people, it is about anti-Semitism. Those are different. And then there's just a lot. I think the vast majority of people are just mad we're doing this again. And so, Democrats should be condemning it. They should be outspoken. They should be the one to try to gain a following by talking about this. But I think in doing so, they should separate themselves from people like Hassan. I don't think you have to wrap your arms around him. I don't think,
he has credibility, and they don't on this, though. And
so they should go get credibility themselves.
They
don't need to borrow it from him.
I'm not telling you. I'm not saying they should borrow for it. I never said. Again, here's the disagreement. I never said I think Democrats should campaign with him. I disagree with that. I
don't think they should go on his show.
I think you don't think they should go on his show?
Hassan's? No.
Oh my God, that we could not disagree more. Oh my God, the people that watch Hassan's show are not terrible. The regular people, a lot of people watch.
There's no reason for Tim Miller to concede that I'm a terrible person here. I get that he's trying to make the best argument possible here, but it is quite difficult that the established premise is just completely faulty from her end. I don't expect people to just comb through every single clip out of context, but it is pretty crazy that what they quote unquote have on me is already incredibly stupid. And it's so obviously cynical that most people see that and they go, come on, man, here we go again. Another guy who hates Israel being called an anti-Semite, and a million different other smears, right? We've seen this happen over and over again. So it's people have developed a tremendous tolerance, a tremendous resistance to this kind of shit smearing operation. The reality is Tim Miller's also right on the tactical grounds as well.
Watch this video, watch Hassan's show. I hear
Let
from
me
them.
ask you
I
this.
saw them on the street. The idea.
I know.
This is like the same shit we just did with Joe Rogan. It's like Democrats shouldn't
Hold
go on Joe Rogan has terrible fucking views. They have to speak to those people.
Yeah, Joe Rogan has far worse views than me. It's not even comparable. MAGA broadcasters grow suspicious of the Jews. Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, and big league hosts who elevated Trump now playing footsie with anti-Semites.
Those are the people that they have to speak to. Why wouldn't they do that? Like right now, especially right now when they're the most gettable.
Let's say so Nick Fuentes is out there saying we should vote for Democrats because Trump is doing this for Israel. Think Democrats should go on Nick Fuentes' show? I don't.
Well, Nick Fuentes is full of shit is the thing. I mean, I don't think they should go on a show, but not really so much because he's an anti-Semite. I don't think they should go on a show because he's he's a troll. He's just a troll. Hassan really believes what he believes. You can say his beliefs are bad or wrong or shameful or should be condemned, and you could go on a show and fight him about it. But Hassan is not out there doing jokes about ovens and the Jew. There might not have been that many people killed in the Holocaust. Doing trolling. What does Nick Fuentes even believe? Does anybody even know? Does he even know? I don't think he even knows what he believes anymore. He's just it's like a variety show. Hassan has passionate left wing views, and they should be grappled with, I think.
Who says that 9/11 was America's fault and that I don't think this is a serious person. This is part of my problem. Now, and I'm going to both state a problem, and then I think one of the ways in which strategically this is bad. Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker are both being elevated in the discourse because there's a Streisand effect happening. This I do write about in the book, the Streisand effect that makes these people more powerful, that gives these people a bigger platform, where whether it is the earnestness of Hassan or the nihilism of Fuentes, right? People are
People I always say you can disagree with Israeli policies, and then never tolerate any disagreements with any Israeli policies, calling every critique anti-Semitic. It's actually insane how bad faith they are. Yeah, it's my favorite because it's whenever someone says, hey, listen, I'm perfectly fine with, criticizing the state of Israel, and I always want to stop you right there. Okay. You don't get to define how I criticize a foreign nation state that's conducting a genocide. Okay. I get to say whatever the I want. You can cry about it, but that's not how this works. That's not how anything works, right? Who died and made you the president of how to criticize Israel? And it's such a silly standard that we don't apply to any other circumstance. It's well, you're criticizing a genocidal apartheid state, but can you please factor my feelings and my endless need to defend said genocidal apartheid state into the equation? It's no, actually, no, I will not do that. What are we doing? Anyways, continue.
Kind of there for that experience, and it raises their curiosity. This happened with Andrew Tate. There is just a series of people where
By the way, notice how every person that they compare me to are my perennial ops, people that I've spent a lifetime opposing and still continue to oppose. It's very strange that for some reason those people's ideology is actually far closer to this person, or at least for most of her life. And I have spent my entire life fighting against these people. And now she could just sit there and be well, I'm a Democrat now. And as a Democrat, Hassan is actually far closer to Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes than someone like myself. Again, totally ridiculous, right? Totally ridiculous statement.
Outrage against them is making them more powerful. That being said, understanding that dynamic doesn't mean that there's just sort of a right is still right and wrong is still wrong. I do think Hassan, but I felt this way about Mamdani.
No, it's on my show. Does that just make you uncomfortable?
Oh my God, she's shitting on Mamdani. She's shitting on Zoran. I feel this way about Mamdani.
To be that way, the phrase globalized intifada.
Language is something that I haven't ventured into.
It's I just feel the phrase globalized intifada is not something people should use because even if you don't intend it to be that way, it is heard by Jewish people as kill us everywhere.
See, this is what I mean. It's I'm sorry, okay, but the truth is the truth. It doesn't change anything. You have to argue on not how this phrase makes people feel, okay? Especially on this issue. It's so so weaponized against those who are making the just argument, and now the increasingly popular argument, right? I don't have to spare your feelings when I'm talking about something. If I'm saying something wrong, you can call it out. But you can't simply sit here and tell me, well, this makes me scared, okay? I don't listen to white supremacists and how they have genuine fears that if like a black person becomes the president, that they're going to live through segregation, right? That they might genuinely feel that way. Okay, they might genuinely, legitimately feel that way, but that doesn't matter. That's their problem, right? Because it's a ridiculous criticism. And the same goes for people who are pro-Israel, okay? Same goes for Zionism, because Zionism is a racist ideology, okay? It's not identical to white supremacy, but it has a lot of qualities. And obviously there's, with every right-wing ideology, with every reactionary ideology, there's varying degrees of this, right? Not everyone is going to be a Klans member. Like there are relatives that you have that are otherwise very kind people that might demonstrate certain anti-black behaviors, right? Zionism is no different. Like there's varying degrees of white supremacy. There's varying degrees of Zionism. But ultimately, the underpinning of this ideology is very racist. The idea that, let's be real, Palestinians and Arabs, Muslims in general, are lesser. And it's not, this is not a far-fetched assessment either, because this is, Zionism in action is Israel, right? Zionism in action is Israel, a nation state that is built around ethno-religious supremacy. That ideology is always going to be exterminationist, and it has been exterminationist throughout Israel's history. Its inception was the Nakba, right? An ethnic cleansing operation, a planned ethnic cleansing operation of 750,000 indigenous Palestinians that were robbed of their homes, that were pushed away violently from their homelands, never to be able to return again. That was just the inception. It's continued, it's expanded, it's gotten worse. Technology's advanced, and Israel's utilized that technology in its exterminationist goals, towards its exterminationist agenda, its surveillance policies. And it has operated an apartheid state for the past 75 years. And the underpinning ideology of this is Zionism. Right? When someone comes in and says, listen, I'm a Zionist, I'm a liberal Zionist, and you're like hurting my feelings when you say Zionism is racism, I can explain to you exactly why I feel this way, exactly why I think this way, with facts. Okay? Because the purest expression of Zionism is the nation state of Israel, right? There are vague definitions out there. People throw it around. They say, oh, well, you know, why can't Jews have a homeland? Like, whatever, right? Oh, you want Israel to not exist. You want every Jew to die. I don't, okay? I don't want any Jew to die. Ridiculous. I am not going to sit there and try to spare your feelings, just as I'm not going to sit there and listen to someone who is defending Christian nationalism, for example. So the very same resistance that I have to the dangerous, toxic, repulsive ideology of Nick Fuentes is the exact same principled stance I have towards people who are Zionists, who are defenders of Israel. And it's the exact same. It's totally ridiculous to be like, oh, you can criticize Israel, but you have to spare my feelings when you're in the process of criticizing Israel. And it's like my feelings revolve around how much I want to defend Israel. Okay, well, yeah, I don't think you get to set those boundaries, right? That's a you problem. And the same goes for people that were like fearful of Zoran. Let's be real. Zoran Mamdani is endlessly considerate, okay? And maybe even far too conciliatory to some of these racist opinions, right? That's the difference between me and Zoran, is I can be as vulgar as I want. He can't. He's the mayor, right? Even if we align on the principles, he has to communicate a certain way. I have a lot more freedoms in the way that I communicate, right? But when you turn around and say this exact same thing about Zoran, you're giving the game away, right? So many people in the last couple of months in the lead up to the mayoral election were talking crazy about Zoran. They were like, oh, well, I'm fearful as a Jew. I'm fearful of Zoran Mamdani winning the election. He's going to harm me as a Jewish American, as a Jewish New Yorker, when he had never demonstrated even an iota of anti-Semitism. Neither have I, but at least there is like statements that I have out there that, like, if you're hysterical enough, you can actually associate with, you know, the Palestinian resistance, like a defense of Palestinian resistance in general, a defense of Lebanese resistance in general against the state of Israel. Like, I can see why you would falsely conflate that with anti-Semitism. It's still hysterical, but at least there's a little bit more room for that. But Zoran didn't even do that. He never did. He was too fearful to do so, right? So at that point, it's very obvious. It's like yelling at Miss Rachel and calling Miss Rachel an anti-Semite. At that point, you're giving the game away. Like, it's your racism. And I don't think we have to literally abide by your Islamophobic standards. If you're running around like a headless chicken claiming that, you know, every Muslim anti-Zionist is actually out to get you and they're all terrorists and they're all going to do anti-Semitic hate crimes to you, that's a you problem, right? That's not a me problem. How am I supposed to live in this environment where you just automatically assume that I'm a danger to you? That's your problem. And it's no different than a white supremacist or a Christian nationalist claiming that, like, a black American elected is going to be an ever-present danger to their way of existence, right? Totally ridiculous, and it's flat out racist. However, many people also have that shared Islamophobic perspective, so they don't even see it, okay? They don't see it. They don't understand it because they also are, like, a little bit worried. They also think every Muslim is secretly maybe going to be an ever-present threat to America. They might do 9/11 any moment, right? Like, there is that unfortunate normalized attitude. It's a very racist attitude. It's bigoted. It's ridiculous. It's hysterical. But unfortunately, it's the norm. And I know it's the norm because people, and I've talked about this before, with permissible bigotry, right? Like what the majority find to be permissible as far as like a demonstration of bigotry and what goes beyond it. For Islamophobia, you can basically call every Muslim a terrorist and you're not going to receive a lot of institutional pushback. There's not really anything you can say about Islam or Muslims that will cause large subsects of American society to turn around and go, oh, that's a bridge too far. There are certain things that you can't say about every other group, every other ethnic group, that people would absolutely refuse to overlook. For Islamophobia, there isn't. There's no ceiling. Everything is permitted, right? That's how you know it's totally normalized. So it's very frustrating to have to constantly act as though I need to be on the back foot, on the defensive about my worldview, when in fact the real reason why she's yelling at me and not the I've had it ladies, for example, who share the same exact sentiment and sometimes even engage in similar vulgarities to myself. The reason why they're not spending a good deal of time talking about the I've had it ladies is because they're not Muslim. It's that simple, right? You would look totally ridiculous if you were to do that about another popular leftist content creator, a podcast. If you were to demand that no one go on the I've Had It podcast, people would look at you and go, you're out of your mind. Or Emma Vigeland, for example, Majority Report. Sam Cedars is Jewish. Emma Vigeland is a white woman. You can't make that same argument about them. You can make it, however, about Zohran Mamdani. You can make that argument about Abdul El-Sayed. You can make that argument about myself. And that is because there is a lot of unexamined Islamophobia. I don't talk about it too much because, like I said, you just got to eat it, But there are instances where I have to bring this up because it's totally allowed to be as you're totally allowed to be as racially charged against someone like myself when you're talking about these issues, and then also falsely claim that I am demonstrating that same ethnic or religious bigotry myself. It's not the case. There's two people in this conversation, if I were talking to her, between her and I, and there's only one person that is actually demonstrating bigotry. It's not me, it's her. But that bigotry is seen as invisible bigotry because large subsects of American society also have that same exact resentment.
And so that should be condemned. And then I asked him if he would condemn anyone on the show.
But I think trying not to elevate these people in the discourse or us being clear that they are malign actors. Like we can wrestle with what they say. And actually, I want to say something.
I'm glad that she's also, yelling about Zoran as well, because Zoran is a much more popular and much better known figure than myself now at this point. And he's a beloved figure in the Democratic Party. And he is actually exactly the type of person that we should be running, right? Everywhere. So for her to yell at me with clips out of context is one thing, but for her to turn around and then also say, like, Zoran is just like Hassan, a malign figure, that gives the game away, right? You just lost endless amounts of credibility. I'm willing to bet even in the Bulwark audience, there are plenty of people who might have had some fears about Zoran. And then when those fears were never realized, they actually started liking him quite a bit.
Because I'm not sure if we've talked about this before. I was also on a panel with him. And I didn't know who he was going into it. This is like actually the embarrassing part of this is that I don't like really know. I don't like follow who the Twitch streamers are. And I hadn't really heard of him. Or if I had, I hadn't bothered to figure out who he was. And when he started talking, like the first things out of his mouth were like ridiculous. And they were attacks on Bill. And it was this like kind of, it was just like garbage lefty nonsense.
The garbage lefty nonsense, as I said, your outlet is run by neocon war criminals, even if they've had a change of heart. Yeah, Bill Kristol, who is a woke warrior now. That is true. I'm glad that the now woke warrior in the Democratic Party coalition is saying garbage lefty nonsense.
What was the fallout? Well, not the fallout. What was the kind of reaction to?
Why is she so angry? I mean, I think you know why.
And I also had a fight with him on the stage and condemned what he was saying. Also was like,
I get how polarizing Hassan Piker is, but Sarah calling Mamdani a malign actor shows how completely out of touch she is. Tim is right on this one. People in government have said 9/11 was our fault because none of the three-letter agencies were talking to each other. Doing the Gaza thing is a strange way to pronounce slaughtering innocent civilians in retaliation. Funny how Tim wears pearls, but his co-host clutches them. I've never seen a better visual representation of pearl clutching before. Someone called the dictionary people. So y'all are critiquing someone you don't watch. As an independent, I say vote out anyone that has Israel first and the Americans second. Tell me you haven't listened to a second of his streaming without telling me you haven't listened to a second of his streaming. We sure don't see Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer doing it. I hope they made this video to get a pulse on how the audience / Democrat base feel, and I hope they listen. Sarah lost credibility in their argument when she started by saying, I read some of what his critics say. Why do his critics filtering his statements get no second look? Tim is right about the talk 8 hours a day thing. When you generate that much content, it's incredibly easy to chop up whatever narrative you want. I found him a while ago, actually because of his critics, wanted to see for myself firsthand. Turns out much of his third way Schumer smear is chopped and cut from its context. He's pretty sarcastic and often mocks his critics by dramatizing what they say about him, which is bad faith critics clip, and then you just get it third hand and it reads horrible. He even has videos showing exactly how they do this to him. It's shocking how many of us just don't go to the source on controversial takes, myself included, and instead react and formulate a hard opinion based on borrowed criticism. But I get it. A lot is coming at us all the time. Flood the zone, remember? But going after Piker is exactly how, once again, corporate Democrats like Schumer and Jeffries risk snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. We can't survive this cycle again. Sarah really means you have to be careful not scaring off the donors. I subscribe to the Bulwark, yet my politics mostly align with Piker's. Democrats who keep throwing people out of the tent will keep losing, and those people will get radicalized by the far right. This must stop. The ironic thing about Sarah's position on Hassan and the Democrats needing credibility on the issues is that it's literally the same exact critique Hassan has about the Democrats. He said that Democrats need to be clear on Israel's war crimes. Otherwise, terrible people like Tucker Carlson will look like the reasonable voice when he is a full-blown anti-Semite and white nationalist. I think she's grossly mistaken about what Hassan's politics actually are. I think she just doesn't care. That's it. I think because she's a little bit of a boomer, she thinks this is negligible. This is like beneath her station to even have to argue. People should just listen to her because she's a well-established, credible actor in this field. So, of course, she's not going to do, like, decent research. Because from her perspective, I'm just some random dumb fuck. She doesn't realize that I have a bigger audience than she does, right? She doesn't realize that, like, my positions are actually far more representative of the broader base of the Democratic Party. She doesn't care about any of that. So, from her perspective, it's just like, why am I talking about some shithead who's, like, choice quotes that I read from someone who is not even in the coalition, right? Most of the time, it's just like reactionary framing anyway. Holy cow. The Bulwark platform's William Crystal, cheerleader for the killing, maiming, and displacement of hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, but Sarah is so revolted by the thought of having a conversation with Hassan Piker. Oh, where is my fainting couch? I don't think Sarah could have given her book a worse testimonial than her comments in this video. Read a book about influencing people from someone who doesn't understand the current moment at all. Her publishers must be enthused. Never has the Bulwark looked more like the Romney coalition. Throwing heat at Hassan is going to backfire. Sarah has no idea who Hassan is. She's utterly ridiculous. Now Zoran is a maligned actor? Holy shit, she is so uninformed. Does anyone understand the concept of blowback, or is that something that requires you to be younger than 40? Damn, there's not a single comment that's like, hell yeah, Sarah, you cooked on this. That's crazy. This is their platform. Nick Fuentes has never been for anti-corruption, working class, universal human rights. Hassan is smart, consistent, and 9/11 was a reaction to a shitty prior foreign policy. Fuentes and Piker cannot be compared. New Dem leadership now.
It's like, this guy's worthless.
Sarah was wrong about Kamala's campaign approach, wrong about Zoran, and now she's wrong about Hassan.
I don't find him to be remotely interesting as a thinker, and I get that he's got a big audience, but just because these guys have big audiences doesn't mean they're all created equal.
Again, I think this is why I know you the 5 months thing and right is always right. And I think that people in the commentary space that want to criticize him should, and I understand that right is always right. In my argument for engaging with him last night, I said it was like, even this week he attacked Scott Wiener, state senator out of California, for visiting Israel after October 7th, and I was like, that's a crazy thing to attack somebody over. That's an insane thing.
I don't think so. And I did privately defend that. I was like, I would do the same if someone went to apartheid South Africa, you know? I'd do the same if someone went to Nazi Germany. I would do the same if someone went to apartheid South Africa. I think it's totally warranted.
To attack somebody over, and that's wrong. And I find it repugnant, actually. But we could disagree about that. Here's my problem, though, is why it matters all in the context of Israel. You're saying that,
especially because like Scott Wiener didn't just go to Israel. He went to Israel and hung out with the president, okay? Amidst a genocide. Like, it's not even like, this is so far, like, that will be brought up in this upcoming race, right? I hope. If someone is smart, they will bring that up in this upcoming race. It probably won't be Connie Chan. It'll most likely be Shoykot. But like, he didn't just go to Israel. He hung out with the president, and he wrote this. It's edited now. I don't know what else he said, but last week I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizations during this devastating time of war and violence. We went with a variety of leaders, including President Herzog, members of the Knesset from different parties, Palestinian journalists from East Jerusalem, families of Jewish and Arab Israelis held hostage by Hamas, Bedouin leaders in the Negev who also have family in Gaza, women who work with and support survivors of sexual violence. We also bore witness by visiting Kfar Aza, one of the kibbutzim Hamas attacked. Hamas massacred and raped, kidnapped numerous residents there. We also visited the Nova Music Festival site. I was also able to pray and reflect on the Western Wall, one of the holiest sites in Judaism. Both Israelis and Palestinians are losing this war, all this stuff. Cam Kasky went to Israel. Well, he went to Palestine, but he went through Israel to go to Palestine. You don't see me complaining about that. You know what I mean? There's a reason why Scott Wiener has to like reposition himself as an Israel skeptic now, an Israel critic now. Okay? It's ridiculous. This post will always haunt you. In your rambling, virtue signaling prose, you focus entirely on Hamas's horrific actions while never mentioning Israel's decades-long assault on the Palestinians. Right? Like, that's entirely different. Like, doing a propaganda mission to Israel amidst its genocide, amidst its continued apartheid is crazy. The reasons pro-Israel Democratic groups rather talk about Hassan Piker and not Trump steeply unpopular war are obvious. One, Israel's a party to the war. Two, pro-Israel groups believe the only reason people have a negative view of Israel's anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. They see it all as bigotry. Pro-Israel groups genuinely believe people only have a negative view of Israel because they're bigoted or under the spell of people who they consider bigots. They don't think any of it has to do with Israel's actions. Since it's all irrational bigotry, they embrace cancel culture. Yeah.
These guys are being elevated by the Streisand effect. And I think that is part of it. It is true. And I think that, again, and I think that's why this is counterproductive to have this fight right now for pro-Israel Democrats or centrist Democrats or whatever, any of those groups, because I think right now he's being elevated quite a bit. But I don't think that's what's elevating him. I mean, I think that what is happening in the world is elevating him in the moment. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. This is like very uncomfortable for like defenders of Israel to deal with. But like what happened was we were in a world after October.
He's right. He's right. He's nailing it. He's basically trying to explain to this person that like history has officially vindicated my position, a position that I have been consistent on for a decade plus. And that obviously gives me a lot of credibility with the newcomers in general. And I already have existing relationships with the people that are in this movement in general. So when you actually come after someone like myself on these issues to try to like set new boundaries on how we can and can't talk about this issue, most people are going to look at you and go, shut up. What is this phony bullshit? It almost feels like if someone were to be a lifelong Republican and work within the Republican machine to then come into the Democratic Party and tell Nancy Pelosi what she can and can't do, right? It almost feels like that. Like Nancy Pelosi and others in the Democratic Party would be like, excuse me, that's Nancy Pelosi. She's the boss, okay? You don't get to tell her what to do.
October 7th, where there were a lot of people that were too soon for my taste out there attacking Israel for what they're doing in Gaza and how they're prosecuting the war, and they're doing so in ways that talked explicitly
clearly
about that.
anti-Semitic.
Okay, well, there are times that they're clearly anti-Semitic, but there are also times where they were talking about things that other people weren't talking about in the news, like the amount of death and destruction that was happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. And they were talking about...
Yeah, like Tim is actually much smarter on this. Like as Mike from PA was saying, he was telling ladies, stop being dumb and hide your sensuous power level because doing this shit right now makes you look unhinged. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's aware. He's like, listen, your position on Israel aside, like you should never say that out loud. It's literally what Matt Iglesias was also trying to tell the Democrats that listened to him, where he was like, guys, we want neoliberalism. We're going to fail to achieve those goals if you keep talking about Israel this way. Just give up on Israel. It's over. It's done, right? Read the room.
That passionately, and maybe they're passionately and earnestly anti-Semitic, okay, but they were talking about this topic passionately, talking about how Israel is a malign influence on the world, and that they have too much, and that they have too much influence in American politics. We're giving them too much aid. That AIPAC is too involved in these campaigns. And if you came and listened to my show a year ago, like anytime this topic come up, I was on the opposite side. I was saying, you're overstate. It's kind of anti-Semitic how you're blaming AIPAC for everything. You're overstating AIPAC's influence, and all of their critiques of Israel has just done everything that they said. Like AIPAC now is the key player in Democratic primaries and internecine primaries. They are the group that is putting the most money in. That's not a Jewish conspiracy theory. That's just what's happening. I talked to them.
Yeah, for the record, that was always the case. Like AIPAC had tremendous influence. It's just it's far more in your face now because a lot of people started having a negative opinion about Israel. So now all of a sudden, when AIPAC enters the fold, you're like way more aware of it. When you're like, wait a minute, that's crazy. What?
Democratic strategists, they're like, the race is going to be determined based on AIPAC's involvement. Like that's just is what it is right now. And Israel did then continue to go way overboard in their prosecution of the war in Gaza, and then not to mention what's happening in the West Bank with the settlements, not to mention the fact that they're invading Lebanon right now. And then we did get into a war with Israel. Like that the Secretary of State said we got into because Israel was going to attack first if we didn't do it. So like sure, there might have been some anti-Semitic.
Did he say a Jewish conspiracy theory? Yeah, he's saying like AIPAC having profound influence over Democratic primaries is not some like anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracy. It's just the truth. It's an accurate reflection of events. So you look silly when you try to say, "Oh no, this is some classic anti-Semitism." Most people who are knowledgeable enough, who understand exactly what's going on, will look at you and go, "You're insincere. You're a bad faith actor."
Semitic stuff mixed in there, and that's not good. I'm not okaying that. It's bad. They should not do anti-Semitic stuff. But like their general critique of the lefty anti-Israel commentators, like has borne out in the real world. And so I don't understand. I don't know what pro-Israel people expect. There's been a huge sea change. If you just look at the polls of voters, they're looking around. They're like, I am unhappy with the extent of our relationship militarily with this country. I'm unhappy with this war. All of the establishment figures want to kind of tamp that down. And there are these other voices out there that have been speaking about it. Well, obviously they're going to gain influence. And shouldn't Democratic politicians talk to the viewers of those shows? They're not all anti-Semites. They're just unhappy with how things are going in the world.
I think you can do it. So
she's so mad. Why is she so mad? I don't understand. Like he's making these points in a way like I don't know what Tim's like true opinion is here, right? Like it's obvious that he is sympathetic. We've hung out before. We've done a panel before. Like, I think he likes me. He does a show with Cam, obviously, and that's probably another reason why he knows what I'm about from that reason. For that reason, but like, he's literally trying to soft serve this to her in a way where like using terminology and goals that she will understand, right? She's so mad. Like, this is the nicest way that someone could have this conversation, like friend to friend, peer to peer, coworker to coworker. This is the nicest version of this conversation. And most people will not have a conversation so nice with this person, if that makes sense. Most people would have just been like, what are you on about, right?
So what I don't like, and I don't want to say that I think you're falling into a trap, but I do think that there are ways. One of my biggest critique of Democrats in the book, and the thing I am urging them to do, is to get out there on offense, to say what they believe. They should passionately argue against this war, if that is what they believe. If it's not, that's different. But like, they should passionately argue about it so that people listen to them. And so they have credibility on this. That doesn't require Hassan Piker.
But who's doing
this
that?
idea that this
This is part of the problem. Is Hakeem Jeffries doing that? Is Chuck Schumer doing that? Are the 2028ers?
This is where you and I
Gavin
agree.
Newsom came out there and was like, "Oh, Israel's an apartheid state." Then he
They should
apologized
ignore,
for
but this is why
Who
they
is
should
the
ignore
avatar for
Hassan
this?
Piker. They should ignore Hassan Piker at all.
Ignore,
They
I'm
should
fine with.
ignore him.
I'm
should
fine with
ignore him
ignoring.
and condemn him. I think I do not think it's hard. If you listen, when we were anti-Trump, right? The reason that we were anti-Trump is partly because
He's mad because the previously undisputed dominance of liberalism not cracking. You're part of the vanguard leading that. Yeah, I mean, I think for her it's a little bit different too, like, because there's different kinds of liberalism out there, right? And like, her version of liberalism is also like a very right wing version of it too, because like most liberals, most self-identifying liberals don't have this opinion. This is a unique opinion. Most self-identifying liberals, as Tim is trying to point out to her, have completely dropped Israel. Like, they have a very, very antagonistic opinion of Israel. So her anger, her resentment in this moment is actually stemming from the fact that, like, it's not just that liberalism is failing. It certainly is. But also, she's worried that she might not have space in the party. I think that's what it is. She's worried that a party that has me in the tent is going to not cater to her. It's going to cater to us. And she's worried that she is going to be left alone, right? She doesn't want to be a part of the Republican Party any longer because the Republicans are gross. They're disgusting. They say horrible things. They're stupid. We've seen this with like the Richard Hanania and all these other like former white supremacists who are still who are still white supremacists, but like are no longer Republican, right? They're no longer MAGA because they can't stand how unintelligent and how cultish, how crass the MAGA movement is, right? And that's part of the reason why they moved to the liberal side of things. That's the reason why they moved to the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is perfectly happy to cater to these people, right? And they have catered to these people in spite of the fact that there aren't that many of them, right? This is not a real constituency. And the Democrats have lost because they've catered to the never Trump Republicans. But that's the reason why I think she's like flailing around, because she realizes that she's going to be the one that has to concede to my worldview. She has to come to my side of things. But she's only used to a lifetime of Democrats catering to her expectations, or, her being totally in line with the Republicans until Donald Trump became, this rude force that she finds disgusting,
because he loved to be in lockstep with all the grossest people who had gross opinions. It's like the very fine people on both sides. It's the way he checks in with Tucker. And the right would argue this. Why is J.D. Vance cozying up to them? Why do we condemn them? We condemn J.D. Vance for cozying up to bad people for electoral reasons. And that, I think, is...
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not a bad person. As a matter of fact, if you were to poll, I think, many Democrats and openly explain both of our worldviews and our background, 99% of them would probably say they identify with my worldview over yours. That's the problem. you think I'm a bad person, but most Democrats would rather have someone like myself represent their interests, and I do represent their interests, right? Versus someone like yourself.
Problem. That
I'm
felt to
not
me
saying
like your
people should
argument
cozy up.
yesterday.
This is where the folks that are attacking me, I think are wrong. I'm not arguing that they cozy up. It's fine to go on a show and to disagree with them. What prompted all this was the idea that John Ossoff has to condemn Hassan Piker.
You know what's funny? I agree with your
because
point.
Hassan Piker complimented him. That's fucking insane. Fuck you is what John Ossoff should say. John Ossoff should say, you know, I don't know what Hassan Piker's whole ooh.
He should say, I don't know who that is.
I don't know who
He
that
should say,
is.
like,
Here's what my opinion is. I'm against this war in Iran.
Yeah.
I'm against this war and I'm against this.
Oh my God. She's like, this is crazy. What the hell? Why is she so mad? What the hell have I done to her? We appeared on a panel one time and I made one statement about William Crystal being a neocon and being responsible for the situation that we found ourselves in, and she has never let that go, huh? Goddamn. This is a common thread with people who we jokingly refer to as engaging in Hassan derangement syndrome. Unfortunately, when someone decides they don't like me, they can't just have like a normal level of disgust, or not even disgust necessarily, but like a normal level of critique. They go far beyond. And I think for most people, maybe they also see that passion and think, okay, maybe this guy's bad. I trust this person. I trust this person's worldview. So I'm going to trust their take and I'm going to hate him just the same. But I think like this is not normal, right? Like this resentment is so unbelievable that I think most normal people from the outside would look at this and be like, I don't think this is I don't really know this Hassan guy, but kind of feels like maybe you're a little too mad.
Trump administration that's killing people in the streets. And that's what I care about. You want me to talk about some streamer? That's what I think John Ossoff should say.
And I was on your side. I was on your side on that point. It was the rest of it. It was last night. It was last night listening to it being that I do not think, though, for electoral reasons, they need to embrace Hassan. That is different.
Did I say embrace? I never said embrace. I said talk to his audience, talk to the people that listen to him and Joe Rogan and Theo and Sneeko, all of these anti-war people.
No, the question is, would you have Joe Rogan on a campaign stop? Would you advocate for any politician that has the opportunity to have Joe Rogan on a campaign stop? Would you say no to that? I think we both know the answer to that question, don't we? They would absolutely get on board with that. Not only is she totally on board with talking to Joe Rogan and is a lot more open-minded about literally talking to a guy who endorsed Donald Trump and played a formative role in Donald Trump winning, right? It just shows where her standards are, okay? She likes Joe Rogan. She is more comfortable with Joe Rogan than someone like myself. Maybe it's part Islamophobia. Maybe it's part because I am antagonistic to her worldview as opposed to Joe Rogan, who is like at the end of the day still a capitalist, right? Like, and is right-wing on many issues. That's what it is.
People that, there's some anti-Semites there. I hear that.
But you can do that without.
Guess what? Anti-Semites voted for Barack Obama. Anti-Semites voted for George Bush. Gay haters.
But you don't have to court them.
Homophobes.
You don't have to court them.
Well, no, but you have to have a message. Yeah, the voters. You have to have a message for the people that listen to the shows
because of the anti-Semitism. Like
you have to have a message for people that listen to the shows. It's like, oh, let's make sure that the people in McLean, Virginia, with that go to the parties in DC aren't mad. It's like, who cares what those people think? Talk to the real Americans that are flocking to these shows that are upset about what is happening in the world. Have a message for them. Talk to them. Go on those platforms to talk to them. And if the host says anti-Semitic stuff, say no. I don't believe that. I don't believe the Jews were behind Charlie Kirk's murder. I don't believe the Jews control the weather. I don't believe that the Jews, there's a lot of, okay, whatever. I don't believe that we deserve 9/11. You can say all that on those platforms, but also say to people that, you know what I'm mad about? I'm not mad about some streamer and something he said 3 years ago. Like, what I'm mad about is this war that we're in right now. And I think that there are a lot of people out there that feel like the Democratic leaders are totally out of touch with their anger right now. And I think that this is just this kind of fight just exacerbates that.
I agree with that that particular point, about it exacerbating it. And so, I think that we should separate the idea of like Democrats should be going hard against this war. They do need to be more aggressive. They do need to speak to a wider audience. I do not think they need to do that with Hassan Piker, and I think that they should be very clear to separate from the anti-Semites as they do it, because otherwise what you are doing is ginning up anti-Semitism. And I understand. And last night I was
here's the part of the problem. If we're going to do this, I'm just going to say it. Don't support anti-Semitism. I think there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. I think that a lot of the people who are pro-Israel and pro this war weaponize this, though. And it's like, well, it's too anti-Semitic. If I would have said a month ago,
but I think Hassan
that Israel is weaponizing social media to try to brainwash people, you would have said that was anti-Semitic. A lot of big Israel defenders would have said that was anti-Semitic. Well, then Bibi went out and said that he wants to do that with TikTok. He sees TikTok as a weapon. Okay, if you would have said that Israel's going to drag America into a war that we have nothing to do with, based on their influence over our political lead.
I think it's really funny that she just keeps saying like, no, but I think he's anti-Semitic. I think he's anti-Semitic. It's pretty crazy. I'm not. I stand on this. At my level, at my size, I might be one of the only remaining commentators, again, at my size, right? I might be one of the only remaining commentators that actively talks about the dangers of anti-Semitism. I can't think of a single other anti-Israel commentator that does that. Like, seriously, a professional political commentator that is anti-Israel and still spends a great deal of time. Oh, no. I mean, I'm saying like at my size, right? I mean, I guess maybe Mehdi Hassan. Like, because think about it. Like at my size, I would say like it's Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, maybe not even Nick Fuentes, but let's say for the sake of argument, it's like Nick Fuentes. Like there are even people who aren't anti-Semitic, who are just simply anti-Israel that don't spend this amount of time, as Kyle likes to say, throat clear about how not anti-Semitic they are, right?
2 months ago, people would have said that's an anti-Semitic thing to say. And now we're doing that. And so I'm with you. I'm not for anti-Semitism. What happened in Michigan is a tragedy. People should be clear-eyed. But also this notion that that there's a lot of folks out there that are trying to police the rhetoric around this because they don't want Israel to be criticized in the full view of their actions. And there's a lot of criticism of Israel that is made.
Tim's making a good point. So now she has to like withdraw and then go back to the previous points about like why she thinks I'm anti-Semitic. So here's where the smear campaign moves into quotes again.
Right now. And I just think that this, again, it goes back to who you empowering. I think that if you try to if on one side, Israel is starting a war in Iran and getting us into this quagmire and hurting people's lives. And then on the other side, you have people that are saying things about Israel. And like you're out there and you're like, I don't like the way that you're talking. And that's the thing that you're very passionate about. And then you're not that passionate. You're like, well, I don't know. You know, Bibi's a partner. We've got to work with him. We'll see how, you know what I mean? Like there's a disconnect with people. And I think, again, you're empowering the actual anti-Semites. I think you're empowering the actual anti-Semites by not being just clear-eyed about the real threat here.
How is this different? This is one of the sort of the main thing. And this is tough, but I'm going to put it out.
Funny how it seems so easy to defend you with logical points, where she seems like the illogical one. Yeah.
Out there. How is it different? Our objection to Trump when he showed up, and this is where when people were like, it's locker room talk, I was like, you locker room talk. No, it's not. Like the way they tried to downplay things.
Did she vote for Donald Trump in 2020? Because someone was saying she switched parties in like 2025 or something. I don't know if that's the case. That would be unbelievable.
It's like
also comparing me to Donald Trump is unbelievable, man. It's so crazy. Like I oppose everything he stands for. What are we doing? No, she never voted for Trump. Oh, so she's like a 2020 never Trumper. Ain't no way she switched parties. We're watching a Republican. Libs giving up. Yeah, that's the other side of it. Will Staken says, fascinating reaction from Bulwark Online paid YouTube subscribers to this debate over Hassan Piker. Most comments are defending Piker. There was also the co-founder of the org behind the No Kings protest from Indivisible. Leah Greenberg says, personally, I'm team Big Tent, but if we're going to start kicking people out of the party on brand/moral grounds, I would like to nominate one, the foreign policy team behind the Gaza genocide, and 2, every Dem former elected staffer who takes a cushy job with an overtly evil company. Okay, so the No King's protest is on our side. And not only that, but because this has been unbelievably unproductive for all these people, there are some who are at least smart enough to retreat. Yo, we can't tip you anymore. Yes, you can by subscribing for $6 or for free. Yeah, Trey Easton finally retreating, says all Big Tent and Hassan Piker discourse needs to conclude by 5 p.m. on the East Coast. We've all been very annoying. No one's convinced anyone of anything, and the weather's too nice to keep this up. Thank you for your attention. This matter. Can't you prepare a video with the context of everything she's lied about and demand him play for correction? You get a good opportunity to introduce your actual views. Oh, chatter. I've done that so many times throughout my career, and the very fact that you don't even know that those videos exist out there perhaps is the greatest demonstration that doing that doesn't work. She says she vote for Ted Cruz over Mamdani.
We're putting this on TikTok. Ranked choice voting. Zoran, Cuomo, Tucker, and Ted Cruz.
Cuomo, Cruz, Zoran, Tucker.
That's crazy. Sarah Longwell from the top rope. This is another one of Destiny writers, by the way. Interestingly enough, so many of the Destiny writers are they're aligning themselves with someone who voted for a Democrat for the first time last year or 2 years ago. I wonder who the spoilers are, is what I mean, right? Who are the spoilers here? Who are the spoilers here? People who spend a great deal of time defending Israel, people who spent the last 3 years defending Israel unconditionally, thinking that that was going to lead them to prosperity and an elevated platform, and only now have to sometimes cower in shame for their previous positions, who found themselves in long and complicated legal battles due to horrible things that they've done to people, specifically women, and their fan base, or the guy who was uncompromising in his positions for the last decade plus, who now happens to be the voice that represents the moral majority, the moral center of the party. Not the politicians, of course, but the party's base of support. At a certain point, these guys, the Sex Pestiny fans, at a certain point, you would expect them to just like get tired of being on the wrong side of every argument. Very strange. It's insane that she would rather vote for Andrew Groper Cuomo rather than Zoran, and still has the gall to say that she thinks your locker room talk is disqualifying. At a certain point, you'd expect Noah Hassan, we've been saying this for 6 years now, it'd be too humiliating for them. I don't think that's the case. I think in the last 7 years now, it's not even 6, it's been 7 years at this point, a lot of people have left that community. New people have cycled in, but a lot of people have been filtered out. Some of them have carried on their resentment for me, but no longer watch Sex Pestiny. And I would go so far as to say there's plenty of people who have actually found themselves here. They just don't say it because it's embarrassing. 2 ex-Republicans debating whether Dems should embrace Hassan. There's a large contingent of ex-Republicans on cable news who are seen as representing the Democrats. Why are Dems okay with these people representing them, but hesitant to include the left? I think we know why. This is what I mean. Bro, every interview with this guy seems like a bit. The first 12 minutes are like, wow, okay, this guy's really cooking. And then like he slams into the last 4 minutes where you're like, what are you saying right now? Is there a Mehdi thing we're going to watch? Yes. Mehdi had a conversation with my Professor Jiang.
Called you China's Nostradamus. You had 3 famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? Does China control what you say now? Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot, And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter
lectures,
when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year. Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, the US would then go to war with Iran, and ultimately the US would lose that war. Since then, the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation, and has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight, and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Qin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world.
I don't like the way he hit that, okay? That's Mr. Professor Predictive History to you, Mehdi. Unbelievable. He hit the air quotes. He's the professor in my heart.
But also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shui-Qin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right. So the United States is attacking Iran, and these 2 nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly, which it cannot defeat directly, it is instead controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So
the CPC literally deported Chiang for spying in 2001, 2002. I don't get where Mehdi's Chinese government control angle is coming from other than racism and Orientalism. Yeah, I don't know.
So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and it is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an end goal. And right now, it seems that the administration, the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans to not support this war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Mehdi doesn't really have a sincere inquisitive mode, and perhaps this guy doesn't deserve that, but he has obliterate mode and my perceived ally mode only. That's actually a really good assessment. And when he goes into obliterate mode, I mean, he is one of the best in the game for sure. He is so good at it. And I will say, I think Professor Jiang does deserve it. But But yeah, you're right. There are a lot of instances, like there's certain positions that Mehdi has as an anti-communist, right? Like he is just straight up an anti-communist. I don't know if he's like an anti-socialist as well, because he does align a lot, but he is definitely anti-communist. So like whenever American foreign adversaries are brought up, he does the thing that he does the thing that like I like to call like the blanket like neutral moral values without factoring in to his consideration imperialism and its impact, right? Like Western born instability and what countries might do in response towards that kind of Western backed and Western born instability. Right? Who cares about that? He's solid on every subject. I mean, I like Mehdi Hasan. What are you talking about? I love Mehdi. I hung out with him. I talked to him quite frequently. I'm just giving you an honest assessment. He is perhaps the best debater, and he's not like a debate pervert about it either. Zeteo is a fantastic operation. I was just telling you that like something that I've noticed with the way that he operates, like when it comes to all of the states, like state actors that are outside of the American security umbrella, he has almost the same smoke that he has for like America and Israel. And I feel like sometimes it's like not as warranted, if that makes sense. Like Cuba is a great example of this, which is like a country that we've like actively destroyed, right? No matter what kind of like repression exists in Cuba, which is marginal in comparison to like many other countries, including but not limited to the United States of America, applying to Cuba the same standards that you would apply to like the United States of America, or even China, because like China is a little bit more appropriate because it's a totally sovereign nation state that is a behemoth of a country now, you know, and can stand on its own 2 feet, regardless of like how aggressively America might want to destabilize it. Like doing that same like, well, what do you say about like, you know, your critics that say you're engaging in tremendous repression? It's like, well, they've been in war, right? They've been in war for the last 60 years, and they didn't invite this war. It was totally unjustifiable, and yes, of course, like certain civil liberties are going to be taken away in an effort to maintain stability. And even then, all things considered, I think like Cuba's repression is especially in comparison to other foreign adversaries, and even compared to like the United States of America or England, is like totally marginal.
Right. So even though Iran has the advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest empire. It has a lot of resources.
Professor Jiang knows every question Mehdi will ask before the interview. True. He fucking predicted it, except I don't think he really did, because if he had predicted what this interview was going to look like, he probably wouldn't have done it, because I could have told Professor Jiang not to do this interview at all. Okay.
It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been dispatched to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to the Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot of the Iranians. 90% of Iranians' oil exports depart from Karg Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the three options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose. But given the track record of the Marines, we can
Dude, Professor Jiang has a cult, I swear to God. No, like you can literally pick apart every single thing that he has said, and people will be like, I just remember his high notes and I don't give a okay? Like, you scratch the surface of his analysis. I'm entertained endlessly by Professor Jiang, okay? I love how much he predicts history, okay? I'm a fan. But it's unbelievable how much people hang on every word and they get mad at me when I'm like, dude, some of this stuff is insane. Some of this stuff is unbelievable. And people will just be like, what are you saying? He predicted that Trump would lose. It's like, okay, man, you know, so did I. What does that say? It doesn't mean anything. Like, so did many other people. Okay.
Expect the Marines to have an early success. The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed? The reality is that the Iranians have been preparing this battle for about 20 years. They developed this very effective asymmetrical warfare strategy of using drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases, to hit and strike American assets around the Middle East. This is almost like guerrilla warfare. And historically,
I can't take him seriously without a whiteboard that he constantly turns around and says, okay, and then writes what word he was just saying previously. Like, I need that. You know what I mean? He loses a big part of his impact when he is not sitting in front of a whiteboard.
Power has had great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare. Yeah. So unfortunately, the Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war. Trump is still hoping for a quick strike, a knockout punch, and he believes that the American Marines can deliver this knockout punch.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. Predict politics, he'd go to war with Iran. But that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory. People who follow American politics or world politics could have guessed that. I think I and many others were warning that Trump could win in 2024 and that he would escalate with Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these three predictions, right? Because in Trump's first term, as you mentioned, Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. So the biggest escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war during that time. But because of the escalation efforts on both sides, we prevented World War III during that time. But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict in the Middle East. So if Trump had won a second term, then he would have started the conflict. I was pretty confident that he would start the conflict if he had won in 2020. But fortunately, he lost. And so that question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024? And then as I watched the news, it seemed pretty obvious to me that the Democrats were hopeless, that they were not delivering on the promise.
See, he won me back. He won me back. My goat. He predicted that I would fall for him again, even without the whiteboard.
Promises that there were a lot of issues. For example, what's happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, that was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment. And so I thought that Trump would have a very good chance of winning 2024. And if he won 2024, I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all three predictions have panned out.
Just on your predictions, I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, J.D. Vance, is widely seen as a skeptic of this war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So so I was thinking of what Trump's electoral strategy would be in 2024. And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign, because Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C. She would also be very popular among suburban white women. That was key to Biden's victory in 2020. So I made the prediction that he would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about it because I also felt that J.D. Vance also had a good opportunity to be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or J.D. Vance, this would determine how we can foresee or understand Trump's second term. And so if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been he would have been fully committed into the neocon project of regime change throughout the Middle East, of supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete opposite, who is J.D. Vance, who is America first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial over.
Okay, this is where he's wrong. Okay, I mean, obviously he was like literally wrong in his prediction, but he's also just wrong about J.D. Vance. And the reason why I say that is because he's just totally off base. J.D. Vance is not a real human. Like, he doesn't have true convictions. He's just a chameleon. Like, the reason why we think of J.D. Vance as like someone who's, I guess, anti-interventionist is not because he actually has demonstrated any sort of anti-interventionist values. He's just Peter Thiel's blood boy. Yeah, he is an opportunist for sure. So Professor Zhang had his class read Hillbilly Elegy.
But not only that, he also picked Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the two major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these two individuals is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America first and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio and Peter Hegseth.
Yes.
So that, yeah.
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is.
The funny thing about Zhang is that he doesn't even try to defend himself when confronted. When Sneeko asked him how he uses game theory, he literally said, well, I don't really. When Mehdi says he's being used, Zhang will just say, yeah, I could just be an idiot. It's so funny. He's not even committed to the act. He's just vibing it all out. I think Professor Zhang, in a weird way, is taking advantage of like Orientalist attitudes, where they just think he's like a mysterious Chinese professor who is wise well beyond his years. Like, I think Americans they hear the accent, they see the whiteboard, and they're just like, wow, like this guy's a sage. It's funny because, like, for many Americans who haven't seen the world, I guess, like Professor Zhang's attitude is not unique, to say the least. He's just like a Chinese unk. A lot of Chinese boomers have similar insane opinions, like and have moments of profound clarity paired up with like totally insane opinions. It's like the unks, okay? It's like the unks from Bangladesh, right? Or an Iraqi unk, okay? You talk to an unk from Iraq, he is going to give you the most complex assessment, simplified, like Uber drivers, you know, like people like that. Exactly. They're gonna explain to you everything. You're like, oh my God, you are so brilliant. Like, why are you driving an Uber? You said you were, a chemical engineer. Like, how the did this happen? Because a lot of Americans don't realize that, like, I would say that like the base level of education elsewhere is just far better than the average American. And by virtue of not being from America, you're just not, you're not as sheltered. You have a much better, much deeper understanding of the way world events unfold. Okay. It's not unique. I mean, I even benefit from that to a certain degree, right? Like, my perspective is guided by the fact that I grew up in Turkey. So I have a very different attitude about American imperialism and endless, ceaseless militarism than the average American does, and the average Westerner does. Okay, it almost comes across as profound, but I swear to you, there are a lot of people. I don't know. You're saying he grew up in Canada and he went to Yale. Yes, sure, fine, but like obviously you spent a good deal of time outside of America as well. So that's what I mean. My point is, there are a lot of people like this out there, and people, if you don't pay attention to like everything that they're saying, you're going to be like, this is the most brilliant person of all time.
Where does China fall into all of this? You're a Chinese Canadian, you're based in Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed US war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So the official Chinese Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to...
He said Chinese Communist Party. Red flag. Flag on the play, Professor Zhang. Bruh. That's a bruh moment. Bruh.
Global trade that benefits all. China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle China, because China depends on a lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic and very business oriented, and I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China agrees to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right, so...
God damn, dude. Half of the chat is saying Chinese buy, the other half Falun Gong. Yeah. I think it's a secret third thing where I am going to listen to Professor Jiang in his own words and take it at face value and say it's the spirits talking to him, which is what his assessment is, right? That's what he says is going on.
When I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry.
Piker Broadcasting Service? A Chinese unk is speaking. Listen and learn. Exactly. Not everything needs a reaction.
One major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swarming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum by Chinese law. And I signed a confession saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back into the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you of being a spy, how did they let you back in? China's not known for being that trusting.
They suspect me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy. And I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2000.
I don't understand why you spend time working against this guy. Okay, first of all, calm down, okay? I'm not going after your comfort, Professor. That's number one. Number two, I'm just fascinated with him. He's a crank, and I like cranks. I'm fascinated with cranks. Jesus Christ.
In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com, headline, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort.
Oh, yeah, this guy's out of control. Okay, never mind. I went back. I'm flip-flopping on my Professor Chong takes, okay? Nope. Never mind. Never mind. He's out. Red flag. That's another bruh moment.
Bruh. Said in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintained its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views from less than a decade ago?
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because, like everyone else, in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where you are very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show. They allow you to be on YouTube. You get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that the best way to understand my situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow you to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese...
Okay, so this is what I mean. Like, I don't think Mehdi understands. Like, the Chinese government doesn't give a f if you're on YouTube, okay? They just don't care. Like, I think a lot of people think that the Chinese government is, like, far more invested in... like trying to manipulate Americans into loving China or whatever. I think they should do that, for the record. Okay, they should, and they don't. And they don't to a degree that is unironically self-defeating. Like, they have the capacity to export so much culture. They have the manufacturing base for it. They have all of the wealth for it. They have the resources for it. And I'm certain that they have, they have so many people. There are people who would love to make this happen. And they're just absolutely dog shit at propaganda. Okay? So what's funny about Mehdi's question is, he's like, why would China allow you to do this? It's like, well, I was in China. I was able to stream on Twitch. They don't care. Everyone has VPNs. Like, they don't necessarily give a shit about people utilizing VPNs. They might crack down on it at certain points. I'm sure they have, right? But it's mostly just like a known thing that the average person, if they want to enter the Western internet, like escape the firewall, the Chinese firewall, they can do so. It's not like a controlled substance at all. China, for all of its, I guess, faults and failures, whatever, genuinely only cares about China and Chinese people, like to a degree that in many instances, like I said, is self-defeating, where they literally do not care about anything else. Like, they don't care about, like, the Labubu stuff, for example. There was a lot of people that wrote about how, Labubus are a way for China to do, like, soft power. Like, they're finally exporting their culture. It's like, no, they were just trade maxing, and that happened to hit. Okay? Like, that's it. Same with, like, Black Myth Wukong. Now, that might change because Xi Jinping did bring up Black Myth Wukong, Labubus, and also the movie Nezha 2. The Chinese blockbuster for children, in his annual State of the Address last year, implying that, like, they might actually pivot to doing, like, more exports, more cultural exports. But overall, up until this point, it's just like pure coincidence and pure luck that things have popped off. His, like, national addressing of the state, like he does it annually. I don't know, what is it called? Like the annual State of the Union, something like that. I think they're just confident about their own culture. It's not that they are oblivious. No, it's not that they're confident about their own culture necessarily. They just don't care about selling shit. They will sell to the Western world what the Western world demands. Okay, but they don't actually have any, like, additional ambitions. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, like, if you're living in China, they care far more about you being on Chinese platforms and then potentially violating the rules, or potentially, criticizing the party. Can't do that. Criticizing Xi Jinping. Can't do that. You can criticize local issues, and people do it all the time, but you can't just, like, shit on Mao Zedong or any of the leadership. You can't do that. That's like, they will ban you. They will ban you for social media. There's also a lot of, like, weird restrictions around, like, even Chinese celebrities, right? Like, a Chinese celebrity could have a high profile relationship, for example. And then at a time when China wants to, increase the birth rates, right? That Chinese celebrity will fall out of favor after getting into having a breakup or something, right? Like, going through a breakup. And when that happens, they just erase you. They just erase your personhood pretty much from social media. It's like, it's crazy. Make no mistake. I find that to be a very strange and very restricted way. They don't, like, throw you in jail or anything, but they will literally just ban you from social media, and they'll wipe you. Yeah. Not IRL, just on the internet. Just on, like, and not even on the internet necessarily, just on Chinese internet. It's like almost like a state enforced cancel culture. And not only is it a state enforced cancel culture, but it's also, like, it's for unnecessary shit, for, like, things that you and I would consider to be super silly. Right? Yeah, they'll wipe you for scandals, but sometimes what you consider to be a scandal could be, like, something that's not actually a scandal, right? That's, like, some of the restrictions, though, but it's all entirely internal. It's all in China, because that's all they care about. So a guy like Professor Zhang, especially because he's talking about, like, foreign policy, you can do that you can even do that. What Professor Zhang is doing, he could do on Chinese social media as well, even. As long as he's not, like, super critical of Chinese foreign policy, then he can even do that on Chinese social media. But at the end of the day, they just don't give a shit. You know, they don't care. I will say, however, at least from my conversations that I've had with people that have, lived in China for a very long time, both Westerners and also Chinese netizens, is that at times they're very responsive to American intervention, right? They're very responsive to American intervention. So like whenever America starts saber rattling against China, they clamp down on any kind of dissent. So ironically enough, the way we move here against China ends up having impact on the day-to-day existence of Chinese people. So crackdowns do actually happen. Like during COVID, there was a lot of state enforcement, a lot of state repression, right? As a matter of fact, if you've done any like Marvel Rivals ads or anything like that, I mean, many of you probably haven't, but if you've done any like ads where the main subsidiary is like a Chinese company, they will very clearly tell you like you can't say anything about COVID, like anything. And at first, when I saw that restriction, I thought, oh, I guess they're like super sensitive to like racism, right? Oh, COVID is a Chinese virus, whatever. No, it's not that. It's just they literally do not want you to talk about COVID at all. And it's like a holdover from back when there were a lot of criticism on social media during the COVID zero policy that they were implementing. And it was more so like the uncertainty that people had about like when they would be able to go outside and how terrified they were about that. But ultimately, it's just so if we're chill, they're also chill. Yeah, I think they're just very responsive to what they perceive as like American interference. Because when America was like constantly talking about like China's COVID policies, there was a lot of people like writing about, how restrictive China was and all this shit. And they were trying to have access to like people in China to criticize the Chinese government about their restrictive COVID policies. Like they were super sensitive about that. And they were actively enforcing these social media bans. And some of that repression stays behind. A lot of people have told me that China was like a lot more open from like the 2012 period until like 2019. And it got post-COVID when there was tremendous prosperity. At the same time, there was a lot of development that came after COVID, but there was also a lot of repression as far as speech goes during the COVID period that didn't like fully open up again as it was back in like 2012. It's the same in Cuba, same political consequences because of U.S. policy, and then the U.S. then turns around and uses it as justification for more bad policy. Yeah. But yeah, I think Mehdi doesn't fully understand like Chinese restrictions in general, and I don't even fault him for it. Let's be real. Most Westerners don't get it. I saw a video talking about your controversial wearing of a high collar fashion style on Hanfu style clothing. You even make fashion political. No, that's normal. A lot of Chinese netizens don't like the Adidas tracksuit because it's not even like it's like resembling a bygone era of Chinese culture. That's a separate thing.
The government has noticed.
Yeah, they hate those.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built a great firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to...
Yeah, see, he's right. Professor Zhang is actually right about this. He's not wrong about this. He's literally right about this. I know it sounds like defensive or whatever, but he's absolutely right about this. China doesn't give a... You can even be on Chinese websites and talk about most of the shit he talks about. Like, you can literally just sit there and shit on America all day, every day. No one's going to ever... The government's never going to say anything about it. Atriok, Aiden, and Doug talked about that specific thing on their podcast. The way they described it is after hearing with a professor at a university is that a lot of those strict rules are enforced by local governments. They explained that the national government only provides a framework on what terms should be on apps and all that, but the local governments get to dictate how they hand out punishments on that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens that is left to the localities, and then because we still look at China as this like fascinating, totally closed circuit country when it's not. Very accessible. We just decide, like even the social credit stuff is literally not a national policy at all. It was never a national policy. It was attempted. It was really a pilot program somewhere, and they never even implemented it. But like people talk about it still to this day. Anyway,
Westerners.
Hold on, but that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Look, the reality is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, you know, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work, people have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Jesuits...
Okay, this part is, I mean, this is my gripe with Professor Jiang, not my Professor Jiang.
...are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, the most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called predictive history. And the very idea of predictive history is this. How do we know?
Dude, he's literally saying, I went out in the real world and people are crazy. So I just thought I'll be crazy myself. That's awesome. Oh, God. How can you not love this guy, man? He leans into some heinous conspiracy theories. Okay. But he does it in such a, I don't know how to explain it, like non-threatening manner. like look at his response. Mehdi Hasan was like, you tie everything back to insane conspiracy theories. What do you have to say to that? And he's like, yeah, a lot of people are crazy. I mean, I got my classical education and, you know, I realized there's just a lot of people out there who's just nutty with it. So I'll be nutty myself. Yeah, he is very nonchalant, very unassuming, and also very endearing. And the thing that we're talking about is literally like Holocaust revisionism, right? Like it's insane stuff.
If our understanding of history is correct. And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework and seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this gives you a pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there. You said you were at Yale. Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not at Yale? It wasn't in international relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah.
That's my goat. That's my goat. He's so awesome.
And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor. But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet and asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a god. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis, you just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up. You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds... I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange.
Shut up, Mehdi. What do you mean? He's cooking. He's like, yeah, facts are secondary sometimes. No, Jiang is being obtuse here. Jiang is just lying about being a professor. Also, right there, too much on facts. Okay, y'all are haters, bro. He won me back over. God, he is my Professor Jiang. He is my professor. I'm obviously Dr. Jihad, as you guys know, and he's Professor Jiang.
But there is a difference between facts and truth.
Now I understand why that chatter said, can we stop watching now right before this part? Oh, there were some Professor Jiang defenders in the chat that were like, don't see the rest of this interview, I think. It's good. It's good to end it right here.
Truth, right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people. I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews.
I think one of the craziest things he's done, and there's a lot, right? Like the Holocaust revisionism, all that stuff is like very dangerous and cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Pax Judaica is another one of those things. But one of the funniest things he said, and there's many of them, was when he said that the next era of great powers are going to be Israel. And what was it? Like, it was all these countries that are going to rise from the ashes of being dominated. I think it was like Japan, Israel, and was it Iran? No, I don't even think it was Iran. Yeah, Israel, Germany, and Japan. Those are going to be like the three major powers in the world. It's funny. Pax Islamica was great too when he said Iran is going to unite the world of Islam. I'm still waiting for that, but you know.
In which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what?
He worked for Christian Science Monitor? Shut. Really? This is the most fascinating guy of all time. Christian Science Monitor? What the hell? I mean, Christian Science Monitor actually does great coverage. Like, it is a well-respected institution. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's not like you might hear the word Christian Science and think like it's bullshit. It's not. It's like an actual legitimate operation. Bro is just curious as fuck. What is going on? He was a researcher of the Global Education Innovation Initiative at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, fellow of the Royal Science of Arts, Nostradamus of China. Others criticized predictions for relying on selective historical analogies, speculative game theory reasoning, and untestable assumptions. India Today said India Today. Haters said that his geopolitical analysis glaringly do not feature Chinese foreign policy or internal problems with China, even though he resides in the country. Under his career section towards the end. He has appeared in the New York Times Chinese edition, China Youth Daily, Wall Street Journal, the Chronicle of Higher Education. In 2003, he was allowed by Chinese officials to return to China, where he decided to abandon freelance journalism and pursue public education instead. If anything, it seems like he was a undercover spy against China, right? Like, after graduation, he fell into a deep frustration. He failed to publish his own book or get articles published in magazines. I felt lost, angry, bewildered by the world. I jumped from one job to another, never settled down, and eventually fell into severe depression when I was almost 30. While suffering from depression, which continued for the next 5 years, in 2000, Zhang moved to Beijing, where he worked small stints as a freelance journalist. Zhang wrote for publications such as the American Christian Science Monitor and a Hong Kong-based Far Eastern Economic Review. In 2002, Zhang initiated educational reforms at Shenzhen Middle School. In 2001, Zhang was contracted to conduct an undercover U.S.-funded PBS documentary about the labor movement in China. While filming one such protest, and King Zhang was arrested and detained for 2 days before he was deported from China on the 5th of June. In 2002, a friend claimed that he was accused of making illegal video recordings and suspected of spying. No charges were filed. You're doing a surface level analysis. Look at what's changed. Hey, Hassan, 8-hour stream, that's impressive. Is this a regular thing or just the Iran war stuff? Bro, why aren't you checking Wikipedia edit history? Dude, what's up with Professor Chung writers, man? I like the guy, okay? Give me a break. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but you don't have to be a shooter for him like that. You know, God damn. Yeah, look at the Wikipedia edit. It's the Illuminati. Why do you like him? I don't know why. He is like a very, well, first of all, I'm fascinated with conspiracy theorists, as you guys probably know by now. That's number one. I'm fascinated with the things they come up with. I'm fascinated with the way they operate. I love cranks. But also with John, he's very unassuming, you know? So he's there's something to it.
Typically, I've said that you find offensive.
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the
Bro, he's like, no, you don't understand. I'm not anti-Semitic in the way that you think I am. I'm just crazy. This is what I mean, man. I bet you Mehdi has not heard that one before. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things where you're like, I don't know how to respond to this right now.
Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture on the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible.
Yeah, he said communism was started by Wall Street. Yeah. He's one of those like Rothschild guys. He has a lot of fascist conspiracy theories locked in the chamber, for the record, just so you guys understand. Like, he has a lot of the classic takes, like the Rothschilds were responsible for the communists, the great like annihilator of whites, white Christians. It was the Jews that basically funded the communist movement. All that stuff. Like he leans in that old school classic fascist conspiracy theories as well.
As my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Sorry. What is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say
Magalica.
Pax Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know.
He has said that. You're wrong. He has said that. He said Pax Islamica. Yo, Mehdi, you're not a ball knower. That's what I'm saying, dude. No, you're wrong. He has actually said Pax Islamica. He said Iran. Hassan, he's an academic. Of course, he's well versed in the literature. Oh.
No, that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So I'm using a Latin convention. And so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible. And this extends from the now...
He's unflappable is right. He just doesn't, he's always like this. He's like, no.
To the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project, but I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews, for Jews, by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East.
And this is, just to be clear.
This is what I mean. Bro, every interview with this guy seems like a bit. Every interview with this guy is like the first 12 minutes are like, wow, okay, this guy's really cooking. And then like he slams shit into the last 4 minutes where you're like, what are you saying right now? Where did you pull this from? How did you do this? This is exactly what happened with the Breaking Points interview. Okay? This is exactly what happened with the Breaking Points interview. Where, like, the first, 15 minutes is so good and so sound. Like, the analysis is sound. The questions weren't as, contentious as Mehdi is presenting. And he's just explaining, his thought process, how he believes what has taken place so far. And then in the last, 4 or 5 minutes in the Breaking Points interview, he just starts being like, yeah, it's the Frankists and it's the Illuminati and all this other shit where you're like, what? Wait, what? Oh, it's awesome.
This is speculative analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots. Because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube...
No, I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left. So I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech. I am anti-war. I'm anti-empire. I believe in...
Bro, that's my goat. That's my goat. He brought me back in. He brought me back in. He brought me back in. Okay? He brought me back in. It's awesome. It's also very obvious that he did not get like a traditional Chinese education. Okay? Because half the shit he says is all of the crazy conspiracy stuff would be instantly solved if he actually got a Chinese education or went to a Chinese university and I don't know, got an education in Marxist Leninist interpretations, whatever the all of the high ranking officials in the Communist Party of China have a degree in. It's just you drop a little bit of dialectical materialism into all this, or historical materialism, all the conspiracy stuff goes away, and it is a fully fleshed out worldview. He has somehow identified some of these things, but ties it back with maximum liberalism because of his Yale education.
Digital autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, given my preferences and given my politics, I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress, okay? So my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire.
Don't try to fucking steal his prediction, Mehdi. You see that? I'm with you. Okay? Don't try to. That's Professor Jiang. That's Professor Jiang's predictive history. That's not your take. Stop the steal. Many in the chat are saying, bro, I made this prediction too. Okay, doesn't matter. It was his. His political affiliation is chaotic neutral is true. Bro, unironically used horseshoe theory for his own politics. He's just racist. I mean, he's everything. He's everything all at once.
for the United States and that they will have
Agreed.
to call up a national draft. Okay, that's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is very important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think.
I didn't realize that Zhang still teaches in China. Yeah, he. Someone was saying, I don't know if this is true or not, but like, it sounds so unbelievable. Someone was saying that all of the lectures, like fake lectures that he does, is how he teaches Chinese students English, and I don't believe that to be the case because that's insane. Imagine learning English in high school in China through Professor Zhang's lectures about Pax Judaica. Oh no. It's the most insane way to learn English. Oh, Jesus Christ. What do you mean by fake lectures? These students do a Q&A every lecture, but yes, he's insane. No, I meant like okay, given that he bills himself as Professor Zhang, okay, someone else gave him that moniker, but whatever, he's going with it. And what he talks about, you would assume that he is lecturing people on politics, right? You wouldn't just assume that he's lecturing people on the English language and how to speak it. That's why I'm saying fake lectures. Like they're not real college level history lectures or anything. Like he's not teaching international relations. But in my mind, in my headcanon, I love the notion that he's an English and philosophy teacher at a private Chinese high school. They might be right. No, I'm just in my headcanon, I hope that he's actually teaching his students English in those videos that we watch. Like that's his method of teaching his students English. That's unbelievable. It's incredible. I need more of that.
That the talk of nuclear weapons is fear-mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a disaster.
See, he's scared. Mehdi is scared. Look, that's how you know he believes it. That's how you know you believe Professor Zhang. You believe him. Look how scared Mehdi got. He said the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed somehow. Which, again, like, how is that a prediction if you don't? That's just kind of you making stuff up, right? Like, if you don't have any, like clear assessment on how that happens, right? Game theory? No, that's not how that works. Zhang is gonna blow it up. That's a parlay? True. To be fair, it could be anybody. Nobody. No, brother. I think there's only one country that would do that. Okay. Couldn't be anybody at all. There's only one place, one country, one movement that would be invested in doing it, and they've been trying to do it. He must be banned in Poly Market. Yeah.
Forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui-Qin Jiang, I appreciate you taking time out. I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you so much.
I mean, people watched it and they said, exclusive, who is Professor Zhang? Who does he work for? What is this? Having spent a short period living in Guangdong during his childhood, Zhang did not speak Mandarin his early life, only after enrolling at Yale. In 1997, during Jimin's visit to the U.S., he signed a Sino-U.S. Rule of Law Initiative. Following year, Yale Law School, China Law Center. What is this? Mehdi was so mean to him. I agree. I will defend Professor Zhang. I mean, this is the next generation of lawyers coming from USF Law. I don't know. Every single time this kind of thing has happened, the person that always brings stuff like this up, I think in their minds, think it's going to like work out very differently. And it just never works that way. I'm at Major in Gaza. This is a very important corner store, key food market. It's a very important cultural landmark from what I understand in San Francisco. Yeah, no, that was great as well. What is this? Can you speak on your thoughts about that student question about the October 7? Can you elaborate on how that person was coming off? No, it's classic. There's always one. That weirdo student yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. it didn't actually work, did it? I mean, it was quite embarrassing for the student. So, and he kind of understood that it was embarrassing. He got like super red. And it was, it's one of those things where, like, in your head, I think in your head and on the internet, you have an idea of like how things are going to go. But then in person, it doesn't go that way. Like, it's just, it doesn't work that way. This has happened already. This has already happened. This happened at Cambridge too. I don't mind it, right? Because I think people personally have this notion that like a real world interaction is going to take place in the same way that you envisioned it in your mind, or the same way that you assumed it would happen on the internet. Because you can't strip a conversation of its nuance when the person can actively respond. Yeah. There was something in their voice, trauma, anger. They were 100% caught reframing the argument. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I don't think it was a memorable moment at all. What happened? Oh, when I was speaking at University of San Francisco Law School, someone wanted to debate Lord me on one of the classic clips out of context. October 7th happening don't change the dynamic for me whatsoever on genocide and apartheid. But yeah, it was great. It was great overall. I had a great time. I don't personally appreciate how much I feel like schools are being annoying with their restrictions. Like Stanford, in my opinion, Stanford absolutely was trying to make sure that I just didn't do it, right? Oh, FYI, the Stanford venue change was communicated. We apologize for the late changes. Students for Justice in Palestine chapter, we sometimes face additional administrative hurdles. Oh, they changed it to a smaller venue. The administration forced them to change it to a smaller venue. Wash no motion? No, they're saying the admins changed it. This literally was a 1,000 person venue that was sold out. They swapped it to a 350 person venue instead. So now approximately 700 people that got tickets to go to this event are not going to be able to attend. They didn't know how hard-headed and stubborn I am, so they thought, oh, if we just like take away the mess hall, like take away the amphitheater or whatever, like the big area that he was going to do his speech at, like maybe he'll just not show up. And I was like, that I'm still showing up, you know. So Tim Miller being hot and defending you, what a fun time. Yeah, I saw it's very funny that Tim Miller has a much better understanding of like exactly the dynamic that's shaping in the broader electorate, and had to be like, I'm putting my foot down. I'm putting my foot down. I'm a former Republican, now Democrat. Like, I want to defeat the Republicans. You guys are being insane. and it is very funny that there's this contingency of like rabid psychopaths who I don't think care about the party or its future at all. I think they just genuinely hate me, and they're just I don't know. It kind of feels like they're mad that they don't have any relevance in the party at all, and they get mad that I am or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is Tim Miller. He's the one who cooked Zoran with the globalized intifada question, right? Like, but yeah. So yesterday I did USF Law. The day prior, I did the Stanford University. It was great. Both were great. One was a full-blown speech. The other one was like a moderated Q&A, and then like an unmoderated portion of the Q&A. And in the unmoderated portion of the Q&A, there was a moment where like someone was like, I'm going to get him.
Past stream of yours where you were discussing October 7th and the topic of the UN's report of sexual violence committed by Hamas came in, and I think your exact words were, I don't care about the person. Would you mind explaining why you said that?
Yeah. I said, it doesn't matter whether sexual violence took place on October 7 or not. That doesn't change the dynamic for me around genocide. And that's still something that I stand by. It's a quote that people try to weaponize against me with regular frequency. But I don't think you would disagree with that sentiment, right? Do you feel like sexual violence happening is a justification for genocide?
No, I don't, but I also think, like, in a room where there's future prosecutors and public defenders that are going to go into victims advocacy, purporting that that you don't care about sexual violence happening is very dangerous.
Okay, but but now that you understand the context of it, you understand what I was saying, right? Because there was a person who was actually claiming that that there was no evidence for sexual violence taking place at all. And the argument, in the much broader context, was me saying whether or not sexual violence has taken place does not change the dynamic or does not justify genocide taking place. I think that's a fairly reasonable critique, right? How do you dismiss accounts of kerosene and... All right, and then the rest of it is just like the full context of it. I guess they put the full context of it in this video, but let me see what else. Part of this problem that many people can't contend with, like, or I don't know, do you think Israel committed a genocide? Maybe you have an issue with that as well.
So victims are collateral damage in pursuit of the greater good.
Do you think Israel committed a genocide? If you don't mind me asking?
Well, why aren't you staying on topic on the question that I asked you?
This is the topic. You asked me a question, I'm asking you so we can have a normal conversation. Do you think Israel committed a genocide?
I do, and I also think that minimizing is wrong.
Do you think that the sexual violence taking place on October 7 would justify Israel's a genocide, or do you think genocide is unjustifiable?
I think it's not a dichotomy.
Okay. So where do we go from here? So we're in agreement.
I thank you for your explanation. I just wanted to know why you said that.
That was such a bad faith argument from this person. They didn't even seem to want to establish what the dichotomy was in this case. You aren't minimizing rape. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't matter because it's just, I mean, this is the next generation of lawyers coming from USF law. I don't know. I think you should start bringing up the pro rights after you cleared the argument. I wasn't invested in like destroying this person. Okay. That's not how I operate. I was just invested in like neutralizing the argument by just saying what the truth is and then moving on, which again, every single time this kind of thing has happened, the person that always brings stuff like this up, I think in their minds think it's going to like work out very differently. They think like, oh, he's going to be humiliated. He's going to be epically owned. Right. And it just never works that way. It never works that way at all. And I don't know why people still try to do that. It's just, to be fair, I think you should explain more why you weren't saying what you said, which is what you were responding to genocide deniers' critiques of you, even though they weren't specifically present in that exact clip. You were on shadowboxing defense mode at that moment, but they don't realize that.
You did not care about victims.
Okay. Do you feel like I explained it thoroughly?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
That was beautiful to witness.
I mean, they agreed with me at the end of it, Yeah, no, the lawyers were also very woke. I mean, it was mostly fans in the room. It was great. Yeah, he turned red by the end of it. I completely disagree with that take. This is the best response you've had to this argument thus far. I mean, I think it's fine, To some degree, you push other people away from your movement when you choose to be cruel beyond just making your point. Yeah, I do what I do regardless. It's just how I am. You know what I mean? It's just who I am. It's how I am. I'm a vulgar person, right? I pop off sometimes. I'm talking for 10 hours. It's not a guarantee that like every moment of those 10 hours are going to be squeaky clean, right? People can try to weaponize that stuff all day, every day, but ultimately I try to lead by empathy and I try to channel that in every conversation that I have. And a lot of people will try to engage in these sorts of bad faith critiques, but ultimately, I am who I am, right? I think people will either recognize what I'm trying to do and appreciate and understand and can come to the table charitably. Did the person stick around for the group photo? No, they did not. I just don't understand how someone it's an insane argument because then you're essentially saying the perpetrated on Israel is on par with the worst in the genocide of the Palestinians, which is an untenable position. Exactly. No one who legitimately believes Israel is committing a genocide can make that argument. No one. Okay, because it's a patently ridiculous argument, which is why I asked the question, do you believe Israel committed a genocide? And he didn't want to answer it first. And that's when I was like, oh. And then he realized I'm going to lose the entire room if I just, get into a debate about whether Israel committed a genocide or not. So he thought he could just like say, yes, Israel did commit a genocide. Then I was like, okay, then you understand my point. You agree with my point. Yeah. There's a New Republic article that came out a day ago. Sam Piker has a few choice words for his bad faith critics. There's also another article from Daniel. There's a Nation article that came out as well, and that's from Daniel Denver. This kind of counter narrative doesn't actually work. I'm just giving you an accurate analysis of the things that are happening. He has embraced the Hasbara, Israel, tiny country size of New Jersey.
Isn't it crazy that they can't even have one country, some shithole that's the size of New Jersey, Israel? They can't even have that.
Israel, size of New Jersey, Israel. Why can they not have Israel? One country, tiny nation. Israel, size of New Jersey. No politic here. Oh, he's so based, dude. He's Mr. Based. I do appreciate like Asmongold's cattle ass fan base going from cost denial and anti-Semitism to so quickly snapping back to defending Israel with like talking points that were destroyed pretty much in the eyes of the collective all the way back in like, I don't know, December of 2023, saying Israel's a tiny nation. Why can't they have Israel is a talking point that doesn't even work in like 2024, let alone 2026. My man is mainlining Hasbara at this point. It must be so embarrassing to be a Mold Man fan. I think it's more so, it's just, if you're an Asmongold fan at any point in your life, you already have dropped any sort of self-reflection capabilities. You're incapable of understanding the way that the world views you, your worldview, the guy that you really appreciate. But yeah, I mean, he went from saying Nick Fuentes is base for doing denial to hitting Hasbara lines, you know, and defending little old Israel here.
I mean, bro, think about like, god damn. People are just not having it. Just let him have it, man. God damn.
Let him have a little bit of dude.
% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's
Right.
not, he would.
Even his audience is like not fully on board with it, but I guess they're not suspicious enough of why he's doing this now. But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2 days. Like you're unbelievably dense.
It was 3 days, idiot.
It's just not true. That's not something that happened. There's no evidence that happened. It's also physically impossible for it to have happened. And most people understand that is not a correct number. It's an unbelievably high number that is, I mean, unless they just like blew up entire city blocks, Israel style, they are not capable of murdering 40,000 people in such a short period of time. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't like pro-Israel talking points work? Have you looked at the polls recently? I mean, this is something that I repeat pretty much every day at this point. It's become my mantra, but this is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States. Today is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States going forward. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. Something to remember for all the Jewish advocacy orgs that keep tying themselves to the genocidal entity. Okay? Or even Asmongold, as a matter of fact. I mean, going from Palestinians are inferior people that deserve to be dead to then taking an anti-Israel slant when it became unfavorable to defend Israel, to then looping back around to defending Israel's existence and Israel's violent actions is very interesting. But I guess, as I've said over and over again, when your audience is comprised of some of the dumbest people on the planet, They don't necessarily punish you for contradicting your statements from like a day prior, especially when they don't even get mad at Trump when he contradicts himself in the same statement, right? Because Trump, even in his address, in his presidential address, literally started off by saying, oh, we're saving the Iranian people, and ended the presidential address by saying, we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age by destroying its electrical grid and destroying its bridges and shit. So those two things are at odds with one another, right? But because the audience is unimaginably dumb, they still believe it, I guess, or they delude themselves into thinking that there is no contradiction here.
It was 3 days. It took them 3 days to do that.
Convinced yourself.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. Like them killing 10 people
It doesn't even matter.
still
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard a consistent number on this from people that just turn around and say, oh, they killed 80,000 people. I've heard 80,000, 50,000, 40,000. It's shut up. Jesus Christ. How do you not recognize that it's like this is propaganda to actually justify American and Israeli intervention?
But there's no propaganda about Palestine. The amount of people that were killed in Palestine is a defined number that nobody can ever question. But whenever Iran intentionally takes off the internet, they shut down the entire internet. They bus in Iraqi militia force.
I'm gonna be honest. If this is the best Israel has as far as Hasbara, it's cooked. They're so done. Like Israel's strongest Hasbara weapon now is a guy who doesn't shower and is a hollow denier. What are we doing? We doing, an inconsistent worm that has no moral compass whatsoever, that will literally say unimaginably heinous anti-Semitic shit one day, and then the next day he'll turn around and be like, just like straight up repeat verbatim Israeli talking points. I'm sorry, but why is he even relevant? Bought it or not, he has a fairly large audience still. Obviously, it's diminished as Trump's popularity is diminishing, even in the eyes of the dumbest people alive, which are the Euroid MAGA supporters. He loves talking shit about me, but hates the prospect of talking to me. Times are changing. He's doing crazy propaganda right now, debating chatters with Israeli talking points, being a debate pervert, but he's not smart enough or quick enough to actually defend Israel. Even if you were brilliant, it would still be an incredibly difficult endeavor. Okay? Trump won't say what the U.S. will do if missing pilot in Iran is harmed. We hope that's not going to happen. Well, that's an admission that they couldn't extract them and have no idea what the is going on with the pilot. Okay? Don't you got his number? Call his ass? No, I don't have his number. What are you, crazy? Every argument he makes is literally him just fighting against his own lack of knowledge. For example, he tries to bring up the Gaza numbers. Obviously no idea. 1, what the number is. 2, that it's been the official number for almost 2 years now because the devastation is so immense. 3, doesn't understand that the CIA, the American State Department, and the Israeli government utilizes the Hamas health ministry numbers. Those numbers have actually been checked, and they are almost always a significant undercount due to the fact that the healthcare infrastructure has been completely devastated or destroyed by Israel. And yet, even the 75,000 number is a severe undercount, yet it's obviously the number that Israel also abides by. Yo, I'm the pilot. I'm all good. Is low-key chill here? Nice, dude. You get the Cuba Day special or what? The president's national security team is gathered at the White House. Is this good? At Grok, is this a good thing? In the eve of one of the pilots being extracted and the other one not? The other pilot is on, Iranian soil. Chat, is this good? Chat, are we winning? At Grok, explain this to me like I'm 7. What are you aviation experts saying about all these planes down? The ones I know are freaking out. I mean, the people that I lean into for knowledge in this on the OSINT side are not exactly fond of American imperialism. So they have offered fairly reliable coverage thus far. I don't know what like the pro-America, pro-Israel OSINT side is saying about this. But I do feel like they've stopped coping because this is like the level of cope necessary to make this situation look good when America's lost a tremendous number of assets in a matter of like 12 hours. It's very difficult. But let's see what the cope is.
Danger of this mission, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And this is an active combat zone. But Anita, I've got to say, this is no victory for Iran. Operation Epic Fury has established that air dominance and is able to continue to attack targets. You know, when we're looking at the area of the Khuzestan province here, if this is where the plane has gone down, this is both a marshy area and a mountainous area. There are a couple of Iranian airfields, a major Iranian naval base. And it could be that the F-15E is also really well equipped for doing some low altitude type of work. So when we talk about air dominance, that means that Iran doesn't have an integrated linked system that can easily hit at medium and high altitude. I'm talking 20,000 feet and up. But down low, our combat pilots know that you never entirely suppress the threat. Iran has a lot of man-pads. These are infrared, homing, man-portable systems. These are all things they've gotten from the Russians and the Chinese and systems that they've improved themselves over the years. And then simple anti-aircraft artillery is a possibility here. What we do know, I think, is that this F-15E, this is the workhorse jet of the Air Force. It carries a bigger bomb load than any other Air Force fighter. These F-15Es, we have a unit in North Carolina, a unit in Lakenheath in England, and they have been doing incredibly difficult work flying lots and lots of sorties, really for years. They flew in Syria against ISIS. They've carried a lot of the weight of the precision attack of Operation Epic Fury. So, hopes go out to
Liquefied Pringles. Thank you for the
crewmember,
5 gifted
pilot,
subs.
and then a weapon system officer was what the crew of the F-15E is. And as we know, combat search and rescue, we do not start an air campaign without that in place. And I think we're going to hear in the fullness of time about some truly heroic work in this search and recovery mission.
Rebecca, when you talk
Dude, it's maximum cope.
about sort of low altitude, what altitude are you talking, and what sort of operations would the F-15E be taking out at this point? Do they fly with other F-15E? Would there have been a few of them there? And what precisely might they have been doing?
So we're in the phase, particularly in this part of Iran, which was the focus of some of the initial attacks.
JC9ST, thank
now
you for the
we've
5
seen,
gifted.
the big bombers and others move out more towards the east, working industrial targets. But it's a possibility that this F-15E was working some of the remaining IRGC capability. As I said, there's a naval base in that area. They may have been making attacks there. There are Iranian military airfields. They're going after some of those persistent targets that are the last part of the target set that Admiral Cooper at Central Command is trying to work. And in some cases, you need to get down
Ham
a
and
little
fist,
bit
thank you for the
lower.
20.
And I'm talking, we're talking more than the below, just in general terms.
Oh, shit, we got a hype train.
20,000 foot range. And that's where some of these other systems that aren't able to stop an air campaign, but they can be effective in those lower altitudes. And our pilots know that can be dangerous work down low.
Dr. Grant, as night falls there in Iran, and we've heard now this is now the #1 priority of this military operation is to rescue this other pilot. What does that look like in terms of manpower?
Are we even sure the second pilot's alive? Was the photo the Iranians posted of the seat of the second pilot? We don't know. We don't know. But I think the assumption is that he was alive because he released an emergency beacon or whatever, like an encrypted message, according to N12 Israeli news. If we have air superiority, then why do they have to fly low to avoid radars? Top Gun, maybe. Let's fly low. Let's see, because it's cool. Is this not just horribly embarrassing for our country? Yes, but again, considering that we don't have the capacity to feel shame because we are bloodthirsty monsters, I don't know. I mean, most people don't even understand that this is embarrassing. Most people think we're winning. So what do you say to those guys?
Without giving away any national security secrets, but what kind of operation does it take to try to find this other pilot?
Yes, and I know Admiral Cooper will be very focused on that. I'm sure General Kane at the Pentagon is watching this closely, too. One fortunate thing, there were plenty of assets in that region.
You fly low to avoid ground-based radar, the terrain blocks it? No, we know, man. The question was a rhetorical one. If you have established air superiority, it doesn't matter if the radars can ping you. you can fly however you want to, it kind of destroys that argument as well. Destroys the argument that there's any sort of air superiority at all.
You look at the map there, and you're very near Kuwait, which could have pre-positioned assets, Iraq as well. The USS Tripoli, which has come into the region, don't know exactly where she is, but she carries a lot of assets too. And types of aircraft that would be involved here, you're going to have an on-scene commander. That may be another fighter pilot, maybe another F-15E pilot.
Wait, did you see the CNN commentary? Oh, from Amy McGrath, former U.S. Marine combat fighter pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Amy McGrath, retired. Amy McGrath, my favorite Democrat from Kentucky, who got destroyed by Mitch McConnell's corpse after we dumped like $100 million in that race. That Amy McGrath went on CNN. Let's take a look at what she had to say. Mitch McConnell's opponent.
Same thing in Iraq and Afghanistan as well. If you're going to be picked up by somebody who is going to turn you over to the Iranian, forces.
Hassan's Fake Glass, thank you for the 5. Carmen Channel, thank you for the 5. Anonymous, thank you for the 10. Give the subs.
That are going to use you and capture you, or is the population happy that you're there and want to help you? That we don't know. And so anybody that gets shot down over that space is having to deal with that uncertainty.
Yeah, they might just be super stoked to see you. They might just be welcoming you with open arms. Like I said, that's an option. Why are you being so nihilistic about this? It's just why are you being so pessimistic? Why just stop? I'm just here to welcome you. I personally really enjoy those sorts of things. Millions of people displaced from their homes. Big. Iran is rapidly digging out and repairing underground missile bunkers in silos, often restoring them within hours after U.S. and Israeli strikes. Oh my God, who could have foreseen this? Who kept repeatedly telling you that's what's going on? Despite claims of major damage, U.S. intelligence says that Iran still has a significant number of missiles and launchers and can keep attacking. The only reason why U.S. intelligence reports are coming to the New York Times is because, for some reason, Donald Trump is not listening to the U.S. intelligence reports that are telling him this privately. Okay? Launch rates have dropped, but Iran is conserving assets, hiding them underground and using decoys, making it hard to fully assess or eliminate its capability. It's also one of those things that you just, can't really hide, because if they're still successfully striking Israel, if they're still successfully striking American assets on, Saudi bases and whatnot, then obviously what Donald Trump is saying is launch rates have dropped, but hit rates have increased. Yes. Basically, Iran has developed a tactic revolving around ambushing. I would assume most of the time radar is just hiding and don't scan until there's confirmation aircraft flying into the trap. Yes. Their denial capabilities, their anti-aircraft systems are mobile. It has to be. If they had fixed, and I'm sure they have fixed positions as well. They had like fixed anti-aircraft weapons as well, but they've most likely been destroyed. So they have to be mobile. Everything that they have, their TELs are mobile. Their anti-aircraft defenses are mobile. They put them inside of bunkers deep underground, and then they dig themselves out when the entry points are shut off by missiles. They have excavators waiting inside of these tunnels. They dig them out. They bring them out. Same with the TLs. Same with their launchers. And, they're still capable of doing damage. Mike Burns the Throne. Lana Chista Salon. And JL Chapa, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. X Quigley, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Ralia, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Feels like one of the parties in this conflict is seriously dedicated and prepared, and the other one is basically an 80s cartoon. Yeah, because a lot of this stuff is pretty simple to understand, pretty easy to understand when you realize that we've operated Harlem Globetrotter style for like the last 40 years of conflict. Okay, literally. I mean, in Iraq, that is precisely what we did. We bribed the generals to stand down before shock and awe. We came in with tremendous force. That's very different than what's going on. Fighting against an enemy that has hardened its defenses for this exact moment for 40 years, for 50 years, is going to be very different than fighting against an enemy that had no willingness to defend.
And then your rescue assets could be your big MH-53 helicopters, the Air Force Special Ops CV-22. That is a tilt rotor that flies level like a plane, can also land like a helicopter, faster, ruggedized to go in and do that pickup. But I'm telling you, tankers as well, a lot of airborne command and control, every airman in the region trying to participate and help.
Wow. Dr. Rebecca Grant, thank you so much. You always provide us with a wealth of information. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the holiday weekend.
Spectacular
Thanks,
quote
Dr. Grant, and
from
stick
Fox
with us
News.
for more coverage of this.
Dude, I miss listening to dumb guys talk about Donald Trump. I might be alone in this, but I truly did miss this. These guys are just like playing catch up with whatever Trump is saying to be like, yeah, and it's actually awesome. What's really interesting about this is some people are beginning to recognize that, we're the villains here. Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn had a conversation. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, if you're the terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, stand in front of the mirror and start there. What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so.
I mean, what do you say? What can you even say to that?
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting politicians slurp on kids. All of our money goes to Israel, and they're using it to genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out, and it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are talking about bull. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us.
Oh my God, Joe Rogan. He's right. Like, he's not even wrong. He's right. Joe Rogan, what's wrong with you? He's literally correct. Like, everything that he addressed is unironically true. It's like the only time where someone is making sense on the Joe Rogan Experience. And Joe Rogan's response is, oh, bro, you're just like kind of bumming me out, dude. You're bumming yourself out. Here, come hang out with us. We'll fix you up real quick. Don't think about it, bro. You're bumming my high right now. You're just ruining my high, bro. Oh my God. Yeah, Joe Rogan be like, let me give you some raw milk. Fix you up real good. Yeah, Theo Vaughn 2026. It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. That's right. I got to go on Theo Vaughn again, dude. That's what I got to do. I think you should go on Tucker. I think you can move him left. First of all, that's never going to happen. He's not going to move left. Don't be ridiculous. And secondly, Tucker Carlson will not have me on. I don't know why. I have my suspicions, but what's Patrick Bet-David up to? What's he been saying about this? Because I want to know. I feel like Patrick Bet-David must be at least a little conflicted, right? Like, or is he totally cucked? Does he still? Because I know he's like pro-Trump, and he has to say, PBD gives Adam a grueling performance review after the Piers Morgan debate. Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to know what PBD has to say, because like he's obviously super pro-Trump, but he's like Iranian, right? And as an Iranian, it must sting a little bit if you have even a modicum of a soul. If you have like even a fraction of a piece of a soul, okay, then I suspect you're gonna feel some type of way about your ancestral homelands being destroyed by the president that you defend all the time, who's literally saying we're to bomb it back to Stone Age. Is he still with Trump? For a low 5 figures, you can hire him for business meetings. I think it's $50K an hour. Who the would ever pay $50,000? Anyone that has $50,000 that they can drop like that is not dumb enough to hire Patrick Bet-David for any kind of services. Are you out of your dang mind? Fine, here's the real one.
Rob, why don't you start off with the clip? Why don't you start off with the clip
on what the president said that made the futures go berserk. This is the exact moment. Everybody was waiting to see what the speech was going to be. Was there going to be a big announcement? Was there going to be something massive, positive? You know, the Gulf states are going to pay for the war. What was it? At the end, when this comment was made, I will share with you what happened to the markets. Go ahead, Rob.
To the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred.
Wait, is PBD not Iranian? Is he Armenian? Yes, bro, there's Armenians in Iran. He is, I think, like half Assyrian, half Armenian or something, but like full Iranian. That's why he was like trying to interview Reza Pahlavi.
Because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more keto.
For a Dow, 1.36. Oil, gas prices right now, 112 and 17, 112.17. It skyrocketed. While this is going on, you know, at the same time, we're hearing a bunch of other news that took place. And, you know, that statement, Bitcoin drop, markets concerned, people are worried. What's going to be happening? He did talk about the 4 million, you know, kids in America right now have that Trump account that's been created, which was some of the good news that he shared. But, you know, some people are even speculating that the news was so scary for some people that even the Artemis 2 that went to space yesterday, because of the speech, the toilet stopped working. Because now that's speculation. I don't want you to go fact check me on this.
God, he's such a Iranian boomer, dude. That's classic, you know, Iranian unk jokes over there.
And ask, you know, Grok or some of these other things, but people were expecting something else. Richard, why did the market react so negatively to yesterday's speech?
Well, in many ways, there was no news. There was no sort of real new announcement. And to the contrary, there was perhaps, there was disappointment. For one, the time scale, the timeline stayed pretty vague. We're told, well, it's going to soon end, but we've heard that before. And there are wars that are going to end soon, and they go on for a very long time thereafter. He repeated, as you know, in this clip, as we saw, he's going to bomb Iran to the Stone Age from henceforth, which is a big task. It's a major country. And actually...
Yeah, that's my concern. I'm like thinking, how will you accomplish this bombing campaign? Because it's too big. I'm thinking about the logistics. When the quote-unquote leader of the free world says, I'm going to bomb this foreign adversary back to the Stone Age, I immediately start mapping out exactly how this can take place.
Didn't he care about the Iranian people? Wasn't that in the beginning the story?
That's the criticism right now.
So all these contradictions, and that's just that's just tip of the iceberg, I think.
Luke, what do you think? Yeah. First, what do you think about the speech too? Why do you think the market reacted so aggressively to back to Stone Ages?
I think exactly what Richard said, where the contradictions. I mean, I received texts from institutional clients around the country. One of them said they should have called this speech stuck. Another one said this could have been an email. But I think why the markets ultimately freaked out and then carried through on that freak out is what he said about the Strait of Hormuz and the contradiction therein, which is he said something along the lines that it'll open up on its own eventually, naturally, maybe our allies will help us. And the contradiction within that is...
Well, not really our allies will help us. He even said they got to figure out themselves and we'll help them if they need it, but I think they have it themselves, like almost leaving it.
Dude, I miss listening to dumb guys talk about Donald Trump. I might be alone in this, but I truly did miss this because... we're over here looking at the situation. We're talking about like how devastating this is, what the global impact looks like, what this means for American force projection capabilities. And these guys are just like playing catch up with whatever Trump is saying to be like, yeah, and it's actually awesome. No, he does. He does got that shit under control, bro. He do.
To NATO and some of the others to figure out for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's a huge contradiction therein. We're the greatest military in the world. We are the reserve currency issuer. Our job is to use our deep blue water Navy to maintain freedom of navigation for the world. That is why the world, as a big reason why the world uses the dollar as the reserve currency. And so if we say, hey, this isn't our problem, number one, that starts to raise serious questions about why am I paying the Americans for weapons? Why am I paying the Americans to hold dollars? And then also, on a more fundamental level, if we're winning, why can't we open the Strait of Hormuz? If their Navy has been devastated, if their Air Force is devastated, if their offensive capabilities have been devastated, why can no ships sail through there?
Why do you think?
Well, forget about what I think. What I'm being told is that, yes, their Navy is destroyed. Yes, their Air Force is destroyed. And this isn't where their power was. Their power was in missiles and drones. And I'm hearing we've destroyed less missiles than we thought. There was a story talking about this on Reuters last week where we originally were taking Israeli intelligence, and they were saying, yeah, we got 70% in the first couple weeks. Last week, Reuters said, well, it's closer to a third, which means it's probably a little less than that. It's sounding, I'm hearing very credible rumblings that more of their missiles were deeper underground than we thought. And the reality is these drones, it's not different for us than it's been for the Russians in Ukraine, which is to say something very important has happened in this last 4 or 5 weeks of war in the same way it happened in Ukraine, which is the very nature of warfare has fundamentally changed in a way that has arguably not happened since black powder rifles were used to take down heavy cavalry, whenever that was, 400 or 500 years ago. And that is that Iran is using missiles and drones to stand off the United States Navy in a naval choke point. And so while there's something called Mahan Doctrine, which is you control naval choke points, you control the world. And that has been in force for 400 or 500 years. British Navy, well, 300 or 400 years. British Navy under the British Empire, taken over by the American with the United States Navy. Navies have been the ones to control those naval choke points. And here we have, in live, living color, for the first time in 300 or 400 years, a land-based power, and one, oh, by the way, that is probably not even a top 5 and maybe not even a top 10 military, standing off the United States Navy in a naval choke point. The relative power dynamic has shifted. So now you have this, I think when you layer that onto what we're looking at with oil, there's this massive, markets I think are starting to discount, okay, there is some sort of major change taking place here. And it's going to be a lot harder and messier to reopen this via naval force. I think they're not sailing through because they don't want to wake up. I think Trump most of all, but none of us want to wake up to a scene of a U.S. naval destroyer on fire or sinking. That's what I think the issue is.
Vinny.
Well, yesterday you made a great point. Trump, the president, listens to everything. He reads everything. He knows the pulse. Remember we talked about this? And I think, you know, he had to come out, and the people around him are like, you're going to have to go out there and you're going to have to say something and show strength and say that we're on the path. And you let them know that it's going to go a little bit longer and everything. But we were under, as a regular American that just follows what he sees and reads, we were told that the first attack was at the summer where we went in, we bombed, it was clean, we left. That was it. We took out all their nuclear launching capabilities. Come to find out now, we were told it was for the people. I haven't heard a single thing from anybody on the ground. Any Iranians, the protesters here are like, yes, we want it. Please help us. The internet's down. We don't know what the hell's going on. And I think the miscommunication is, let's just say, ready for this? We take out all their leaders and we keep knocking out all these people that are on top. You think the military, their military, whoever becomes a leader now is going to be like, okay, we'll follow this guy. These people are very, very stuck on their ideology. They have America in there with Israel bombing the hell out of them, Pat. I don't know. I have a feeling that the president was, and by the way, he's an alpha. He does what he wants. But the people in his ear, like Lindsey Graham.
Dude, it's so awesome that they have to, like, even when they're criticizing Trump, because, like, that's what he's building up towards, right? He's building up towards a criticism of Donald Trump, but he still has to be like, well, the president's really alpha. It's actually the beta. It's Lindsey Graham. He's gay. He's beta. That's the reason why they're making wrong decisions, because it couldn't be the president.
When Lindsey Graham did a thing on Wall Street Journal reported, he was visiting the president saying, hey, Roosevelt, think about your legacy. Do this. A bunch of people was like, yeah, let's go in there. Is it going to be like Venezuela? Yeah, let's go in there. And then now we're there, and it's like, uh-oh, longer. And what was it? Short-term pain for long-term gain. They kept saying that. Short-term pain.
It's pretty funny to shift the blame over to Lindsey Graham and Israel, which obviously there is a lot of blame here for Israel and Lindsey Graham. But you can't do that while also simultaneously maintaining the belief that the president is awesome. Because your only defense for Trump in that situation is that he's a idiot. Okay. Oh, you don't understand. My big, beautiful, bold president is just a dumb baby who didn't listen to his own generals, who didn't listen to his own intelligence community's assessments, and listen to Lindsey Graham, who sucks. At least he's alpha, though. I mean, but at least he's like an alpha dog.
Don't see this not going a year. At least a year.
You think it's going to go a year?
I think, Pat.
Are you there as well? You think it's going to go a year?
That's the risk, that it could be very long, potentially even longer than a year. Really, what, you know, from a European perspective, what we currently see, because, you know, as Luke explained, and this is actually not surprising what has happened so far. I mean, Iran so far had not used its power to close the Strait of Hormuz, but it was always capable of doing that, but it chose not to. Of course, being suddenly attacked during negotiations and its leadership being assassinated and so on. You know, you sort of can see from their viewpoint, okay, well, now we have to do a bit more.
The Israel first tax is rising. Amazon will add a 3.5 surcharge for U.S. and Canadian sellers starting April 17 due to the elevated cost in fuel and logistics. Oh, guys, you have to feel patriotic when you do this. Not because it's like, you know, going back to your schools or anything, but you have to feel patriotic for this because now that the global energy markets are completely busted, and therefore there will be unprecedented waves of inflation in very meaningful ways that you could not have foreseen, you can still sleep soundly at night knowing that at least Israel is one step closer to its greater Israel project, okay? Because otherwise, I mean, it could be anti-Semitic. Like, I'm not going to say you're being anti-Semitic, but like, it could potentially start the process of feeling anti-Semitism if you had a thought in your mind where like, that tax is really stupid. Like, I shouldn't have to pay this. Why can't we bring Israel to heel? Which is, of course, the only type of anti-Semitism that exists. No other type.
And they closed the Strait. So in other words, it's not a surprise. So from a European perspective, actually what's really happened now is, under President Biden, the number one energy supply line to Europe was cut. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline from Russia to Germany. Under President Trump now, the second lifeline of energy has been cut, which is through the Strait of Hormuz. So really what's happening, and you know, none of that is sort of a surprise. You know, if you sort of take these actions, this is the result. Revealed preference, we have to assume that's what those behind the scenes who advised the president wanted, because it's not surprising. So really one of the goals seem to be to totally deindustrialize and destroy Europe. I think we're witnessing the implementation of the Morgenthau Plan, proposed by former, well, at the time, the Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, which was that after 1945, the post-war era, Germany needs to be totally annihilated. The industry needs to be taken out, needs to be deindustrialized, degrowth, although they didn't use that word, and even the population needs to be replaced. And that's the program that seems to have got into motion with a delay, but from 2015 onwards, and now it's really, you know, on steroids, and that's really what's happening now. You'd expect that there'd be somebody in Europe who said, "Well, hang on, what's going on? We've got to find solutions." And of course, President Trump, in his speech yesterday, did say, "Well, you know, okay, this is what happened. This is happening, and we continue to do our job." Looking after the Strait of Hormuz and energy supply to Europe, well, that's Europe's job, effectively. You know, he's saying, so they should take care of that. And if there was a sort of a proper leadership in Europe, then they could now take the necessary steps. And yesterday...
What is this argument, man? Like, what are the European leaders supposed to do? So Trump gets the things up, and then Europe comes in and tries to militarily solve it when the American government can't militarily solve it? Yeah, if you want competent European leaders to actually solve this crisis, there is an opportunity there. It's not militarily the Strait of Hormuz. It's actually going to Trump and being like, hey, we are all of the country's presidents. We're the leaders of virtually every single country, and we are demanding you go to the table with Iran and do a ceasefire and give Iran everything that they demanded. That's what a competent European leader would do. They're obviously too cowardly to do that. And they also don't have the military prowess to be able to obviously fight to open the Strait of Hormuz when America is failing to do so. The real thing that European leaders could do is not go to Iran necessarily, but to go to the United States of America and to Israel. Not even going to Trump, just straight up paying Iran whatever currency they want. I mean, that is probably what's going to end up happening. Hassan, I don't think you know how Europe politics works. Oh my God. I don't want to hear this, okay? I don't want to hear this from European chatters. You guys are unbelievable. For years you've told me I'm wrong, okay? Every time. Europe does not exist outside of this universe, okay? It's not a special place. Its politics are fairly similar to American politics. You have the rise of a coalition or a party in the parliamentary structure that is like far right, fascist, illiberal, and then you have liberal forces that are trying to maintain liberalism, trying to build coalitions to do that, while casting aside any sort of like principled socialist governance out of any sort of governing coalition. And in the process of doing so, just leaning into fascist parties growing their power, because they're the ones who are saying things that people want to hear. It's always Europeans that say, oh, you just don't understand. Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't need to understand. I'm an American. Europeans are vassals, unfortunately. European populations are not. They're obviously resisting. They're protesting. But the European governments are just as vassalized and just, they're slaves to capital all the same, just like our Democrats are. EU's flexible principles on the crime of the war of aggression for Russia, sanctions, and a special tribunal for the crime of aggression for the victim, Iran, official condemnation for being in the way of U.S.-Israeli bombs, assassinations, and assassination, gloating, and sanctions. That's awesome. It's a spectacular failure in every way. Every aspect of this design is currently falling apart. What happened to Peace President? What happened to No New Wars? It was all a lie, of course. Let's get to Donald Trump's insane speech last night, which was just a rehashing of virtually all of his Truth Social posts, wrapped up in a nice little 18-minute speech. Okay. Last night, Donald Trump delivered the State of the Union, and everyone was expecting him to make a new revelation here. He did not. He basically just summarized all of his Truth Social posts, and that was it. So let's take a look at the playback reel of the Trump victory speech.
President of the United States.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks,
I'm waiting for him to accidentally say Epstein's Fury. I believe in my heart that it will happen at some point. Also, one thing that I noticed, because I was listening to this while I was waiting to deliver my speech in the conference room that I was in, he was very winded. Like, he just seems tired. He seems out of it, labored breaths. He's angry. It's late. It's late for him. Kind of feels like he just doesn't want to do this at all.
Our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders most of them terrorist regime they led are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons factories and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're...
Yeah, so strong, and yet we cannot defend our allies. We cannot defend any of the countries that are oil-rich countries that give us trillions of dollars in investment in exchange for purchasing our weapons at a comfortable price point. Yeah, strongest military of all time, and yet, once again, has been taking L after L for the past 33 days now. Strongest military of all time, and yet we need an additional $200 billion to up our defense capabilities, our offensive capabilities. Strongest military of all time, yet we've utilized a quarter of our Tomahawk missile launchers. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of hard to make this argument, I feel like.
Working along with Venezuela and are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel. Something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going.
Yeah, no one has ever seen numbers like the ones that the Iranian regime has slaughtered. Numbers always swinging wildly in every direction, and now it's 45,000. Last week he was saying it was 30. Sometimes he would say it's 50. Now he's saying it's 45,000. Also, what's interesting about this, I mean, obviously the numbers are utterly irrelevant for these people. They're just trying to justify, bombing Iran in this weird, distorted, totally twisted manner where it's like, oh yeah, we're saving the Iranian people from the government by killing Iranian people, right? But every other part of this story, which is supposed to be a justification for why they're bombing Iran, is also ridiculous. Father of the roadside bomb, Qasem Soleimani, it's bullshit. He also brings up the fact that he destroyed the JCPOA, which is ironic because the JCPOA was a resounding success in terms of developing diplomatic relations with Iran. It totally undermined the hawkish posture that we had towards Iran. All of a sudden, there was actually success in terms of undermining the nuclearization initiatives, like the nuclear proliferation that Iran was engaging in. Which obviously, if you're being sincere, if you're looking at the situation, as far as like the nuclear proliferation of Iran, you understand that their enrichment process was simply to gain leverage so they could get sanctions relief. It wasn't actually a sincere attempt to develop a nuclear weapon. Every single thing that he's brought up are Foundation for Defending Democracy talking points, copied and pasted. Foundation for Defending Democracy is a Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank in Washington, D.C. It's all totally bullshit. But of course, because American politics is very stupid, American politicians are very stupid, and unfortunately many Americans are very stupid, you can just kind of lie about this sort of stuff and people just listen to it and go, yeah, I believe it. And even those who don't believe it don't actually know what the truth is. They just don't believe it because it's Donald Trump saying it, which is unfortunate. But I guess you got to work with what you have, right? Ultimately, it's a spectacular failure. Someone in the chat says, I honestly wonder if Hirsch is a Mossad asset after all. What good is a nuclear deterrence that people don't know about? He publicized this shit for Israel. You're out of your mind. Calling Seymour Hirsch a Mossad asset is insane. Put some respect on it. Cy Hirsch is the GOAT. Hey, Hassan, I think you called it on Tucker Carlson running in 2028. I just listened to a Vox interview and his rhetoric sounded intriguing. Even the interviewer point blank asked him if he was going to run for president, and his sheepish denial did not sound convincing. If Tucker Carlson doesn't actually run for president in 2028, he's going to offer a massive platform and legitimacy in the anti-Israel slant, the anti-war slant to whoever actually does run. That's the goal for Tucker Carlson. That's the role he will play. Either he will personally run for president or he will give the established legitimacy that he has, the credibility that he has as a true anti-war voice to whoever runs for president. I personally think it will be him, but others think it could be J.D. Vance or maybe Marco Rubio. Who knows?
On for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani.
What's really interesting also about Donald Trump bringing up the Iranian regime's death toll, right? They killed 45,000, he says. He ends the speech by talking about how he's going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. So even in this 18-minute window, totally inconsistent about liberating the Iranian people. He can't even hold on to this idea of false liberation narratives for long enough, right? It's totally ridiculous.
In my first term, he was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. He lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster.
Didn't you predict that Tucker Carlson would be forgotten when he left Fox? He was. The problem is Tucker Carlson is a cockroach. He was forgotten. He was left behind. But he expertly positioned himself as a lone heterodox thinker on the right and became the guy that people go to for anti-Israel sentiment, for anti-war sentiment, for the Republicans, and for those who have enmity towards migrants and believe in white nationalist rhetoric and white nationalist ideals that were also true isolationists. Okay. For the longest time, he was actually forgotten, but then he carved out a space for himself and totally leaned into the popular momentum around anti-Israel sentiment, anti-war sentiment, and he was able to win back that audience slowly but surely. He also was able to successfully use his previous influence and previous credibility as an insider to secure a bunch of high-profile interviews where he dismantled the unconvincing pro-Israel arguments from some of the most rabid ultra-Zionists we've ever seen. Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, all of those things build on this momentum. So he was able to carve back influence. Now, I don't know how influential Tucker Carlson still is amongst the right, okay? I don't know, because when you look at the MAGA cult, it's not like they have any, it's not like the MAGA cult personally have any negative feelings about going to war with Iran. The MAGA cult has been 100% on board, right? So I don't know if Tucker Carlson is actually convincing Republican voters necessarily. I think it's more damaging than that. I think Tucker Carlson's new audience is actually not comprised of right-wingers, but of independents, centrists, and liberals. I think he's changed his lane quite a bit. A lot of normies who don't actually bracket themselves into any ideological lane, who say stuff like, I'm apolitical, they watch Tucker Carlson. They like Tucker Carlson. They see him as an honest voice. This is very dangerous. And it would not exist if, for example, the Democratic Party was the party that people went to for a true anti-war perspective. No one would pay attention to Tucker Carlson if the Democratic Party wasn't spending every single day attacking people like myself, anti-war voices on the left. Have some conversations with your liberal coworkers, and you'll very quickly realize that many of them actually don't have any negative association with Tucker Carlson. They probably like Tucker Carlson, lifelong Democrats.
Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash. Green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and
all of this stuff is fake. I mean, it's for an administration that's led by a guy who successfully convinced people that he was going to be a different, not neocon style Republican, who convincingly told all of his voters, his entire base, that Republicans and Democrats both had lied about WMDs to go to war with Iraq, and how big of a defeat that was. He's doing that over and over again. When he says the Iranian nuclear capabilities were emboldened, it's a WMD lie. Okay, it's not true. When he says that ripping apart the JCPOA was successful, ripping apart the JCPOA was actually a good thing as far as like denuclearizing Iran. Also wrong. When he says that all of the people that he has killed and the Iranian capacities is diminished, also a lie. Also, this doesn't get people to support the war because the U.S. started it. This is bad PR to try to get manufactured consent. Yeah, I just don't understand. I genuinely cannot understand what Donald Trump was trying to accomplish with this speech, because this is just a rehashing of all of the other Truth Social posts that he's made leading up to this moment. And they made a big show of it, right? Like Trump delivers a State of the Union, a presidential address to the nation, and all of the other, all the TV networks are playing this, right? The expectation is that he comes out and explains that he's going to either retreat or double down. And I don't think he gave people that at all. Most people, myself included, I listened to this last night. My takeaway was that I still don't understand where we're going. There's always a strategy behind even the inconsistency in the narratives, chatters. I suspect that this one was to calm the markets, I guess. Like to tell the markets that he is actually retreating, right? To try and manipulate the markets further, because it's very clear that that's what the markets want. They're desperate for a retreat. But even then, it had the opposite effect. Oil still went up.
In virtually any other place on earth, Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, Iran's Navy is like go-fast boats and jet skis, and it hasn't been thoroughly dismantled. Like the Iranian Navy assets that they've blown up are utterly irrelevant. They don't control the Strait of Hormuz with their Navy. They control the Strait of Hormuz with their missiles and specifically their drones. And the real question here is, or the real assessment here in terms of deteriorating Iran's capabilities of controlling the Strait of Hormuz can only be seen with the tankers that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz. If the tankers that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz still, to this day, are Chinese flag tankers and tankers that are paying a toll to the Iranian government, that means the American government has not been able to successfully attrit the Iranian capabilities. This is just bullshit. This is self-soothing narratives that the war effort is actually going well when, calm minds engaging in sober analysis can actually see that the truth is the exact opposite of the way Trump presents it. All the while, there's a allegation that yet another advanced enemy fighter jet was taken out near Keshem Island. The statement says the aircraft crashed into the waters between Keshem and Hangam Island. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know what kind of plane this is. It looks like an A-10 is what people are saying. We will find out soon enough. Best summary of what you're saying. Leaked video shows Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay.
Hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that
this part is true. everyone is talking about American military capabilities, just not in the way that Trump thinks they're talking about it, right? I think a lot of people are reconsidering the American force projection capabilities. I do believe that. We've been talking about it quite a bit here on the broadcast. A lot of people are tuning in to hear what, Mersheimer has to say about this on independent outlets. It's just not one that favors the United States of America and its force projection power. So I guess he's half right on that one.
These core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by...
They died in the most honorable way possible, for the most honorable goal. They died for Israel, my beautiful, my pretty, my sweet Israel, the most important country on the planet.
Completing the mission for which they gave their lives, and every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
Can you clarify the money Obama gave to Iran? Wasn't it frozen funds? Yes. As the hegemonic superpower, the United States of America has the capabilities of freezing assets when Iran, as a sovereign state, trades with another sovereign state. That is what it was. When Donald Trump is talking about Barack Obama sending pallets of cash to Iran, what he's actually saying is one of the outcomes of the JCPOA was to unfreeze some of the Iranian assets for stolen oil, or for sold oil. Iran sold oil to some countries. Joe Biden had done something similar as well, which is to unfreeze some of the stolen Iranian assets for oil that was sold to other countries.
The UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain, they've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country.
I don't think you hate saying America was crippled under Joe Brandon or under Obama. I mean, that's kind of what you did twice. It's your number one thing that you say. Also, the economy is the hottest from the standpoint of heat. I mean, totally. Everyone's feeling it. Everyone's feeling how great it is.
After the last administration, and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion. And the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America.
This is the most important part. As I've explained to you before, taking Venezuela for its oil was seemingly a silly thing, right? Because America's an oil exporter, and in order to maintain price stability, sitting on top of the second or the largest natural oil reserves would have meant that the price of a barrel would go down if America actually supplied too much oil, right? If they refined too much oil, the price of a barrel will go beneath $60 a barrel, and therefore a lot of these like smaller fracking companies in the United States of America, which make up the backbone of the American industry, the American extraction industry, would not have been able to sell at a profit, and they would have to, close up shop. It wasn't just to screw Cuba. And at the time I said, no one will ever, no capitalist has ever said, oh, free oil, I hate that, right? Even though The Economist was writing about it and all these other, analysts, all these commodities traders were saying, this seems really stupid. This is not beneficial. This is not for oil. Even though Donald Trump was like, no, this is for oil. Well, now we know, right? He's basically telling Europe that he over to purchase oil and gas from the United States of America, purchase more oil and gas from the United States of America. All of the other allies around the world that rely on the Strait of Hormuz for their energy needs should now get it from the United States of America instead. Price stability will come from U.S. overproducing oil now in order to make up for the lack of supply while demands rise. However, I don't think we have the logistical capabilities of rerouting to make up for 20% of the entire planet's needs. I don't think we have the refinement capabilities of building up the oil supply. So I don't know how we're going to achieve this goal, but basically it feels like that's what Donald Trump is spelling out here. Something that I suspected as like the only reasonable, only logical long-term goal here is the destruction of the GCC, diminishing GCC's capabilities of providing energy for the rest of the world, just destroying it altogether, and then making America one of the only countries on the planet that has the capabilities of supplying much needed oil to the rest of the world. Having said that, however, the runway for such a significant change would probably take up years and a shit ton of investment. I don't know if we have that capability at all. LemFAI literally said that yesterday, and he said it was crazy and that they couldn't refine it. Stole my whole flow word for word, bar for bar. When I said that yesterday, you said I was crazy. Chatter, I don't know if you recall this conversation, but you literally said, I said that initially. Why am I going back on it? Okay, that was my assessment initially. I'm still telling you that just because it's a goal that the administration has doesn't mean that they're capable of achieving said goal. Is it hard for you to comprehend? The Gulf is profoundly important for maintaining the petrodollar, okay? It's kind of like this. If you say so, big dog, hi chat. Brother, your chat logs are right here, okay? Your chat logs are right here. We had this conversation yesterday. It's kind of like Liberation Day, okay? It's, as a matter of fact, it's exactly like Liberation Day. There's a logical goal for why Donald Trump wants to engage in trade protectionism. He wants to build up the American manufacturing base. This is a national security problem for America if America wants to engage in a more aggressive posture against China. Okay? That's the goal. That's the stated objective of Liberation Day, to force the rest of the world, to force all of our trading partners to decouple from China, the manufacturing base of the entire planet. Okay? The problem, however, is that just because you have a goal doesn't mean you have the capabilities of reaching said goal. This problem is the exact same. Okay? The goal is to decouple from China in terms of trade, and to force all of our other partners to decouple from China, and then rebuild the American industrial base. But we don't have the capacity to have an industrial base at all. We don't have the initiative. We don't have the capacity. We don't have a command economy. We don't have any central planning beyond subsidies that we offer. So just because he sets a target for himself doesn't mean he's going to achieve it. And he hasn't been able to achieve that at all. Okay? And the same thing is happening here. He might want to gain leverage over China, as China still controls the refinement of all of the rare earth minerals that are necessary for our defense production, necessary for all production, as a matter of fact. All the components that we still use in our industrial output is still at some point all the rare earth minerals that are refined are still coming from China. They have a complete monopoly over it. And we want to have some kind of leverage against China, because if China were to implement export controls, if let's say we went to war with China and China said, all right, we're adding export controls to all of our rare earth minerals, the magnets that you need to build your bombs, all of a sudden you can't build bombs. What are you going to do? How are you going to fight China with no bombs? We've already depleted our munitions, right? So in a situation like that, America has to have some kind of leverage against China to ensure that China doesn't do that. And that leverage would be oil. But right now, China has developed its own relations with the Gulf states. China has its own direct relations with the Gulf states. So the American bargain here, the American gamble here is maybe to think, all right, we just destroy the Gulf in its entirety. We reduce their capabilities. And we shut off the oil and gas faucet in the Gulf by way of Israel, so that we are the sole providers of oil and gas to the rest of the world, okay? The problem is we run into the same issue. Do we have the capabilities to make up for the lack of supply, especially in the short term, without imminent global collapse? I don't think so. I don't think we do. That's my argument. Just because they have an agenda, just because they have a goal, doesn't mean they have the capabilities of achieving said goal. Do you understand? I've been trying to explain this for the past month.
We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it. Protect it. Use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are.
Yeah, there's this other problem here as well, because countries no longer have to think about whether or not they create energy independence for themselves by way of renewables, which are, once again, produced almost entirely the systems necessary, solar panels and all of the other components necessary to build a robust energy grid that focuses on renewable energy come from China, right? So a big point of contention at Davos and all these other summits that were, that were happening in the build up to Trump taking Venezuela and then waging war against Iran, a big point of contention from the American side always was constantly telling Europe, don't move towards green energy. Do not move towards green energy. You will not be able to develop energy dominance that way. You're just going to increase your reliance on China this way. It's very stupid, right? That only works if there's stability. That only works if there's no disruptions in the oil and gas side of things. If there's no disruption in the delivery of oil and gas to Europe and to the Asian markets. Now Donald Trump has basically presented the argument that there is no stability, or they will be entirely reliant on the United States of America providing oil and gas. Europe already experienced a piece of that with the Russia war against Ukraine, where they gained independence from their reliance on Russian gas, Russian oil. And they celebrated that decision, even though that decision led to much more expensive energy prices, a crisis that was boiling up. And now it's gotten significantly worse. So Donald Trump has basically proven that if countries want to have energy independence, they have to move away from their reliance on fossil fuels. True energy sovereignty comes from renewables. So now competent governments are probably going to go to China and demand more help. They're going to purchase more solar panels. They're going to try to create a robust renewable energy grid for themselves. Many countries were already moving in that direction, right? So ironically enough, this still takes away from the power that America has around the world, because petroleum is traded on the dollar. This undermines, like the more Donald Trump undermines the petrodollar, the more Donald Trump undermines American hegemony. The other side of the story, of course, is that American hegemony and the confidence that people have in American stability is propped up by the might of the American military. And Donald Trump is destroying that notion as well. So it's a spectacular failure in every way that you can see. Every aspect every aspect of this design, this new world order post World War II, and certainly post the end of the Cold War, is currently falling apart. Donald Trump is most responsible for the acceleration of American demise here, and I mean, he's doing this like this is the reason why we say he's J.D. Pandon, right? He is the brave anti-imperialist voice.
Fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military.
Fake as fuck. Hassan Abi, do you enjoy being fake as independent media? Joke. Is it truly only independent media if you're eating the president? Is that how you can be a true independent media voice? Is that what it is? I mean, I'm not just getting yelled at by Republicans. I'm getting yelled at by Democrats as well on a daily basis. Even a dumb guy such as yourself could probably understand that means that I'm definitely independent from at least the duopoly.
Military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet, if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
Insane. This is the quote-unquote supposed leader of the free world openly saying in a presidential address to the nation that he is going to commit acts of terrorism. He has already committed acts of terrorism, and he's going to do more of it. That's what he's saying to people, right? He's saying we're going to hit civilian targets. He's saying we're going to bomb this country back into the Stone Age. Peace president, right? No new wars, they said. It's unbelievable. What happened to liberating the Iranian people, by the way? You know? What happened to peace president? Peace president Donald Trump. What happened to I'm not dying for Israel? What happened to no new wars? It was all a lie, of course. And I said it was going to be a lie. Anyone could see it. Anyone with 3 working brain cells could see it from a mile away. If only we had a, serious opposition party that presented themselves as the actual anti-war party instead of saying Iran is our number one enemy, is our number one threat. Shouts out to Kamala Harris for saying that. And also simultaneously saying that I'm going to oversee the most lethal military anyone's ever seen. Shouts out to Kamala Harris for saying that too, so that Donald Trump could lie and present himself as this like peace president somehow and make a convincing case. Fantastic.
We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year.
Yeah, this part's really funny. This is where he tries to say, like, this is technically not a war because it's short, right? Like, comparing your current military incursion, your current war to World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, fantastic. Anyway, yeah, he ends the speech basically by saying we have to do something about the Iran nuclear capabilities, and then saying that he's going to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age, which again, and then openly says he's going to target civilian infrastructure, the energy grid, things of that nature, which they've started doing already. They blew up I mean, this is a war crime. They blew up a bridge. Trump posts video of the strike on Iran's biggest bridge and tells Iran to make a deal before it's too late. A highway bridge linking Iran's capital, Tehran, to the western city of Karaj was hit by airstrikes on Thursday, Fars News reported, adding that early indications suggest several people were injured. The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late, and there's nothing left of what still could become a great country. This is a war crime. That's it. That's what it is. And the reason why they're doing this is because this is the Gaza method, right? When you can't achieve your military objectives, your stated military objectives, and in Gaza, Israel didn't actually have a real stated military objective beyond ethnic cleansing, you just start hitting civilian targets. You just start murdering people. You just start slaughtering people, destroying all the civil society organizations. You destroy schools. You blow up the energy infrastructure. You make the land uninhabitable, right? That's what they're doing. It's a classic war crime, okay? It's precisely what's going on. You know that this war cannot be won, right? You can't achieve any of your objectives here. So now you're just indiscriminately targeting the civilian infrastructure across all of the major cities in Iran. This is the Israel method. It's the America method as well. And that's precisely what they're doing. And in the absence of an international organ of justice that can bring America to heel, in the absence of pressure coming from American allies and trading partners, in the absence of like reining America and Israel in, of course they're going to do this, right? Who's going to say no? Who's going to say you have to stop this? We've already seen what happens when no one abides by the rules of warfare, right? You end up looking like Israel, crying about cluster munitions being deployed on Israeli airspace when everyone knows that you've been using cluster munitions in Gaza and also in Lebanon, right? 8 people were killed in the process, by the way, and 95 were wounded in the attack on the B1 bridge in Karaj, according to the Iranian state media. And of course, our organs of propaganda are running defense for it. The New York Times reports that the bridge was struck in Iran was part of a planned military supply route for sustaining Iran's ballistic missile and attack drone force. That's bullshit, okay? It's complete horseshit. U.S. forces struck the B1 bridge in Iran on Thursday, eliminating a planned military supply route for sustaining Iran's ballistic missile and attack drone force, a U.S. military official said. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity to share operational details. Stenographers. The New York Times is running defense for it. Here is Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, who says striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender. It only conveys the defeat and moral collapse of an enemy in disarray. Every bridge and building will be built back stronger. What will never recover is the damage to America's standing. I mean, I don't know what to say about this other than we are posterizing our war crimes. We're telling the rest of the world that we are an uncontrollable, belligerent, rogue entity. There is a reason why people abide by the standards of war, right? You don't kill diplomats, for example. You don't shoot the messenger, right? It's a cliche. America had Abbas Araghchi on a strike list. They ended up trying to assassinate a former diplomat, as a matter of fact. Israel's been doing this. Israel wages war like this all the time, and that's part of the reason why a lot of people have developed enmity towards Israel, because they're like, what the f- are you doing? You only get away with this if you are the permanent domineering superpower, okay? It's ironic to do this right now when your status as the domineering superpower is maybe no longer the case, right? You're no longer the dominant superpower. You're no longer the hegemonic superpower, and you're still behaving like this. A country that did this was Nazi Germany, but something is different here. Because in the past, when America was doing this kind of thing to other countries in Afghanistan, in Iraq, right? Those countries did not have the capability of fighting back. Those countries did not have the capability of delivering incredible damage to the confidence that people had in the American force projection capabilities. Iran has been able to successfully achieve that. So for America to turn around and desperately try to create more collateral, try to assassinate as many civilians as possible, is only going to further solidify that they don't have that capability any longer. Eventually, this is going to have to come to an end. The rest of the world is going to inevitably say, all right, enough is enough. You have to pack this up. When they realize that America does not have that capability any longer, when it's when it's impossible to ignore, eventually the world has to bring us to heel. The U.S. has always done this shit, be real. Not to this degree, and not against an enemy that is capable of disrupting the rest of the world's oil supply. The amount of control that America had during shock and awe and in the aftermath of shock and awe in Iraq is nothing like what's going on right now. Okay? All of the destruction in Iraq and all of the instability born out of the American invasion of Iraq was directly a consequence of America's lack of interest in keeping Iraq a stable institution. They only protected, the only ministry that America actually protected was the Ministry of Energy, okay? Because they had one singular goal in mind. That was to protect the assets. That was to take over the assets and control the extraction industries of Iraq. They're not doing that right now. They're blowing up oil refineries. Israel already blew up oil refineries, right? Like this is totally new from that perspective. And not only are they doing all of this, Like, not only are they committed to just like doing terrorism for the sake of terror, which is somewhat new. There's not like any sort of discernible strategic military objective here other than just killing people. But yeah, it's very Israel style. IRGC bridge, IRGC hospital, IRGC guy who fills out a spreadsheet to order more water jugs, IRGC building inspector, IRGC park, IRGC girls school, IRGC air conditioning efficiency study, IRGC Indian guy running a merchant ship cafeteria. This is the same shit that Israel did with Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. And this is what America's doing right now. It's not going to work. A U.S. official tells me that the bridge was attacked because it was used by Iranian armed forces to try and secretly move missile and missile parts from Tehran to launch sites in western Iran. Yeah. Galabaf wrote this. Back when I was 18 years old, I grabbed my rifle and ran straight into the fight to defend the soil of my beloved, unbreakable Iran. The only home I ever knew. My own brother Hassan, he laid it all on the line in that same fight for our homeland. He never came home. To this day, I still ache to wrap my arms around him one more time. That kind of pain never leaves a man. And he wasn't the only one. I lost brothers who weren't blood, but were family just the same. Men who fought like lions and became part of me forever. But that's what we do. We give everything we've got, for the land we love. We poured out our youth, our blood, and every tomorrow we had for Iran. We are not warmongers. But when the time comes to defend our homeland, every last one of us becomes a soldier. Right now, in less than a week, a powerful national campaign sweeping across the country has brought forward around 7 million Iranians who have already stepped up and declared they're ready to pick up arms and stand in defense of our nation. Let me tell you something straight from the gut. Iranians don't just talk about defending their country. We bleed for it. We've done it before, and we're ready to do it again. You come for our home, you're going to meet the whole family, locked, loaded, and standing tall. Bring it on. Is targeting basic civilian infrastructure not just blatant terrorism and war crimes? Are we the baddies? Yes, we've always been the baddies. That's the irony here. We've been the baddies, but what a lot of people don't understand, and this goes back to my criticism of like neocons or like the way that the Trump administration has weighed the propaganda campaign of the neocons, is that they say we're not engaging in nation building here, right? We don't want to do regime change wars. We don't want to engage in nation building. The irony is that wasn't the point of the global war on terror either, right? So it's idiotic to make that assessment. That was just marketing. So unless you personally, literally thought that Donald Rumsfeld had any sort of ambition of creating a stable Iraq and democratizing Iraq by force, unless you truly believed that narrative, you understood that that was just marketing. So the Trump administration and Pete Hegseth and all these other spokespersons for the Trump administration in this war that we're waging with Iran have decided not to do that marketing, right? But in the absence of that marketing, in the absence of making a convincing argument that they have WMDs, making a convincing argument as to why this unimaginably expensive and bloody endeavor has to be conducted, because there's some sort of like moral goal at the end of this, right? People are just going to realize that you are just a tyrant. You're a bloodthirsty bully. And that's what's really interesting about how the Trump administration is conducting itself. They operate like they genuinely believe that the neocons wanted to liberalize Iraq and didn't simply want their oil or simply want to dominate them, right? My point is, there is a purpose for claiming that you're spreading democracy when you don't really have that ambition. So when you drop that part and come across as sincere about your goals, about your objectives, as Trump is doing, right? Saying the quiet part out loud. Sure, some people will look at that and go, yeah, that makes sense to me. When you say the quiet part out loud, a lot more people are going to hear what you're saying and go, I don't like that. That sounds insane. That sounds like you're doing terrorism. And that's where we're at right now.
7 months and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military.
Yeah, no, that's what everyone is saying. They're like, how brilliant. Philip Lemoyne says, once again, it's hilarious how the U.S. bombed civilian infrastructure with the obvious goal of pressuring the Iranian leadership into making a deal, but the supporters of the stupidity instantly go into defense mode and twist themselves into a pretzel to argue that it was motivated by military necessity, only for Trump to come out and basically tweet, you better make a deal soon before your country has been turned into a wasteland. When you can't achieve your military goals by waging regular warfare, you do the Israel method and you go the death and destruction route. You don't even consider what comes after that. You don't consider what you're doing to the international rule-based order, which has favored your dominance in perpetuity, right? Like, this is another part of the process that I think a lot of these guys don't understand. If you want it to be a warmonger, and if you want it to be the hegemonic superpower, then liberals are right. You have to sell that. You have to sell that to other people. When you sell, when you say the quiet part out loud and you say, no, this is empire shit, we're villains, and you don't try to massage the narrative, you don't try to tell people why you're doing this, why there's a good reason for why you're blowing up bridges and shit, right? Eventually, there's going to be so much enmity that people actually take up arms. We have to put an end to this. We have to stop. These guys genuinely don't believe that the U.S. benefits from U.S.-led world order, though. The right sees it as constraining and a waste of time and money, even though it benefits them. Same reason why they hate soft power initiatives, even though they objectively make empire more stable and effective. I think the insincere liberal method of justifying American hegemony was the more successful one, and that's why it reigned supreme, even in the hands of reactionary neocons when they were waging the global war on terror. It reigned supreme for a good reason, because it was successful. It convinced a lot of people. Okay? Sure, we can say they're stupid, but at least there was an effort to convince them, right? Now there is no effort to convince them. Now you got Donald Trump basically saying, speaking out of both sides of his mouth, basically saying the quiet part out loud at times, and then at other times he'll try to commit to a real reason for why we're doing all this, right? But I don't think he's capable of convincing people at all. Eventually, when enough people realize that America is the villain in the story, they're going to want to put an end to it. They're going to demand an end to it.
Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because
what the heck are you talking about? The rest of the world and what army? This is American entitlement and American exceptionalism. The idea that the rest of the world can't apply diplomatic pressure, trade pressure to the United States of America, that America can be truly independent after the United States of America designed this global system that benefited the United States of America for decades, is idiotic. You're brain dead. The only reason why this hasn't happened thus far is because for the longest time, while we were conducting these wars of choice, these following along with these imperial desires, we made a convincing case as to everyone else also getting a piece of the pie to a certain degree. The European vassals were going to benefit from the system as well, and they did, certainly, right? And we at least tried to appeal to people's sensibilities, try to convince them that it was good that we were the world police. Now we're not even doing that. We're not doing that at all. My point is, people are eventually going to look at America very differently than they have thus far. What happens when all that pressure mounts? What happens when the demands are being made by middle powers in Europe, for example, from the populations to decouple from the United States of America? America's power, America's hegemonic superpower status is kept together by its military might, which has taken a devastating blow, right, in the last 33 days. We can't even dominate a country that we've been able to wage economic warfare against. They control the Strait of Hormuz. But also on top of that, it's propped up by the complex system that we have created around the world that we control. A system that we guarantee with our military, a system that says there will always be free-flowing commerce in these choke points. We control the seas. You will always get your oil. Your energy grid is never going to be threatened. But now the energy grid is threatened. Now, capital has to withdraw from certain areas, or they get blown up because they're in missile striking distance. That puts a dent in the goals of the profit seekers, right? It harms profits. If profit centers are under imminent threat, it creates market instability. And also on top of that, it harms profit margins. And you can't have that. If America can't provide that, if America can't guarantee safety and security for the rest of the world, then why should it be the number one superpower? For the most part, the U.S. also keeps local elites happy. In the poorest countries, the most corruption, U.S.-led economic and security model keeps the elites in place and is beneficial for their short-term financial power, even though they are not to the broader economic development. Trump just up every bag at once. Exactly.
Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Donald Trump has a track record of consistently firing people whenever he wants to shift the blame away, shift the attention away from himself and his shortcomings. I think everyone that's in this administration is aware of that. They just think it'll be someone else holding the bag. Obviously, there is something I have to discuss here, something that is unimaginably important. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs, I'm very suave today. I'm looking dapper. And you might be asking yourself, why are you looking so dapper, Hassan? And there's a good reason for it, right? There's a good reason for it. And it's not just because I'm going to be speaking to a future generation of lawyers later tonight at University of San Francisco Law School. Because we're here for a funeral, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. That's right. A second Trump affiliate has been hit. Pamela Joe Bondi, an American attorney and politician who served as the 87th United States Attorney General from the year 2025 to the year 2026, has now been fired. That's right. Pamela Joe Bondi, R.I.P. Bozo, Pack Watch. That is now the second scalp of the Trump administration. That's right, it's the second scalp after Kirsty Bodacious Gnome. So, Packwatch, RIP Bozo, you already know what it is. You already know what's up. Blast off is imminent as well. Let the people know we're live. Let the people know we're alive. Pamela Joe Bondi. Didn't know her middle name was Joe, by the way. Didn't know her name was, or her middle name was Joe. That's a strange middle name to have. I guess it makes sense. Very white trash when you think about it, which is, precisely what she is, or dare I say was. First, we're going to talk about the domestic instability that's taken place in the United States of America. We're talking about Trump. Another major shift. Seismic shift, ladies and gentlemen. As we already played the crab rave earlier, you already know Pamela Joe Bondi is out as the Attorney General. Let's take a look.
Wake up at the White House. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been ousted.
Let's go now to CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, tell us what you're learning. This is brand new.
Yeah, things are very fluid. They're moving very quickly, but I am told that Pam Bondi has been officially fired. She's out of her role. Now, where she goes next, that is a question mark. I was told in the meeting or in the conversation President Trump had with Bondi yesterday, he floated the idea of a judgeship as a potential landing place for Bondi. And in the interim period, while they are figuring out who is going to take over as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will step into that role. So he will be serving in the interim. Pam Bondi, though, is out. We had already reported that she was in Florida. We have been talking about for the last several hours how in the last week, President Trump had been calling allies, asking about firing her, who should replace her. It doesn't seem as though they have someone.
Perhaps the Dow is below 50K, and that might have played a role in the Pam Bondi ouster. Who knows? Turns out, if you place a lot of emphasis on the Dow, and then your president decides to blow up the energy markets, you might be the first to go. So I suspect that this is the next step. By the way, Trump weighs replacing Intel chief Tulsi Gabbard after she shielded Joe Kent, who undercut Trump's Iran war rationale. Someone's got to fall on a sword for every single thing that Donald Trump is messing up right now. I don't know who it will be for the economy. Someone's going to have to go for that too eventually. But it's clear that for the immigration stuff, the immigration panic, the anger and resentment that people felt, and the protest that they initiated, where they successfully purged ICE Gestapo thugs from Minneapolis, led the Trump administration to take the initiative and release a pressure valve. The first one was Greg Bovine Bovino, the manlet himself, and the second was Kirstie Noem, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Pam Bondi is the sacrificial lamb for the Epstein files, because the Epstein files is yet another pressure point for the admin. A lot of people are frustrated. About the Epstein files and the lack of revelation and the rollout of the Epstein files, the lack of transparency. Shouts out to Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie for leading that charge. They did a phenomenal job. I mean, these sorts of things don't just happen, right? Sometimes it's good for politicians to lean into the public pressure. Sometimes if the politicians don't do that, the people will create that public pressure, as they did in Minneapolis. Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Michael from Taiwan. But as I was saying, Pam Bondi's disastrous performance in front of Congress, in front of that congressional hearing, I think that all but secured her demise. Trump saw that, and he thought, that's it, you're done. Now, she's in a horrible predicament regardless, because there's no one in that position that can successfully defend the Trump administration's lack of interest in identifying Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirators. Trump himself is obviously heavily involved with Jeffrey Epstein. So she's almost in the same situation that Israel defenders are when they have to defend the indefensible, right? So that's precisely what happened here. Donald Trump made her fall on the sword, the pressure valve. There's two other areas that Donald Trump has to release pressure on as well to make it seem like he's actually responsive to the needs of the public. One of them is going to be the war in Iran, and the other is going to be on inflation. So I don't know exactly how he's going to retaliate on that front, how he's going to release another pressure valve on that front as well. But Pam Bondi will be remembered as the Attorney General who watched videos and saw images of powerful men and decided to protect the men. Is true.
Specific in mind, we know that they have floated the idea of Lee Zeldin among other people. Zeldin is currently leading the EPA, but I am told that is not a done deal. President Trump, interestingly, did issue a very flattering for President Trump's statement about Bondi last night, saying Attorney General Pam Bondi is a wonderful person and she is doing a good job. The reason that I note that is that because when we saw Kirstie Noem being fired, there was none of that kind of generosity of spirit when it came to President Trump. Now, just a reminder, Bondi has a very close relationship with Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. They're both political operatives in Florida. They kind of came up together, so they have a long-lasting relationship. But President Trump had grown increasingly frustrated about a number of issues. One, didn't believe that some of the cases against his adversaries or political adversaries were being brought fast enough. He didn't believe believed that she had handled the Epstein files well, among other things. So we do know they had this conversation yesterday in which essentially President Trump told her that she was not long for this world, that he would eventually be replacing her. What we know now is that she has been officially fired. And again, Todd Blanche will step into that role as the Deputy Attorney General into an acting Attorney General role.
And Kristen, this now marks the second cabinet position that Trump has fired and now has sought a replacement for within the last month. What can you tell us about Blanche himself, his relationship to Trump? Obviously, he's going to be in the acting role until a new attorney general is put in place.
Well, look, Blanche and President Trump are incredibly close. He served as his personal attorney before taking this role as the deputy attorney.
I mean, yeah, Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi are both former defense attorneys for the president. A spectacular conflict of interest for any administration. And for Donald Trump, it's just another Tuesday, right? I mean, there is such an overwhelming force of corruption in this country, in this administration, that is so transparent, so in your face, that I think most people have given up. Most people have given up on even addressing it, right? Where they're like, yeah, what are you going to do? I mean, it's unbelievable. I talked about it quite extensively in the beginning where I was like, this is ridiculous. This is the attorney general is a former defense attorney for Donald Trump. That's totally ridiculous. And the deputy attorney general, Todd Blanche, is also a former defense attorney for Donald Trump. And then I brought that back up when we were talking about the Ghislaine Maxwell situation where former defense attorney for Donald Trump, current deputy attorney general Todd Blanche, went and had a private closed-door meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, the principal co-conspirator to the Epstein files, the only remaining alive person, basically the skeleton key for unlocking the secrets of the entire Epstein saga. Totally ridiculous. And they even, they transported her to a much nicer facility after that conversation took place. Like that was already an indication of where things were going to head. Of course they're going to do that, right? Of course the administration is going to do that, especially because there's no pushback. There's not enough pushback, rather. And for many people, for ordinary Americans who are too busy trying to make ends meet, they're frustrated with all the things that they're seeing, but they also have a hard time mounting pressure consistently because there's a barrage of corruption. It's this tornado of corrupt entities coming together to pick apart America's corpse, basically. It's quite difficult to deal with, and in the absence of any sort of Democratic Party organizing and taking on a leadership role in identifying what these issues are and pushing and pulling when necessary, it comes across as a rudderless movement overall. We're not as disciplined as we could be. I mean, we're all trying our best, but I will say that the Democratic Party's lack of interest, with some very notable exceptions, of course, obviously Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie is a great example of one of those areas where they were able to lean into the public pressure campaign, and they were able to successfully get this scalp. They played a big role in this. You all did as well. But this is an example that should be repeated in every single issue. Identify a problem, expose the contradictions, take advantage of the fact that people are very frustrated. If you're a politician, identify a problem, and then do everything in your power to make political changes. Apply legislative pressure, hold congressional hearings, right? Hey, Hassan, I know you hate spam, flirt. I do too, but did you know the Piker Broadcasting Service brings a free news experience to the people and is funded entirely by subs from you, the viewer? Yes, that's true. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the people, for you, the people. If you'd like to fund the show, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or with a $6 a month subscription. That's right, PBS, for tomorrow's news today. Set to it run. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. You can also gift subs to others as well. Are you surprised Trump did this now? I thought the Epstein file chaos had died down because of Iran. I don't think it's going away.
In general, and there are a number of people who are around President Trump's orbit who have said that Blanche isn't political enough. Well, we saw Blanche taking a new role recently when he stepped out at CPAC and essentially said that everybody who had ever investigated Donald Trump or brought charges against him had been fired from the Department of Justice, making the Department of Justice clearly very political. And President Trump has liked what Todd Blanche has done. Blanche has always been kind of viewed as the person in the background making all of the mechanisms work. Now, of course, he'll be front and center, but it doesn't sound as though he's going to take this position long term, that they are going to still find a figurehead, so to speak, as the actual attorney general, but that he will be filling in the interim time period. And I do want to note, one of the things that's so fascinating about this removal of Kristi Noem and this removal now of Pam Bondi is that we spent the better part of over a year with no upheavals, with no turnover within the cabinet, and that was intentional, something that President Trump, Susie Wiles, did not want in his second term to look like a revolving door, the way it had looked in President Trump's first term. But obviously now we are entering a new phase of President Trump's presidency with him feeling as though the people who aren't working, and he's going to get rid of them.
And Kristen, how long was this coming? Because there was a sense, certainly when Pam Bondi appeared before Congress and testified, that she was really trying to appeal to President Trump and that she might have been on thin ice at that point.
So it kind of depends on what you mean in terms of how long has this been coming, because there has been frustration with Bondi off and on since almost the beginning of President Trump's tenure, specifically when it came to the handling of the Epstein files. There was a big swath of people, and obviously we saw the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, had said that in the interview with Vanity Fair when she said the Department of Justice whiffed on the Epstein files. There was a general feeling that that was the case, and they placed a lot of that blame on Pam Bondi, not on Kash Patel or on Dan Bongino, but on the Attorney General, because she was the one who was responsible for bringing in all of those influencers and giving them those binders, if we remember that from early in the administration. She was also the one who said on Fox News that she has the Epstein files on her desk and she'd be releasing them soon. All things that put everybody into a tight spot and then caused enormous amount of problems down the road. But when it comes to actually replacing her, what we're told is that in January, this started becoming a real conversation, that the names started floating around as to who would potentially replace her. Now, that had died down a little bit, and then in the last week ramped back up. And I'll tell you, I was getting calls and text messages from people who aren't in the administration, who don't work at the White House, who were saying that they were hearing it. And they were hearing it because President Trump was making calls really starting on Monday, asking allies what they think about the fact that he might replace her, who should replace her, what does this actually look like? And that is when we really saw, obviously, all of this kind of snowball leading to a conversation between the two of them and then her ultimate firing.
Kristen, please stand by for us. We have some extra voices to add to the conversation. Evan Perez, Jeff Zeleny, and Ellie Honig are with us. Evan, first to you. You could see this coming, but we weren't sure. Earlier it was described as a gray area that she was in, that she might be able to salvage her job. Clearly she couldn't.
Right. I mean, look, Kristen is what Kristen describes is what we've all been going through since January when these rumors first came up. It appeared that the president might actually do it in January, and then it died away. And we, as you know, from covering the Trump administration, you just never know whether it's real, whether there's just a faction inside the White House. They spend a lot of time knifing each other, and so we never know it's real until the president actually latches onto it. And so that's when it really became, it appears, a lot more real this week, when he was seeming to take action to try to find some names of some possible replacements.
It is interesting that it was Pam Bondi that ate the axe here. And I do think it's because he really did not like her performance, specifically in front of Congress, right? Because, how do you not cut Kash? I think Kash is one of the least popular figures in the admin. And he is largely seen as like the responsible figure for messing up the Charlie Kirk stuff. There's no threat. I mean, there is no no one trusts him, right? Like he is not a trustworthy figure at all. I mean, I know he's loyal, but so is Pam Bondi, right? Cash is a keeper. You're talking crazy. Cash is a jester, bro. He wrote a kiss ass book for Trump. I mean, so is okay, chat. Every single person that we're talking about in this administration is in that position that they're in currently because they've ass-kissed Donald Trump. There's not a single person that's in that position due to competence. They're all there for loyalty. That's always been the case since day one. We already know that. So it's actually surprising that Donald Trump would axe Pam Bondi, who is seemingly a little bit more competent than Kash Patel and just as loyal as Kash is. And I guess it's because of that televised congressional hearing. He really did not like that.
For Bondi, what we've seen is she's taken a different tack from what we've seen in the previous administration, the first Trump administration, when Bill Barr and Mike Pompeo fell out of favor. You know, one of the things they did was they avoided Trump. They just reduced their amount of exposure to him as a way to sort of like let him sort of calm down. Bondi has taken the opposite tack. She has spent a lot more time with him. She's seemed to try to be more present as a way to ingratiate herself with the president. In the end, it did not work. And really, the original sin goes back to February of last year, when she orchestrated that event at the White House with these binders with documents that were years old. They'd been in the public sphere for years, and she didn't seem to know that. She didn't know that. And at that time, if you remember, the administration is new in office. There is really no constituency. There was nobody demanding the Epstein files. And she created this event out of nowhere. No one really was expecting that. And so they have not been able to live down that moment since. And the damage to the president because of that, I think, has been incalculable because, you know, MAGA base has not let it go.
She wasn't the president's first choice for this job. Let's remember, it was Matt Gaetz who could not be confirmed. That was not going to fly. And now I wonder, Jeff, how tough it is going to be to confirm someone to replace her, considering.
What do the MAGA folks think about these types of things, these firings? Do they just believe that Trump is always right and he must have had a great reason to fire her? Yes. But I also don't. These past couple of days, we have perhaps been too focused on. Hold on. These past couple of days, we have perhaps focused too much on situation monitoring and not enough on how the Trump, the MAGA movement is like coping with this stuff. I mean, they're a cult, so they're obviously going to always agree with Donald Trump first and foremost. But obviously, this is any kind of initiative that Trump takes, any kind of move that Trump makes like this, he's doing it with the base in mind. I do wonder how they communicate. I do wonder how they defend this kind of stuff. I guess for them, it's like, oh yeah, thank God he got rid of the perfidious Pam Bondi. She was the one who was rat admin. Maybe she was the reason why we couldn't get the Epstein files, out on time in a timely manner. I don't know. I don't know. You have to, I guess, like for some, to develop a better appreciation, develop a better understanding, we got to do hogwatch, right? We haven't really done enough hogwatch as of late, because I've been too busy, covering the actual news and also simultaneously having to deal with hogs in our own ranks, right? The ostensibly left flank hogs, the centrist right-wing Democrats. So I don't know what the Asmin Goy team is saying.
There are a number of senators. She and Kash Patel were put in their positions with promises of not going to retaliate or use DOJ or the FBI to go after President Trump's enemies. And yet we've seen that is exactly what it has been used for. So I wonder how difficult this process will be to find someone to replace her.
I think the confirmation process will be very difficult and dramatically different from what we've just seen with the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. even if a senator happens to be chosen, and a few have been mentioned possibly, one is going to be very reluctant to accept this position because Attorney General is different than every other position in the cabinet. And there's
what is this? MAGA mom has been saying she wants Bondi fired to atone for Epstein. Boomer MAGA will be all over the moon with this. Interesting. I guess for them, they see this as a much needed respite. Maybe they see this as like the administration being responsive to their needs. Perhaps maybe that's the case.
Enough muscle memory now, beginning with Jeff Sessions, who could not be any more loyal initially until he fell out of favor because he recused himself. And that's something that the president still has in mind. He will choose someone who will never recuse themselves from anything. So I think that these confirmation hearings for the next attorney general will be dramatically different, largely because of what Evan was saying, everything that has been learned over the last year. The Epstein files are not going away now. That genie is well out of the bottle, regardless of who the attorney general is. So I think it's very difficult. But to your point, I was thinking the exact same thing. She was not his first.
It's so funny that the MAGA cult is, I mean, I guess they are doing the good czar, bad boy R's, right? In their minds, they're thinking Donald Trump is this infallible deity, this figure that is the best hero to champion all the causes that they care about. They don't understand that like Pam Bondi was in that position for her utmost loyalty to Donald Trump. And that the only reason why she came across as like inconsistent or bad on the Epstein stuff was because of Donald Trump's demands. Donald Trump put her in this bind. Donald Trump put her in this indefensible position where she had to sit there and defend it. Asmongold reacts to Pam Bondi's national crash out. Yeah, I remember him saying this.
2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Honestly, Donald's got to get rid of this. He does. Like, one of the best things he could do is just say, like, listen, like, we tried, we did what we needed to do. You know, we thought that she'd be able to do it, and it turns out.
Do what? Like, release the Epstein files while also simultaneously sheltering all the co-conspirators, including people like Donald Trump? Like, I despise her, but I also despise Donald Trump. That's the morally consistent position, right? Because Pam Bondi is a mere expression of the desires of Trump. That's why she was the attorney general. So it just doesn't make sense that these guys will be like, yeah, Pam Bondi is like singularly responsible for not releasing the Epstein files. As a matter of fact, it's all entirely in her hands, right?
A choice. He knew her well, obviously. She was involved in the campaign from Florida. Wasn't inherently a political years ago, became very political. But she was not, she was chosen because she would be reputable and pretty easy to be confirmed after Matt Gaetz. So it's going to be fascinating to see who the president picks. Lee Zeldin is one of the leading contenders, a former member of Congress, different for a House member than a senator we've seen over the years here. So the confirmation process.
Why would anyone take this position? You know your ass is just going to get cooked in congressional hearings 24/7. There's no other alternative, you know. That's just, it is what it is. I mean, these guys are brown nosers. They get a tremendous amount of time in front of cameras. They elevate their platform. They know. I don't think anyone is so stupid that they think Trump is not eventually going to use them as a sacrificial lamb when things get hot. Okay? Michael Pence was Donald Trump's vice president. When Donald Trump lost the election, he decided to lie and say that the election was stolen from him. And they looked for a way to seize control over the government and deny the democratic outcomes in 2020. Okay. One of the things that they thought they could do is maybe identify this like totally procedural, ceremonial a process that Mike Pence was overseeing. They wanted to pressure Mike Pence to stop the authorization of all the votes that were coming in. Right. That's January 6th. Mike Pence was Donald Trump's vice president. Donald Trump literally goaded his fans to go and do an insurrection where they were demanding to assassinate his vice president. Okay? So if Donald Trump will demand or play a role in the attempted of his vice president, what makes you think the attorney general is going to be free of such scrutiny. It's totally ridiculous. Donald Trump has a track record of consistently firing people whenever he wants to shift the blame away, shift the attention away from himself and his shortcomings. I think everyone that's in this administration is aware of that, right? They just think it'll be someone else holding the bag. Seems to me like Tulsi Gabbard might be next.
I mean, get ready for this. It is going to be much more complicated than the one we just saw last week.
I mean, all of these statements are an admission of defeat. Nuclear weapon, oh, we don't care about it any longer. Strait of Hormuz, we don't even need to open it. This is a defeat. You know, this is a major, major defeat. Here are some quotes from Trump on Iran from his interview with Reuters, okay? And we'll talk about the capital owners and how frustrated they are as well. Asked when the war would be over, Trump said, I can't tell you exactly. We're going to be out pretty quickly. They won't have a nuclear weapon because they're incapable of that now, and then I'll leave. And I'll take everybody with me, and if we have to, we'll come back to do spot hits. We have had full regime change, he said. I'm dealing with very good chance that we'll make a deal because they don't want to be blasted anymore. I didn't need regime change, but we got it because of the casualties of war. We got it. So we have regime change, and the big thing we have is they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, said Trump, adding, nor do they want one. As for the enriched uranium, still possessed by Iran, Trump said, that's so far underground, I don't care about that. We'll always be watching it by satellite. Now, that is a retreat. That is a retreat. Trump is completely dropping all of its goals in Iran, self-stated goals in Iran, down to the nuclear program, down to the extraction of the enriched uranium. So how can you sit here and tell me if that is true, if this is sincere, if this is not Trump simply trying to, abide by a pump fake or something, simply trying to pump fake Iran, and then like he's going to send boots on the ground, which, by the way, will be also devastating for America. I need you to understand that. This will be devastating for America. If that's not the case, if this is not simply perfidy once again, this means Donald Trump is going to retreat from Iran. And it will be a immensely consequential retreat. The heads of the International Energy Agency, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank will form a coordination group to maximize their response to the energy and economic impacts of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, the international body said in a joint statement on Wednesday. The coordination group will assess the severity of impacts across countries, coordinate a response mechanism, and mobilize stakeholders to deliver support to countries in need, the international body said. So now, capital owners are mobilizing. Let's see what little Marco had to say.
Americans are asking, why did the United States have to attack Iran now? Well, let me explain. Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is, you import the fuel and you...
It's so funny. It's just every part of this is a lie, right? Every part of this is a lie. Like the idea that like Iran wasn't cooperating with America, it was cooperating with America with the deal that was conducted with the Obama administration, multilateral cooperative agreement. China was involved, EU was involved, Russia was involved. Iran was abiding by the standards set forth in the JCPOA. Donald Trump came in, ripped it apart under Trump 1 because he is a servant of Israel. Because there was one party that did not want this deal to take place. One party that had no interest in stopping the Iranian nuclear program, knew that it wasn't a sincere threat. One party that just wanted to destroy Iran. That party was Israel. Donald Trump did that for Israel. But it didn't end there. In spite of that ridiculous deal being cast aside shortly after Trump won the presidency, Iran still kept going back to the table over and over again. And twice, Iran was met with perfidy. Negotiations process led to America and Israel striking Iran. The last one being the Operation Epstein's Fury that we are inside of currently. The last 32 days of tit-for-tat bombing campaigns as America and Israel have escalated and spread their targeting to civilian targets, doing terrorism, engaging in chemical warfare, with Iran retaliating slowly but surely and maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz. Markets are suffering. Capital owners are in a state of panic. None of this had to happen, okay? None of it had to happen. And little Marco is still out here being like, oh, they wanted to get nukes. This is a lie that the Omani mediators revealed in the negotiations process. This is a lie that a British envoy that was also privy to the conversations revealed as well. The idea that Iran was not leaning into maximalist conditions set forth by America after America had already bombed them is bullshit. They were. They were willing to play ball. And then America assassinated all the people that wanted to play ball with America. All the people that had demonstrated strategic restraint. They were all assassinated. So when Donald Trump says regime change took place and now we have much more moderate people in charge, that's a lie. Regime change took place. This is true. Except the regime that's in place right now is hardliners, okay? And you can see that with the way that they're moving. They have not de-escalated at all. They're continuing to control the Strait of Hormuz. They passed a bill in Congress to legalize their dominance over the Strait of Hormuz and the toll system that they implemented. They're hitting the Gulf. They're hitting Israel. They're hitting American military assets with regular frequency with incredible success. They've caused billions of dollars of damage, lost assets that will never be rebuilt. So Marco Rubio can lie and try to change the dynamic to the best of his ability here, but the facts on the ground are showing a very different reality than what he is trying to present.
Build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare, and they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons, and every single time they have turned it down. But why the attack?
That's bullshit. It's the exact opposite. The reality is the exact opposite of what he's presenting here. And I know his big-eared ass can hear me when I say this, okay? He's lying. He's lying to the American public. You have to be motivated and, dare I say, delusional to believe this, okay? You have to be delusional to believe this.
Now, well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future ever possess nuclear weapons. And under no circumstances can they be allowed to hide and protect that program and their ambitions behind a shield of missiles and drones that no one can do anything about. This was our last best chance to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build, and the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Why record this mid shit? Yeah, it's to try to regain control over the narrative. I know that the American government is actually very frustrated with like how well the Iranian side has been able to communicate through all of this. One of the big issues is that the foreign minister Arakshi speaks English very well and has gone on American news programs to directly deliver the Iranian side. That's very frustrating for, obviously, propaganda efforts. It's a huge problem, right? You can't undermine your opposition. You can't turn them into like Hamas or Hezbollah. They're not a non-state actor. They're a state actor. They're a sovereign state. And their leadership can speak English. That's a huge deal in terms of being able to communicate your desires and to defend your humanity in the eyes of Americans, okay? On top of that, the silly memes that they've been posting, they've also played a formative role. This is something that they are worried about. This is something that the American government is absolutely worried about. They've tried to get the military PSYOP team to start doing counter messaging, and that's part of the reason why Marco Rubio is coming out and making shitty videos like that. Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, who is probably the least powerful figure in the government, let's be real, but he released a statement. He wrote a letter to the American people. We're going to be looking at that. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, in a message addressed to Americans, lays out a forceful counter-narrative to the U.S. government claims, noting Iran is a country that, at least since its founding of the United States, has never initiated a war and acts in legitimate self-defense after decades of U.S. intervention, from the 1953 coup to sanctions and recent strikes. He says Washington withdrew from an agreement and chose escalation, while attacks on infrastructure are directly targeting the Iranian people and entrenching instability. He questions whether the war serves any American interests, warns it will leave enduring resentment, and urges a shift toward engagement over confrontation as the only viable path forward. I'm not going to go through all of it, but that's a pretty good summarization. And for the record, that's just the truth, right? For these guys, they don't have to lie, okay? Because the reality of the matter is America and Israel's actions here are totally immoral and totally ridiculous. So they can just simply say exactly what the truth is, okay? Arakshi is part of Pezeshkian's cabinet. I know. Arakshi doesn't make any decisions. He's a great communicator, though. But Pezeshkian is not as strong of a communicator and has like very little, in the current government, has very little power, in my opinion, as far as like making decisions. Arakshi has contradicted statements made by Pezeshkian in the past. If you recall, when in the early days, Pezeshkian came out and was like apologetic to the Gulf neighbors and stuff. He had to literally come out and correct the record. He decided to look handsome? Yeah. Iran Foreign Minister Arakshi, no ceasefire proposal has been made by Iran. The 5-point plan allegedly proposed by Iran is media speculation. The war will continue until the aggressor is punished and full compensation is paid to Iran. But our allies are also pulling out. Our allies are also taking a strong stance against the United States of America in this incursion, because not only is it indefensible, but it's also devastating, quite consequential for the global markets. And England doesn't want to participate in it. Even Germany is shy, right? This is like Five Eyes is a core part of American and Western imperialism. When you got Australia and the UK coming out and saying, this is not for us, that's a huge deal. That's even, in my opinion, that's a more consequential statement than even NATO, right? It's a big deal. Mark Dubowitz from FDD, one of the beggars of permanent war with Iran, comes out and says, Five Eyes was built for another era. We get diminishing value from our partners, and ties with Britain are at a low point. Time to rethink the alliance around those actually delivering intelligence value. Israel, Poland, Ukraine, UAE, Japan, Republic of Korea, and other serious partners. Of course you would say that. You are literally an agent for the state of Israel. Remember, FDD, Foundation for Defending Democracy, is basically an Israeli think tank. It is literally an Israeli think tank. You could even go so far as to say it's a Likudnik think tank. It is Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank in Washington, D.C. And that's precisely the reason why they're saying this. Oh, Five Eyes. What you should care about is the United Arab Emirates and Israel, right? Get out of here. Sina Tusi says, for decades, a core project of the Israel lobby and the rise of neocons was to cast Israel as a strategic asset to the U.S. global hegemony, especially from the 60s and 70s onward, as many of its leading figures made that ideological turn. That logic helped embed Israel within the broader U.S.-led alliance system. What is striking now is that as Israeli actions are increasingly acknowledged as a strategic liability for the United States, leading pro-Israel voices in Washington like Mark Dubowitz are questioning the very alliances that actually underpin American power. To discerning observers, the through line is hard to miss, a consistent push to direct U.S. power in ways that align with Israel, even when they run against any rational definition of U.S. national interests. Arrogant, temperamental, hysterical, entitled, narcissistic. That's precisely what this is. A fascist country that is increasingly at odds with American State Department goals, but is able to manipulate and utilize the American government and all of its power to advance its own personal ambitions, even if it goes against long-standing security cooperative agreements. That's precisely what's happening here. Because at the end of the day, what is more valuable to America? Trillions of dollars of investment coming from the Gulf that is the underpinning of the petrodollar system that we have, or a nation state the size of New Jersey that constantly destroys every one of its neighboring countries and demands unlimited billions of dollars of defense. What's a more valuable asset, you think? Now, I'm not in favor of American imperialism. Having said that, however, if I was a competent State Department official, I would look to this dynamic and say, we have to cut Israel out of this equation. We have to bring Israel to heel. Because at this point, it's absolutely harming our interests. It is diametrically opposite to our interests. I wouldn't say this about previous military incursions in the way that, like, Joe Kent or Tucker Carlson does, where they shift the blame over to Israel. Israel's the reason why we invaded Iraq. That's not true. We did not invade Iraq because of Israel. Did Benjamin Netanyahu play a role in the invasion of Iraq? Absolutely. Was he playing an advisory role? Yeah, of course he was. He came to the United States of America, delivered speech after speech to Congress about why this was good. Maybe he gave a 10 to 25% push, right? But our ambitions were ours when it came to extracting the natural resources of Iraq. However, this time it's different. It wasn't 40%. You're wrong. This time it's different. This is a spectacular mistake for those who want to continue American empire, allowing Israel to basically infiltrate the highest levels of decision making in this country with its helpers. I forget what the proper term for it is, but it's helpers like Jared Kushner and Witkoff, people who are sympathetic, people who aren't directly paid by the Israeli government, but like sympathetic to that cause, okay? And also direct agent-backed interceptions like with Lindsey Graham. No, there's an Israeli term for it, for the helpers. No, not useful idiots, lackeys, or whatever. There is an Israeli term. There's a Hebrew term for it in Israel that the Israeli government points to, where they say they're not Lindsey Graham. I'm talking about Jared Kushner, or like, for example, a great example of this that isn't Jewish is Brett McGurk, right? Because I'm not just like implying that Witkoff and Kushner are Jewish and that's why they are doing this or whatever. Is it Azar? It could be Azad. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. There's helpers, there's assets, there's agents, and then there's envoys. Okay? In this circumstance, Donald Trump is surrounded by people who are sympathetic. And so was Joe Biden, but Joe Biden himself was also sympathetic, right? Donald Trump is more malleable. But the helpers were specifically Witkoff and Kushner. The assets were Lindsey Graham, who kept traveling back and forth to Israel and openly told Wall Street Journal that he was getting talking points from Israel to convince Donald Trump. And you got envoys directly communicating with Donald Trump, like Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's how we arrived at this spectacular up. And Donald Trump did not listen to his own generals, his own intelligence assessments on how things would go when they warned him. And he went through with it regardless. So that's the reason why I say this time is different, that Israel is in the driver's seat. Israel has been in the driver's seat for our Middle Eastern affairs since Trump won. That was a big shift. That's why Trump did a bunch of things that no previous administration had ever entertained. And this is yet another one of those instances. Because Israel has wanted to, blow up Iran for years, for decades. Iran has been an ever-present threat to Israel, both with the axis of resistance and also with its missile striking capabilities. Donald Trump did it. He took the final plunge. And here we are.
Has been talking with the Speaker of the Iranian parliament, who just a few days ago was taunting Trump on social media, posting, "Sad, but this is what happens when your leaders put others ahead of hardworking and ordinary Americans." But Trump telling me he's toned it down a lot. He's much better. The president then added what sounded like a threat to the man he says he is talking to. "We know where he lives. Let's put it that way."
And President Trump will address the nation tonight in what the White House says is an important update on Iran. This comes as a new Ipsos poll out this week shows 60% of Americans disapprove of U.S. military strikes on Iran, and that nearly 2/3 of Americans want to see the U.S. to work to end the conflict quickly.
And John, as we've been saying just moments ago, the president gave this interview to a British newspaper, already drawing reaction across Europe.
Yeah, this is something else. Asked directly, would you consider withdrawing from NATO? And look at his answer. He says, "Oh yes, I would say it's beyond reconsideration. I was never swayed by NATO. I always knew they were a paper tiger, and Putin knows that too, by the way."
The reason why Donald Trump uses paper tiger when he's talking about NATO is because everyone else is calling America a paper tiger for understandable reasons, because it is. But it's really funny because NATO is America. So when he calls NATO a paper tiger, he's still calling America a paper tiger, but he's too stupid to recognize that for some reason. In his endless need to shift the blame over to someone else, he ends up, he ends up, what is this? What? We already read the letter, man. Calm down. Yes.
Didn't give you a lot of time yesterday.
Yeah, look, I have to say, one thing that struck me, I spoke to him for about 20 minutes yet in the middle of the day, in the middle of the workday. He seems like somebody who doesn't have a concern in the world. He seems extremely confident that the war is going to be just fine, that Americans will turn around and support it, that prices will come back down. He spent a lot of the time, George, talking not just about Iran, but about the ballroom that he is building, which was stopped yesterday, about the fact that his signature is going to be on the dollar bill, that they're renaming the airport in Palm Beach, even talking about plans for the library that his son Eric is working on in Florida. He really seemed like a man that was not troubled at all by what was going on.
All in the middle of the war.
All in the middle of the war, yeah.
John Carl, thanks very much.
Turning now to the latest on the war in Iran. President Trump has announced a prime-time address tonight on the conflict. On Tuesday, he said the war could wrap up in 2 to 3 weeks, but it's not clear what he'll say this evening. Major stock markets were up Tuesday on optimism the fighting could end soon. Weijia Jiang spoke with the president about his plans. Weijia, good morning. What did he say?
Adriana, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Even if the U.S. pulls out of the Iran war in 2 or 3 weeks, that would be longer than President Trump's original timeline. I asked him what else has to happen between now and declaring victory. Trump said, quote, not much. We want to clean up some ends, but we have done our job.
We'll be leaving very soon.
President Trump said the U.S. continues to negotiate with Iran, but will soon be done with the war.
I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days.
In a phone interview, I asked the president if removing the enriched uranium that remains in Iran, a critical component to make a nuclear weapon, is a requirement to declare victory. Trump said, I don't even think about it. That's so deeply buried, it's going to be hard for anybody. Trump said it's possible Iran will make a deal in the coming weeks, but added that is not necessary for the U.S. to end the war.
They're losing.
I mean, all of these statements are an admission of defeat. Like, nuclear weapon, oh, we don't care about it any longer. Strait of Hormuz, we don't even need to open it. We got all of our goals across. This is a defeat. You know, this is a major, major defeat. It's going to have widespread consequences around the world. No regime change took place. They're like, oh, we did regime change. The guys are more pliant. It's bullshit. They're literally way more aggressive. They're hardliners. I don't know. In the case of Donald Trump, I never know if it's like someone lying to him in his orbit and he's just such a moron that he doesn't know that people are lying to him and he's just like repeating what he's heard, or if he's personally come up with this lie to save face. I just don't know. But every single reason that he did this, he has dropped at this point, piece by piece. Like, this video goes through each individual goal, no matter how silly it was from the start, and openly recognizes that they're lost, right? Claiming that he's won on these, maximalist goals, when the reality is the exact opposite, right?
They admit they're losing. They're begging to make a deal.
Earlier Tuesday, the president said reopening the Strait of Hormuz is up to other nations since they depend on Gulf oil far more than the U.S. I'm not a gatekeeper for them, he said in our interview. Countries have to come in and take care of it.
They'll go right up there.
We're operating like there's no tomorrow, right? We're behaving like there's no day after. This is the same thing that I was considering for Israel, right? Like, when Israel was doing this genocide, and openly showing the rest of the world that they're not a force that you can reason with, right? That they're just like this unstoppable force of evil. They were not calculating what the day after would look like. When you unwind international standards, when you destroy the liberal post-World War II consensus, the post-World War II international rule-based order, eventually someone is going to strike back against you in a similar fashion. Here, I'll give you a small example of this, right? Cluster munitions. America and Israel have never signed on to the weapons conventions, barring the usage of cluster munitions, right? They've never done so. And now Iran is using cluster munitions on Israel. So Israel keeps turning around and saying, they're using cluster munitions on us. Like, this is a war crime. And no one gives a shit. You violated the rules from the start. You violated the rules from the start. Of course they're going to use it against you, and no one is going to turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe it. You know, like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. This is the problem with might makes right politics. It only works if you are the most mighty. Okay? And it certainly doesn't work if there is a country that is invested and has the capabilities of conducting asymmetrical warfare. Iran is that country. That's the problem here. Might makes right only works as long as you are the most mighty. When you are no longer the most mighty, all of a sudden, you're in a spectacular position of weakness, far weaker than you actually ever were when you first entered the battle. And no one will come to defend you. These international standards benefited the United States of America because it offered it a liberal patina, a protective cover. America had to make a convincing case that these kinds of interventions that America was engaging in were necessary interventions, albeit very violent interventions, but they were necessary. America was the world police, and they implemented soft power initiatives to prop the hard power up, to justify it to the rest of the world. I warned of this reality. I'd never thought that I would experience this change of attitude happen so rapidly, right? What did I always say? Trump too. From the start, I said, if you diminish soft power, all of a sudden, 800 military bases will look a lot like 800 different military invasions. And no country throughout history has ever been able to exhaust its resources that much and spread that far and wide and continue its military dominance, right? It doesn't work like that. And that's what's going on. And you will see these reverberations. You will feel them slowly but surely in the upcoming years.
And they'll be able to fend for themselves. I think it'll be very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with them.
Iranian restrictions in the strait have caused gas prices in the U.S. to spike by almost 35% since the war began.
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down.
In a new warning, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps is threatening to attack the Middle East offices of American tech firms tonight if Iranian leadership continues to be targeted by airstrikes. 18 companies were singled out, including Microsoft.
50,000 Cartier glasses. You keep saying America and Trump is losing the war, but you can't even see that the actual war objectives are. The stated war goals were never the actual objectives, but you can't see what they are. What are the actual war objectives, Drake Sinatra? Was America's actual war objectives to show the rest of the world its ass? Was that what it was? To just like light billions of dollars of weapon systems, radar installations, and irreplaceable aircraft on fire? They want to blow up Middle East. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you for your analysis. Oh, I didn't realize that America's goals here was to diminish the confidence that people have in the American military. That is the underpinning of why the dollar is the global reserve currency, while simultaneously destroying the petrodollar's resilience. You know, it's a twofold mission right there. What do you think destroying the Middle East means, chatter? It means no more petrodollar. It means no more SWIFT system. Are you crazy? And also showing that America does not have the capabilities to force project or to defend its allies, defend its security cooperative allies, where there are American military bases, remember, 800 of them around the world. Those military bases are not actually a guarantee that you will be secure. As a matter of fact, it's a guarantee that you will be insecure if there's a country crazy enough to fucking fight back against America. Do you feel like those are, do you feel like that would be the goal of any country, let alone the United States of America, that has dominated the planet as the hegemonic superpower for our entire lives? Of course not. A victim of our own success. If the American goal, if the American government's goal was to maintain its hegemonic status, especially after the dissolution of the USSR, when we were left with no real enemy, right? No other great power, no other world power that could contest our ambitions and fight back, we greatly accelerated our own demise. Okay, we did that because we were too successful. We continued accelerating in the financialization of the American economy, which had horrible shocks on the American labor force, on the health of the overall domestic economy, kept funneling money into endlessly expanding military budgets to the military industrial complex that was no longer actually developing the most sophisticated weaponry simply because they wanted to dominate the rest of the world, but instead to just make money. We've spread far too thin, and we could do so because we picked our targets carefully, okay? We picked our targets carefully. Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq again, right? Those were targets that we could dominate militarily, okay? They did not have the capabilities of fighting back. We implemented much more sophisticated messaging operations in the buildup. Even Venezuela, Venezuela is another example of this as well. So this time is different because the country that we finally decided to take on was one that had developed its sovereignty through blood, Iran, and had spent 47 years developing its defenses for this exact moment. And we pushed them to a corner. We killed their leadership, and now they're successfully fighting back and achieving their objectives
breaking news
militarily. And the impact around the world is devastating. We have released Russian sanctions in an effort to make up for the energy crisis that we created when Iran shut off the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is able to farm additional revenue. Iran is able to farm additional revenue through a toll system in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is achieving all of its military goals here while showing the rest of the world that America does not have the capabilities of defending its allies, and it does not have the capabilities of bringing a country that we have been able to dominate economically through economic warfare by a sanctions regime. We cannot bring them to heel militarily. It's over.
From the United States, and President Donald Trump is saying that Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, he said that Washington will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, U.S. forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. Okay, let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us from the White House. So, Alan, the question is there anything in this?
Well, I hate to use the phrase time will tell, Nick, but that's exactly what will happen. That's exactly where it's headed. And as I've said many times, this isn't a day-to-day thing. This is an hour-to-hour thing. What is interesting is that Donald Trump has announced that he wants a primetime address on all the main networks, and he will get that at 9 p.m. this evening, so in just about 12 hours' time. There was speculation on Tuesday night that Donald Trump was perhaps going to announce an end to the war. That is unlikely. From people I've been speaking to over the last 12 hours or so, they say it's more likely that he's going to say the war will continue for a couple of weeks. He understands that people are experiencing financial pain. He understands that the cost of gas, the cost of filling up your car, the cost of fuel for your home is much more expensive. But he says this is a short-term pain to get through this, and at the end of it, there will be Iran with no nuclear weapons. Now, the language has changed over the last 4 or 5 days from the administration. We heard it from Pete Hegseth on Tuesday. We're seeing it from Donald Trump in this Truth Social post, where he says that dealing with the new government of Iran, they're less radicalized and far more intelligent. That, of course, sets them up as not being the threat they were when Donald Trump has called the government in Tehran as evil, as monsters, as raving lunatics. This sets them up as people who are more easy to deal with. And although Donald Trump has achieved many of his aims, and there's no doubt about that militarily this has been an overwhelming victory for the United States in that they've destroyed the Iranian Navy, they've diminished the Air Force, they've hit the missile producing factories, they've damaged the drone program as well. All of those have been successful, but of course what he talked about was regime change, and he hasn't been able to deliver that. So now, by dressing it up as this government being less radicalized, far more intelligent, it sets him up to be able to say, well, there is a new regime, there are different people in charge, and there are different people. But there's no indication that the ideology or the approach from Tehran to the United States will be any different under the people who are now in charge.
At a certain point, you have to consider this, okay? It doesn't really matter if we're deluding our own countrymen by saying, oh, the victory conditions have been met, we're doing great. What matters is what the truth is, right? Like, other countries are seeing the reality, right? And eventually, as people come to that recognition that America's capabilities are actually nowhere near what people previously calculated them to be, that's going to change the dynamic of the world, right? It doesn't matter if the stock market is doing well in the United States of America for the time being. It doesn't matter if, like, Trump says, oh, I won all my objectives here. I did it all. I'm so successful. Like, what matters is the truth. Because at the end of the day, these other countries that are, led by competent leaders, even if they're vassal states ultimately, they see the truth. They recognize what's going on, right? It doesn't even matter how they communicate. Doesn't even matter. Because, like, you look at 32 days ago, you look at the statements from European leaders 32 days ago. And look at how they're talking about the situation now. Okay? Match those statements up. Listen to Merz. Listen to Keir Starmer. Listen to Macron. They were salivating. They were so elated. They were like, oh, finally, we're doing this. I mean, listen, it's great. Fantastic, Mr. President. Thank you for doing this. Now listen to them 32 days after the fact. It's impossible to avoid the truth when you hear the fear in their voice. Their tenure has changed, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, Trump's approval amongst 18 to 34-year-olds has went down to a net 60, minus 60, 20% approval, 80% disapproval. Told you from the start that all of the low propensity voters who were too young to remember what Trump 1 looked like, who only saw COVID and its impacts as a Biden administration problem, who experienced a shitty jobs market and experienced inflation and thought it was the responsibility of the Democrats entirely, that took another shot in the dark at this figure that was quote unquote anti-establishment. He was able to present himself as anti-establishment to young people who weren't around, who weren't paying attention, too young to recognize what Trump 1 looked like. What did I tell you? I told you, as soon as that change doesn't come, because I saw this with Trump 1 in 2016, I was there when Trump 1 came with a lot of promise, shaking up the system, right? People were like, oh, I want an anti-establishment pick. I want a populist. He's going to shake up the system. He's going to defend my interests. And when that didn't happen, people quickly snapped back to reality. They developed enmity towards Donald Trump. And I said it was going to happen again, especially for young men, right? Especially for young people who do not remember what Trump 1 used to look like and decided to gamble on Trump, just like people did in 2016. They did that. And I told you that that would snap back when they realized that Trump wasn't going to yield treats at an affordable price point for these guys. Iran's president just released a letter to the Americans saying they're being fed lies about this war. And tonight, every U.S. network is clearing their schedule for Trump's 9 p.m. address. The UK Starmer just went on TV and warned of a crisis while Australia's prime minister gave a rare national address telling people to brace for economic pain. All of the Five Eyes nations addressed their countries trying to separate themselves from the war and warned that economic hardship is coming. It's almost as if they know what Trump is about to announce, and they probably do. Five Eyes is, at the end of the day, an intelligence sharing alliance. I worry that these guys are doing the same thing that General Dan Kane tried to do, trying to clear their image ahead of what comes next. If you recall, Dan Kane went to every news outlet before Donald Trump struck Iran alongside Israel to say, if we do this, it will be devastating. If we do this, we will diminish our capabilities. If we do this, we will run out of missiles. We will never be able to take on China ever again. He was right. And the reason why he did that public statement to any news outlet that would cover it was because he wanted to apply pressure to Trump to stop him from doing this thing. But Trump was obviously far too invested in death and destruction, like the moron that he is. And yes, I will be live during the speech. I will be delivering my speech at Stanford while this speech is happening, if it actually starts at 6 p.m. But I will continue my broadcast and continue my commentary after the Stanford speech that I deliver. Okay? Yes. It will be a speech off. It'll be like I'm, delivering a response to the Trump State of the Union, because I will be talking about the decline of American empire. France, Japan, and agree on Iran ceasefire need, Macron says. All of the other global partners are coming out to say, we got to put a stop to this. We got to put an end to this. This is ridiculous. For good reason, because it is ridiculous. Okay? Just remember that.
Vous avez évoqué à l'instant le contexte dans lequel intervient cette rencontre et cette visite. Elle est évidemment troublée, marquée par plusieurs guerres, mais je vais ici redire très clairement quelques éléments qui sont le socle de la relation bilatérale et de notre coopération et que vous venez de rappeler. D'abord et avant tout, nous croyons ensemble au droit international, à l'ordre international qui repose sur la Charte des Nations Unies. Nous croyons aussi aux valeurs démocratiques que nous défendons. C'est ce qui fait que vous venez de le rappeler, nous défendons l'un et l'autre le retour à la paix, au cessez-le-feu, au calme, à la libre circulation à travers le détroit d'Ormuz.
They weren't calling for a ceasefire in Gaza when their economies weren't on the line. Cynical. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course. Make no mistake. Animals, all of them. Okay? Yeah, they are cynical, self-interested monsters. Of course. Where was the appetite for a ceasefire when Israel was murdering Palestinian children every single day? I mean, Israel still continues to murder Lebanese children and sometimes Palestinian children as well. There's still no demand for restraint there.
C'est le fait aussi que depuis février 2022, avec constance, le Japon se tient aux côtés des Européens pour rappeler l'importance d'une paix juste et durable et le respect du droit international.
Yeah, and then they did the Kamehame together. How cute. Whatever.
The conflict.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, not our war. Remember the text from Macron to Trump? I don't know what you're doing with Greenland. We can do amazing things with Iran. Yeah, all of them indecent, okay? Just remember that. Remember how they celebrated Venezuela. And then Donald Trump turned the crosshairs on Greenland. And they were like, whoa, 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 you're treating us like we're brown. Hold on. Same principle holds. Remember when they were excited at the prospect of dominating Iran, right? Oh, this is going to be great. Going to be great. Not so great, is it?
In the Middle East has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation.
That's bullshit.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict.
By the way, this has greatly improved Keir Starmer, Kid Starver's approvals in England, by the way, in the UK, because any sort of like any sort of like aesthetic decoupling from America yields tremendous positive approvals for any middle power, any government that's in charge of a middle power. Mark Carney already did this. It's the Mark Carney method, right? And Kid Starver, it looks like he has a spine now. Okay? Now, of course, this once again gives people on our side a unique opportunity to demand far more, because as the permission structure expands, right, there is a larger window of opportunity to make more aggressive demands. Kid Starver comes out and says, oh, this is not our war. Great. Now the Greens can turn around and say, okay, are you going to punish Israel? Are you going to demand accountability from Israel and America? We will. All of a sudden, you can actually move in a more productive manner. The same principle holds for what I was talking about with AOC saying, I make no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons any longer. No more aid to Israel. No more weapons transfers to Israel because they're violating international law and American laws. When AOC says that, that becomes the new litmus test for every single other progressive hopeful, right? And now we can demand more. Now we can demand BDS, boycotts, divestments, sanctions, okay? Remember that. There's a new floor now. There's a new bare minimum acceptable rhetoric on Israel now.
It is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore.
So, in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation. Closer security cooperation.
Oh! You mean like a union? Huh. Like a union of, what's the continent that the UK's on? European countries? Is that what you mean? Like I mean, I guess I could shorten it and say like a European Union. Would you say that is perhaps the direction that you're moving in? Because I can't comprehend what you're saying. It almost feels like you're saying that you want to do a union of countries in the European continent. Just how odd.
That recognizes our shared values, our shared interest, and our shared future. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. I've got ITV Harry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Horton from ITV News. President Trump has said this morning that he's considering pulling the US out of NATO. You've just talked about looking at a new long-term partnership.
I kind of want to know what like the Americucks are saying. Like, do we have like what could someone like a regime fighter be saying possibly at this moment? Like someone like a Asmongold, like what could he possibly say to defend what's going on? Are they just like reiterating what Trump is saying? So like one day they're saying it's victory, the next day they're saying Europe sucks. I do wonder how like people try to propagandize at this moment. In how many hours is Trump's speech? It's at 6 p.m. It's at 6 p.m.
With the EU, including on security, is this an acknowledgement that Britain's long-term security relationship with the United States is about to change?
Well, let me say a number of things in response to that. Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. But I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security and our economic future, we have to have closer ties with Europe. That's why we had the summit last year. This year, as I've just announced, there'll be a further summit. We will make good on the commitments that we put in place last year, but we will also go further in relation to the alignment. Thank you very much. Joe.
President Trump said yesterday that he wouldn't come to the aid of the UK anymore in his Truth Social post. How seriously do you take that threat from our main ally?
Well, it's very important that we're clear. There's been a good deal of pressure on me to change my position in relation to joining the war, and I'm not going to change my position on the war. So whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, I'm the British Prime Minister and I have to act in our national interests. I should say that on defence and security and intelligence, we're obviously working closely with the US, as we always do. And in relation to the planning on the Strait of Hormuz, of course, that involves talking to the Americans as well. So, as I say, whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, my job is, as British Prime Minister, to concentrate on what's in the British national interest. That's what's guided me through this conflict so far. It will continue to guide me as we go forward. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
My fellow Australians, by nature, we're an optimistic country, but I understand that right now it's hard to be positive. The war in the Middle East has caused the biggest spike in petrol and diesel prices in history. Australia is not an active participant in this war, but all Australians are paying higher prices because of it. I know that you're seeing this at the servo and at the supermarket. And I understand farmers and truckies, small businesses and families are doing it tough. And the reality is, the economic shocks caused by this war will be with us for months. Tonight, I want to speak directly with you about what the government is doing to shield Australia in these uncertain times, and also what all of us can do to help our country and help each other in the period ahead. On Monday, National Cabinet adopted the National Fuel Security Plan. Leaders from both sides of politics, from right around the country, working together to keep Australia moving, making sure that we are prepared so that if the global situation gets worse and our fuel supplies are seriously disrupted over the long term, we can coordinate the next steps together. Today, we cut the fuel excise in half, cutting the tax on every litre of petrol by 26 cents. Those savings have started showing up at your petrol station. For our truckies, we have cut the heavy vehicle road user charge.
You can't be a serious company and fucking call a serious company, sorry. You can't be a serious country and say things like truckies for the tradies and the truckies, mate. For the truckies, yeah. Lefties losing it is elbow, mate. For the truckies out there, right? We're doing our very best, yeah? New York Times, Trump lied about serious negotiations. New York Times reports multiple U.S. intelligence agencies have assessed in recent days that the Iranian government is not currently willing to engage in serious and substantial negotiations to end the ongoing war against Israel and the United States. Assessments indicate that the Iranian government believes it is in a strong position in the war and does not have to accede to American diplomatic demands. And while Iran is willing to keep channels open, it does not trust the United States or President Trump. U.S. officials have told the New York Times, please speak like this in Stanford. Right. Or no, the dollary dues are perishing. A dingo ate my baby. I'm Albanese, and I'm here to tell you, the dollary dues are on fire. Many people for the last couple of weeks have been calling me a shit. I hear you, and I have only this to say. You, as a dingo eating your baby.
To zero. Both these measures will be in place for the next 3 months. We are working to bring the price of fuel down, to make more fuel here and to keep it on shore and get more fuel here, using our strong trading relationships with our region to bring more petrol, diesel and fertiliser to Australia. Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business and your life as normal. Enjoy your Easter. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need. Just fill up.
That's so funny. Oh my God. That is something you never want to hear from leadership is, you know, enjoy your time, but also maybe take a shorter shower. Maybe don't fill up all the way. Like, that's a full system panic moment. That's a red alarm, dude. That is absolutely going to cause people to be like, okay, what? Oh my God, we're so cooked. We're so cooked.
You normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush, and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram.
Don't use the fuel.
Work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country.
I think a lot of vassal states, if they had any responsibility to their own people, if they had any capabilities of seeing the situation honestly, if they had any decency whatsoever, would be on their hands and knees thanking China every day that they are not invested in punishing those who have been loyal servants of empire in the way that, like, America has punished anyone for not being a part of its security umbrella, for maintaining sovereignty while existing in the periphery. Could you imagine a world if like China behaved in the way that America did? You should thank your lucky stars that these guys on the opposing side are actively invested in maintaining stability, you know?
Working together and looking after each other, as we always have. Thank you and good evening.
You called this all, like you said, what that was needed was courage. Ro Khanna appears to have followed AOC's lead and said he will not support U.S. funding for Israel's Iron Dome. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Congressman. The Iron Dome is important to save lives. Israel should be able to buy it on their own with a 45 defense billion budget. Israel is a first world country and it can pay for the defensive systems it needs. Yeah, these guys want to like still sell Israel Iron Dome weapons. I don't want to do that at all. I don't want to give Israel any weapons at all. Like, I just want people to understand, like, where I stand on this is not like, oh, Israel gets to pay for its own weapons. It's fucking ridiculous that they weren't already. And this will be confusing for a lot of people. They'll be like, wait, what? We were giving Israel these weapons? What are you talking about? No, we should just not give them anything. Oh my God, he's like sweating from his so bald head.
Dude, I don't like.
Did you not see the sweat dripping? Oh my God. Oh my God, he's sweating so hard. Thank you, Trent Sweeney, for your service.
Sidney Sweeney's brother.
Yeah. He's gonna have a bad time.
He got some big old teeth.
Yeah.
I don't mean to listen. I have famously really tiny teeth. So I'm just jealous.
I've never noticed that about
because you've never seen them because they're so small.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Wait, Alex Jones is turning on Donald Trump? No,
oh no, he doesn't do this every week and then go back.
Say it ain't so, guys.
When your ankles swell up 3.
What's next? You're gonna tell me Nick Fuentes is voting Democrat? Wow, that's such a new phenomena. Surely he will stay consistent on this.
Times the size they were before. That means heart failure, and he does look sick, and he does babble and sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons, we primary them, and we just fight even harder because look at how we've turned the tide. Look at all the good we've done. There's a fourth turning. Yep. Populists, nationalists, conservatives are winning everywhere. There's a Christian reawakening. Mm-hmm. And Trump is just a minor figure in all of that now.
Yep. Yo, definitely. Mm-hmm. Every single thing he said is real. Everyone is going to church. Like there's a reawakening. Yeah, church attendance is up.
Democrats losing everywhere. I mean, you can replace Trump with anyone. You can replace him with a guy like James Fishback.
Or J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Well, that would even be an improvement. It's even more like people love him.
Yeah, famously.
J.D. Vance had to stop posting on Twitter because it was crashing the servers. How many positive replies he was getting.
Yeah. Shouts out to Connor Eats Pants for that one.
Yeah. He really terrorized him, man.
He really did.
I don't know that guy, but he really he really terrorized him. That's cool.
And we have to be appreciative of the old Trump that went through so much and got so much done.
The same as this guy.
And that's the Trump we remember.
Like, do you guys not remember what it was like?
Which old Trump? Because like you go back far enough and you're like, he's a liberal, right? Like, he's just like a racist liberal, which there are plenty of them.
He's Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, no, he's gonna come on the stream, so I can't criticize.
Oh, really?
No, I mean he said he would. He said he would. He's doing a 2028 run, and he said he'd come on the stream.
What about this? I was thinking about this for an idea. You're like, okay, I'll have you on. But then, like, right when he gets in, there's a switch out, and I sit here, and I just ask him, like, I just waste his time. I'm like, so in season 2 of Goliath, when I just ask him about, like, shows I'm watching, like War Thunder updates.
He would love that. His brother is technically, the head of the agency I'm rep by, so he's probably very tapped in with all the Hollywood stuff.
I don't think he likes Goliath. I think he watches Goliath and he's like, they were unfair to the defense contractor.
Would he even notice you aren't his? Oh, that's true. He probably doesn't even know what I'm.
And we're just sad because that happens. We need to be sad about Trump. This is not funny.
I'm shorter and
this is not
worse
good
looking in real life.
But he's gone. And that's it. And all the people rallied around him, you can see Hegseth's freaked out. You can see the press secretary's freaked out. They're being loyal. They think it's the lesser of two evils. And okay, but I just, Trump needs intervention. He needs to take some time off.
You can't have an
We need to pray
intervention
for Trump.
like dying.
Also, you can't like take some time off as a president.
Yeah, what the
like, what are you talking? And he's like crying. And this is the maximalist position on good czar, bad boyers, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, this is like, what the is happening at this point? It's like, well, you know, Trump is such a religious deity. He's a religious figure. He cannot fail. He can only be failed. And obviously, now that we've like eliminated all of the other reasons why he's operating like this, you have to come to the conclusion that his brain is actually bad.
But he just like, okay, if someone is, how old is Trump? Like 79, right? 78, 79.
Trump?
Yeah. Well,
I think he's 80.
if someone is
80 plus.
if someone is 80 years old, has spent half of his life being addicted to Sudafed, never moving, worst diet possible, worst habits possible.
Oh, he's 80 in June.
And you just have an intervention where you're like, you kind of like in an old movie when someone's hysterical. I'm trying not to be gendered here, but you're like, you get it together, asshole. And he would go like, you're right. I'm going to stop dying. I'm going to take a break for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It'll be like when Christopher went to rehab.
The
I
Holy
went to the
Spirit
White House one day and you were passed out on the Wailing Wall. Disgusting.
Touch his heart and loose him from whatever evil control he's under. I'm serious. And I think that's the answer. We need to pray for President Trump.
Oh, that'll fix it.
Okay.
Oh my God, he's like sweating
He
from
looks
his
so
bald
sad.
head.
Dude, I don't like
Did you
seeing
not
him this
see
sad.
the sweat dripping? Oh my God. Oh my God, he's sweating so hard.
What do you think that tastes like?
Whiskey. For sure.
If you,
We
I
need to-
I don't get people who love scotch, but
We need to pray
If
for
you
other
love
people to be
scotch, it tastes
awakened.
like that.
We need to pray for justice and peace.
It's like Donald Trump is probably one of the most prayed for guys ever.
Yeah.
And it's like clearly this is like the most it's accomplished is that God is torturing him by keeping him alive.
Yeah. Also, Canada's vindicated. Questions emerge about bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk. You see that?
Oh yeah, no.
Canada's,
Yeah.
This will certainly be really good for all the normal people out there who have a lot of unanswered questions about who may or may not have killed Charlie Kirk, which I'm, of course, in favor of all of the theories.
Me too.
I'm agnostic about it.
It was him.
Absolute bombshell. Candace Owens reveals overwhelming evidence that the feds completely set up Tyler Robinson.
I hate to do this. I hate to be prejudiced here. What is with there are 3 Turkish accounts who keep posting. This guy loves posting just bull.
Yeah.
And he makes me so sad because he tries to get into the Axis of Resistance news cycle.
Yeah.
Do you think it's just insecurity over watermelon seller? I
don't know why he does that, but he posts videos of Me Too from time to time, and I'm like, oh God, it's just he posts. No, my favorite is when he posts Professor John clips when he's like,
oh God,
bombshell, Professor John invents Pax Islamica, says Iran is going to unite the entire Islamic world. I'm like, dude, what are you posting?
Professor Zhang is
the most misunderstood and consistently correct.
Yes,
is what you were going to say.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because that liberal Mehdi Hassan came after him the other day, and I said, "Not my Professor Zhang."
No, yeah, Professor Zhang. I would.
Did you know he does game theory?
Oh yeah, no,
yeah, that's how he's invented. He predicts history.
Well, did you know he started out as one of the imaginary people that John Nash imagined, and that's why he's so good at game theory.
Yeah, no, he's the GOAT. I mean, what kind of counter can you have for that, right? Like, people will turn around and be like, bro, you're doing propaganda, you're doing regime propaganda. It's like, no, I'm just telling you exactly what's going on the island. And if you don't appreciate that, because you have some kind of ideological blind spot. As you guys know, yesterday I was endlessly slandered by Jake Tapper, my #1 op at CNN, okay? And in the process of getting endlessly smeared and slandered by Jake Tapper, who called me an anti-Semite, I still turned around and was able to fire off a CNN segment only a couple hours later with my friend Alex Michelson, who had asked me to come on CNN a while back to talk about my Cuba trip. Okay. Now, what's really funny about that is this creates a very unique dynamic, right? Because on the one hand, Jake Tapper wants to say I'm a toxic person. He wants to get people to not platform me, not broadcast my views in particular, because like obviously his goal there is to say I shouldn't be someone people associate with because I'm a bad guy, I'm an anti-Semite, right? Now obviously that's a cynical smear and most people don't believe it, but it is also a testament to how little people believe it even internally at CNN in some ways, because I like imagine being the boomer who was watching the Jake Tapper segment in the middle of the day, only to then turn around and watch me a couple hours later to be like, wait a minute, wasn't this guy the dangerous radical anti-Semite? Now he's over here talking about how he went to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. Third way be like, shame on CNN for allowing Hassan Piker on the broadcast. Yeah, it is pretty funny. It is a pretty funny duality here. American TV news anchors wrathful campaign of elder abuse continues. Our vulnerable seniors deserve information dignity. But yeah, it is funny because like on the one hand, yeah, Hassan the Hun is back from a humanitarian mission to Cuba amidst an oil blockade and power outages. Go show some love to Alex, by the way. He's sticking his neck out. So I noticed that CNBC, CNN, MS Now love having Greenblatt on. Will they have someone from CARE to talk about Slotkin? No, of course not. Of course not. Why is CNN in LA now? CNN has a LA station too, obviously, and they're broadcasting out of the LA office right now. Like Jake Tapper's literally in my backyard. Like he was in that building that I was in earlier in the day. Okay. Currently babysitting a 4-year-old. When do I start teaching him communism? Just say sharing is caring. That's all you need to do. Like instill that value in the baby. There was some funny thoughts on this, obviously. Adam Johnson first says, I simply cannot handle another bogus anti-Semitism scandal. All smoke and no fire, from Corbyn to campus protesters to Mamdani. They all follow the same sleazy script pushed out by Israel lobbyist hatchet men like Greenblatt, who, it's worth noting, regularly texts with Tapper. Last July, I broke down the script with respect to Mamdani. The one targeting Piker is similar. Here's the basic playbook for anyone interested. TLDR, it's manufacturing smoke, fanning the smoke, and then hoping no one notices the total lack of actual fire. And let us not forget that the totally fake anti-Semitism scandal Jake Tapper and Dana Bash ginned up targeting Rashida Tlaib in September 2024 that was premised on a complete